Good morning. Good morning. Hi, guys. Welcome, my fellow justice seekers. Welcome to Take It to Trial, where there's no fluff, no filter, and just facts. So we can be the judge, right? So today we are on day two of the Ronny Walker's um, penalty phase trial. Yesterday we heard um, the prosecutor's opening statement, right? Um, where we found out more details in regards to his 2003 home invasion conviction, where a young lady, Elaine Caldwell, was shot right in front of her boyfriend and her daughter. Um, Her boyfriend, Raymond Walker, testified yesterday to the details of that home invasion. He also identified Ronny as being the shooter. It was very traumatic detail, right? We heard victim impact statements from Ashley Alexander, who is Nylexia's mother, which was delivered with a lot of emotion, and she talked about her daughter's aspirations and the profound loss that she feels at this time. We also heard from her grandmother. She provided her statement in regards to um, just the emotional loss that their family is experiencing. Now, the defense is going to be trying to argue today that he acknowledges his guilt, right? But argues for a life sentence. So they're trying to save his life at this point in time, and they want to cite his troubled past and he's a broken man, deserving life in prison over execution. So I don't know what they're going to decide. You could definitely, I will pin a question at the top of the chat. I hope everybody engages in it because I would really like to know from your decision. Death is so final, right? And although he's convicted of um, this horrific crime, um, putting him to death, I guess, if you look at it from this way, won't change the circumstances, right? I'm not sure exactly what I would do. Like, you let me know what you would do. I don't know what I would do. Like, I don't know how I would vote. I don't know. But this is his second crime. This is his second murder. I just want to make sure that everything is exactly right. Like, because there's been where the prosecution has had the wrong person and they didn't set in jail. And I guess those are the things that, kind of obstruct my view in regards to like making something so final. Because what if something happens and like they found out it was somebody else, right? So I don't know. So I'm kind of wishy-washy on that part right there. I do have my Mickey D's coffee. Love it. I can't do Starbucks, and I know everybody loves Starbucks. Dunkin' Donuts was my other favorite, and so I do Dunkin' Donuts. You can drop in the chat if you tell me what kind of coffee you're drinking, what you have, tea, coffee, or some people just water drinkers. Some people don't juice. Whatever you're drinking, drop it on in chat for me. Let's see about that. Let's see here. So, and I do have updates for those that were following me in regards to the Christopher Davis trial. Hopefully, we'll have some downtime. We probably won't have much TiVo time because court has already started, but they haven't been in there long. So, I got us a couple minutes of TiVo time. So, I won't delay us any longer. I will get us in the courtroom so we can see what the defense is going to present to us today. Remember, you're in the right place if you want no fluff, no filters, and just facts. So you can be the judge. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and go in.
There were numerous photographs in Mr. Walker's vehicle. We noticed them during the evidence view. Detective Whelan collected them for us and sent them to us. We're going to admit about 5 or 6 of them. And Mr. Thierry, I didn't want to call Detective Whelan just to say they were located in his vehicle. So Mr. Thierry's agreeing that.
At what point would you like me to read this?
When I enter that exhibit into evidence.
You just turn and remind me that you're about to do it, and I'll read this instruction.
Okay.
Very good. Anything else?
Right.
State, are you ready to proceed?
We are just, we've rested, so.
Right, I mean, just in general.
Yes, in general.
And the defense?
Yes. Judge, I just wanted to let you know, because of a lot of things you've heard we're not getting into, obviously, I might have to take a very quick, minute or two before, if certain witnesses come in, to remind them. So if I indulge the court, may I have a minute?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. They can bring them in. This is on. And is somebody going to be working on the changes to the juries?
Ms. Thunder is.
Oh, very good, thank you. Team effort. I just want to be able to make sure you go over the.
was a rhetorical question.
So they just talking in the courtroom right now, guys. We're waiting for the jury and everything to get started. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm pretty sure y'all don't want to hear that echo, right? How's everyone doing this morning? What did y'all think about yesterday's proceedings that we saw? One in the chat if you feel like he should get life. Two in the chat if you feel like he should be executed. I would really like to know everybody's thoughts. Or what coffee you drinking this morning? Tell me something. Or tea. Or water. Okay, the jury coming in, guys. I'm gonna mute up.
Jury's back, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I assume, this is always dangerous, but I assume that there were no issues with the court's instructions. No one spoke to you about the case. You didn't speak with anyone, no TV, no media, nothing of that sort. All right, very good. You may begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. The defense at this time will call Emma Hamilton to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Counselor.
Thank you, Judge. When you're ready, could you let the jury know your name, please?
My name is Emma Hamilton, Hamilton.
And Miss Hamilton, what is your date of birth?
11/23/1956.
And how old are you at this time?
68.
68. Okay. And are you presently employed?
No, not now.
Okay. And do you live in Tampa?
Yes,
Okay. How many children do you have?
6.
6. All right. I want to kind of ask you about your children. We've heard a lot of names of people. First of all, tell us the name. I know, do you have 3 sons?
Yes,
And do you have 3 daughters?
yes.
All right. Go ahead and tell the jury the names of your sons, if you would, please.
John Stallworth, Antoine Stallworth, and Ronny Walker.
Okay. And do you know where John Stallworth is today?
No, I don't.
Okay. Are his whereabouts unknown?
I haven't seen him in a minute now, so that's all I
Okay.
can say.
That's all right. You haven't seen him in,
I haven't seen him in almost a year now.
all right. Antoine, where is Antoine presently?
He's incarcerated.
All right. And Ronny Walker, do you see your son in the courtroom?
Yes,
All right. And is that your son sitting at the defense table with Miss Bradley and Miss Schlemmer?
yes.
Oh. Miss Bradley and Miss Dunker. All righty. How old is Ronny right now?
46.
All right. And do you have a relationship with your son, Ronny Walker?
Yes.
Now tell the jury the names of your daughters, please.
Tanya Jackson. I'm just so nervous. Paula Hardy and Nakisha Grace.
Okay. Can you spell Nakisha for the court reporter for me?
It's NAKHISHA. IES, I think. I think that's how I spell it.
All right. And because we've also heard some other names, just give me an idea, how many siblings do you have?
Well, it was 7, but it's only 5 left.
All right. Are you included in that 5?
Yes.
Or you, okay,
Yeah.
all right. Can you give us the names of your brothers and sisters?
Johnny Frank Hamilton. These the boys. Will Hamilton and Sandy Hamilton, and my sister Johnny May Matthews.
And 2 of your siblings have passed on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now tell the jury, who is Ronny Walker's father?
Larry Walker.
All right. Now tell the jury, has Ronny Walker ever had a relationship with Larry Walker?
No.
Tell us the circumstances why that is.
Well, I was like 8 months pregnant. He left, and I ain't seen him since. Been over some years, 20 years, 30. I haven't seen him, but I talked to him.
All right. So you were 8 months pregnant. Was that with Ronny?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were 8 months pregnant with Ronny, Larry Walker took off.
Yes.
To your knowledge, has Ronny Walker, your son, ever met his dad, Larry?
No.
Do you know, Miss Hamilton, whether never knowing his father, being abandoned by his father, has affected Ronny?
Yes, because he never had a father in his life.
And did you raise Ronny alone until he was 10?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk more about that. Was Ronny born in Tampa?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit. You had mentioned you were 8 months pregnant with Ronny when Larry took off. Did you have prenatal care when you were pregnant with Ronny?
Yes.
What type of care did you have?
I was always sick. I was carrying him.
Okay, so you were sick?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go to like regular checkups to the doctor while you were pregnant with Ronny?
Yes.
Did they know why you were sick?
No, they just sick in the stomach all the time.
Okay. Speak up just a little bit.
I was
trail
sick in
off
my
a little.
stomach all the time because I carried him so low.
All right. Is Larry Walker the father of your other children?
No.
Okay. Is Larry Walker the father of any of your children?
No.
Just Ronny.
Just Ronny.
Mr. Walker. Okay. Now tell the jury a little bit, when Ronny was born and up to about 6 months, was he constantly sick?
Yes, he was born sick. He had pneumonia, double pneumonia,
When did he have double pneumonia?
when he was born.
Okay. And did he also have like bronchitis at the time with
Yeah.
the double pneumonia?
Yes.
And was he in the hospital for that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember about how old he was at the time?
Well, he went in when he was a baby. He stayed in for like 3 months, 4 months. He came home, but he got back sick again. So I had to take him back to the hospital. He stayed in like a month. Came back. About 2 months later, he started having seizures.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Does in fact your son Ronny Walker suffer from seizures?
Yes.
Okay. So did the seizures start after the hospitalization for the double pneumonia?
Yeah, after.
Okay, after that, right. So then, Miss Hamilton, did he start having seizures then when he was under the age of 1?
Yeah, he was like 1, like someone longer than
Right
that.
about 1 years of age?
When he started, yes.
Okay. All right. Can you describe, I'm sure the jury knows what seizures are, but describe what would happen when Ronny would have seizures when he was young?
He'd just pass out shaking real bad. I didn't know what it was because I was very young. So, I had my sister, my mother around, but my sister know what it was because she was older. And we took him to St. Joseph Hospital, and that's where they kept him at for overnight observation. Brought him back home. By the time we got him back home, he had like 2 more. So my sister already know what it was, so we didn't take him back. After that, he just studied, had him like up until he got like kind of grown. But mostly he always had him like he had to always stay in the house. He'll go outside and play with some of the kids, but he was always fall out. Kids go to running because they didn't know what it was. 'Cause he was shaking so bad, and he hit his head.
Yeah, tell the jury about that. What do you remember, Miss Hamilton, about seizures causing Ronnie to have head injuries? Tell the jury about that.
He fell a lot. He fell out the window, like 2 stories, but his head more like hit the ground, but his body hit the cement. He was riding up something like a little bike thing, ran into a pole, into a curve, bust his head open, skin his legs up. He's always falling, always.
When you say he ran into a pole, did the pole hit his head or another part of his body?
No, his head, bust his head open here, up here.
Okay. Tell us a little more. What kind of window did he fall out of?
I guess I stayed in the project. They had like you had to wind the windows out on both sides. So they was up there playing in their room, him and his brother playing football, because I let them stay in the house sometimes, I guess when he was going at it, he just went out the window and fell. After that, I took him to the hospital. They say
Go ahead.
they say he was okay, so.
Okay. And this is sometime before he turned the age of 10 and went to live with Gloria?
Yes.
Can you recount about how many times a seizure caused some sort of head injury?
Oh, just about every seizure he had growing up, he had injury. He got his leg cut, just falling on like cement. Cause where I stayed, there was a lot of like cement. Like then you got dirt around the house, but when they go out in the street, it's like pavement up. They got the old curves there, and he always fall. Somebody come and get me, tell me he done fell and bust his head open, and he bleeding.
When he fell out the window, you indicated, did you take him to the hospital?
Oh yes.
Do you remember what hospital? I know it's been a long time.
St. Joseph. That's where I always went because I was closer to my house.
Did you say Suncoast?
St. Joseph.
Oh, St. Joseph.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Did Ronnie get medication for his seizures when he was a child?
Yes.
So tell the jury a little bit about that. Do you remember who prescribed them and what they were, if you remember?
They sent me to the University Hospital. That's where he was going to get tests done on his head to see what kind of seizures he was having. And then they described some of it, but I can't think what it was. It's been so long. But they did give some, it slowed it down just a little bit, but not that much. So I just kept giving him the medicine every morning, but he still had seizures. They'll turn into like a light seizure. They had broke it down. He'll just look at you, won't say nothing, but his eyes will turn real red. But they told me it was okay, as long as he was sitting down. He sit down, but when he get up, he just shake a little bit. And I was doing that day, But just about every other day, he'll have some like a little minor seizure sitting there.
And is this like, I know at the age of 10, he goes to live with Gloria. We'll talk about that in a minute, but are you witnessing these seizures in the first 10 years then of his life when he's living with you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So did you try to keep your son, Ronny Walker, on his medication during that time?
Yes, he had to take it like every day.
Did it appear to help him when he was a child?
They didn't want to like give him a bigger dose until they really found out what kind of seizures it was. They knew it's like they trying to grandmother seizures, stuff like that. That's why they didn't give him a higher dose, but they saying to slow it down, but not that much until they do the whatever they had to do in his head.
Does Ronnie presently, does he stutter sometimes?
When
His speech?
yeah, now he do when he fail.
Oh, he what?
He didn't used to study.
Okay.
No.
All right. And tell the jury a little bit, his developmental milestones, like him growing up. Was his speech delayed when he was a child?
Yeah, it came from the seizures by he hitting his head so much, and they said his pupils was so far that it was hard for him to like really come back in. After that, I think they said the last fall he had probably did some of his speech, probably be his learning, slow him down a little bit.
Did he have trouble learning?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have trouble in school learning?
Yes, he went to a speech therapy.
Did he go to multiple schools when he was living with you?
No.
Did he go to different schools when he was living with Gloria?
Yes.
Do you know, and only if you know, whether the school system up to the age of 10, when he's living with you, were doing things for him at school for his delays?
Well,
If you know.
back during then, they didn't really have a lot of stuff like they have now. You know, you can't put your kids in like a special class. He had to be there with everybody else. So they didn't have time to like just teach one kid. So he did the best way he could in school, and you know, that was it.
And this would have been like in the 70s,
Yes.
right? Okay. Okay. Now, tell the jury a little bit about the area you lived in with Ronnie up to the age of 10. What kind of area did you guys live in?
It was okay. It was okay because I lived way down in the, like I call the bottom. I didn't live up front where where the bars and stuff were. I lived in the project, so it wasn't really nothing going on around there. You know, you see people, you don't see them. They sitting on their foot with more like older people where I stayed at. You know, I never stayed up front, and
You
it
never,
wasn't
you never stayed what?
like up front, like in the neighborhood. I stayed in the back. You know, so just like in the projects, like in a little circle there, a lot of older people.
Did you say in the projects?
Hmm.
What do you mean by that?
That was the name, like West Tampa.
Okay.
I stayed in the project
Do you know why do they call it the projects?
for low incomes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right. Okay. So were you raising Ronnie and all of his siblings alone before the age of 10?
Yes,
Right. How did you support yourself and all the children?
I worked and just got food stamps.
When he was younger and we're still up to the age of 10, was Ronnie close to his siblings and his cousins and his family?
Yes.
All right. Let's turn your attention to about 10 years of age. And I want to talk to you about when Ronnie was sent to live with Gloria. So when Ronnie turned about 10 years of age, did something happen to where your children no longer lived with you?
Yes, the last seizure that Ronnie had was real bad. I was working and I didn't have no car. I was young. I had to take him to the university. And I didn't have no way to get there. About a week later, the HRS people was at my house because of that one mistake. And at that time, I didn't have anybody to help me. I didn't know who to go to or trying to get a ride, you know, because where I said it was old people. You know, my sister and them stayed in other areas and stuff like that. So, you know, everybody was on their own doing what they had to do. So,
You were on your own during all this time.
right.
Okay. So you had mentioned HRS. Is it your memory that Health and Rehabilitative Services, now called DCF, was involved with the family because of that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what happened? Did you lose custody of Ronnie? Did you send him to live with somebody? What happened?
Well, when all this was happening, I asked my sister because I seen, they was coming to my house, sit like 4 hours a day with me. I didn't know, I just let them come. And I don't know if I can't remember. I don't know if I did it at home or I came downtown, but I think I did. And I told the judge I didn't want my kids to be separated. 'Cause I love my kids. I ain't had nobody help me.
And you did the best you could to take care of Ronnie and his siblings, right?
Yes. And I asked my sister.
Now let's talk about that. So what sister are you speaking of?
Gloria Mason.
Gloria Mason. And is Gloria alive today?
No, she deceased.
Okay. All right. So tell us a little bit. You've described for the jury where Ronnie lived up to the age of 10 with you. Tell the jury a little bit about Gloria's environments for Ronnie. Mr.
Oh.
Walker.
Bad area. Oh, it was real bad where she stayed at because it was drugs all around. No matter which way you went, you ran into drugs. And they stay on the streets all night. They just sit on porches. They ain't care where they was. That's where my kids was, around that environment. So I ain't had no other choice, but she had to stay. They had to stay there. When she moved to another area, it was worse. So that's all my kids them around with drugs and her husband. So I ain't want my kid to go in the system at all. So I had to let them stay there.
So you said you didn't want your children going to the system, so that's why you had to leave them with Gloria despite the environment?
Until I do what they wanted me to do.
Sure.
And
Did you have to do some things?
I had to do parenting.
Okay.
And really that's all I had to do, parenting and cooking. Because I ain't know how to cook that good, but I cook.
All right, so let's talk about all the siblings then at this point. Does Ronnie Walker, your son, go to live with Gloria?
Yes.
Miss Mason. All right. What happens to your sons, Antoine and John?
They was there too.
Do they go with Gloria?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about Paulette. Where does Paulette go?
Paulette went with her father. She could have stayed with my sister, but I just let her with her dad because she was closer to him. She always liked to be around her dad. So he'll bring her around on the weekend to see them, and he'll take her back home.
Tell us about your daughter, Tanya, or Tangi. What happened to her at this point?
Well, Ronnie was 4, she was 3. Her daddy came on the weekend, on a Friday. Asked me can he take her for that weekend and he'll bring her back that Monday. It never happened. I just met my daughter out of 41 years. She was gone. Never in my life. Never seen how she came up. Never how she went to school. But I always prayed and asked God to protect her while she was out. Because I said, one day I know I see my daughter again. And 41 years I met her 2 years ago.
Is that the same with Ronnie then?
Yes.
Okay. So now Tangi or Tanya Hamilton, she was actually then taken by her father when Ronnie was younger, before the age of 10.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then Paulette is taken by her father when Ronnie is 10, and Ronnie goes to live with his brothers with Gloria.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Did you visit the home where Gloria lived?
Yes.
Okay. How many times could you visit?
Well, I could go there anytime I got ready, but I had to get a second job because they started taking my first check. So I had to go get another job. I told her, you can keep that first check, but I always like to buy my kids clothes, whatever they wanted. So I had to get a second job to take care of them because I feel that was my responsibility. Even though she had them, I told her she can get the food stamps. I ain't care. But I had to go get a second job. After my son, they kept getting in trouble. Oh God,
Your sons?
she never took them to court, so that's how I lost my second job by trying to get them in court because she never would take them because she was out doing drugs and her husband selling drugs
Gloria's husband was selling drugs?
and her.
Do you know if Gloria moved around? And we're going to talk about Ronnie just, up until he's about 18 years of age now when he's living with Gloria. Do you know if they moved around a lot?
Yes, she did.
Do you know if Ronnie then had to change schools frequently?
Oh,
because of
yes.
that? Okay. And when he would be with Gloria Hamilton, do you know the environment, the neighborhoods that she would frequently move her and the boys to?
Bad. Because back during that time, it was drugs everywhere. So they didn't have no other choice but to be around there. Because it was all drugs, drugs, drugs. Everywhere you look, it was drugs.
Do you know, and only if you know, whether Gloria's neighborhood was violent in any way?
Oh, yes. They was always shooting. Always shooting or somebody would fight. They always, every day, somebody would, even though they would shoot every day. I ain't gonna say people got shot, but they always shot, always shooting.
Now, that wasn't going on for Ronnie, Mr. Walker's first 10 years where you lived with him.
Oh, no.
All right, now tell the jury, after you lost custody, you gave your children, your boys, and is Nikisha with the boys as well? Or where's?
Yeah, I just let her win them because I still had my own apartment.
Uh-huh.
But I know I had to work and had nobody to take care of her. They didn't bother me about my girls. It was only my boys.
So where was Nikisha then?
She went with Gloria. I took her there.
Okay. She's with Gloria as well.
Yes.
All right. So when you lost custody, gave up custody of your children to Gloria, Miss Hamilton, tell the jury at that point, did you turn to drugs?
Yes.
And tell the jury, Miss Hamilton, do you suffer from mental illness?
Yes.
All right. Were there times when Ronnie Walker was with Miss Mace Gloria that she would prohibit you from seeing him?
Sometime.
What kind of stuff would she do?
Because I tell her sometimes you never watch out for them. You just always let them go. She told me I don't have to come. I don't have any say-so over them.
So did you think that she was like adequately supervising them, for example?
Not all the time. She didn't supervise them because sometimes when I go, they gone, and little kids,
Little kids. Okay. All right. Now, did Tangi, or your daughter Tanya, did she ever reunite with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And when did your daughter Tangi Johnson, and she'll explain about her name, do you know approximately when she reunited with the family?
I think it was August 31st or October 31st of 2 years. It's been 2 years.
Okay. So 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Paulette, does she always remain with her father?
Yes, until she remained with him there for a while until I got, I could have got her, but I wasn't in the stage at that time, the right to raise no kids because what I was going through, and I was still young, so I let her stay with her father. I think she was like, Dad got like 10 or younger because he got sick.
Her dad?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And is Paulette, does she have a relationship now with the family, or still have a relationship?
Oh, yes. Always had a relationship.
All right. Okay, before Ronnie turns an adult then, is there ever any time you do get him back and he's living with you?
No, she would never give him back to me.
While Ronnie Walker is living with Gloria, your sister, do you know, and only if you know, whether he had any contact ever with his father?
No, never.
All right, let me talk to you about a little bit more recent times. Do you have any grandchildren from your son, Ronnie Walker?
Yes, I have 3.
Three. Had 3. Tell the jury a little bit about your grandchildren's name, Ronnie Walker's children.
Ronny Walker, Ron J. Walker, and Parrish. I don't know her last. I don't know if she on the mother last name. I don't know.
Do you see Paris?
Well, I seen her at her brother's funeral. She went to his funeral. That's the last time I seen her. But she's in the army.
Oh, okay. Very good. Could you spell Ron J's for us for the court reporter, if you can?
It's what now?
Ron J's name.
I think it's AJY. I don't know. But his mother, no.
Okay. All right. And do you know where Ron J, Ronnie Walker's son, is now?
He's incarcerated right now.
Tell the jury what happened to Ronell, Ronnie's son, Ronell Walker.
Well, he stayed with his daddy. His daddy got him and kept him and I call him YK. They kept him for a while because the way his mother was bringing him up, he didn't know anything. I don't know if they would treat him like he was a dog because she had to train him to not eat off the floor. He wanted his food on the floor. So she trained him how to eat, how to take a bath. He didn't know anything.
Tell the jury what happened to Ronell in the last couple of years, please.
Well, I raised after YK still had me. He came and lived with me up until he was like 18. Then he went back and lived with her. He would never go back to his mom because where they treated him. So.
And was Ronell murdered?
Yes, he was murdered.
And do you know if it was gunshot wounds?
A gunshot wound.
Okay. All right. Do you know if that affected Ronnie?
Yes.
Were there times when Mr. Walker would visit Ronell's gravesite?
Every day.
Did you ever go?
Yeah, I just didn't like the environment that was there. So I went out there when it was, I think it was coming up for the day he got killed on, or the day he got killed on.
Okay.
So they always goes out there on the 12th. They'll go on his birthday, the 13th,
His birthday or the anniversary of his death.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
About that same time, approximately 2021, did your mom pass away?
Yes.
What was her name?
Thelma Hamilton.
Thelma Hamilton. And was that then Ronnie's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Walker's. Was Mr. Walker close with your mom, his grandmother?
Yes.
Do you know, and only if you know, whether her death around that same time affected Ronnie in 2021?
Yes.
And today, is Ronnie still close to his siblings, the ones he was with and the ones he reunited with?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you some photographs. This will be the time then, if you could read the stipulation concerning Defense Exhibit A 1 through 6, and then I will approach the witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a stipulation regarding the defense composite A 1 through 6. It's hereby stipulated by and between the defendant Ronny Walker and the state of Florida that the photographs introduced in the defendant's composite exhibit A 1 through 6 were located by Detective Jacob Whelan in Ronny Walker's vehicle.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit A 1 through 6. I would like you to go ahead and just look at these photographs and see if you recognize the people in them, and then if you do, we will talk about them.
No, you're not gonna publish it. You expected that I wasn't gonna be able to do it? No, I know you can. Just.
Yes,
Do you recognize the mainly children in those photos?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move Defense Exhibit A 1 through 6 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted as defense A 1 through 6 and you may publish.
Thank you, Judge. All right, A1, Defense Exhibit A1. We're going to look at these briefly. Who is this, Miss Hamilton?
That's his daughter, Paris.
That's Paris. And Defense Exhibit A, that's out of order. Let's do Defense Exhibit A2. Tell the jury who was in this photograph.
That's Ron J.
That's Ron J. Okay. Defense Exhibit A3. Who is in this photograph, Miss Hamilton?
It's Ron J and his cousins.
Okay. Ron J is
The
over
one that-
here.
No, the one have the white on.
The white. Okay. Is it Halloween in this photo?
Yes.
As far as you know. Okay. Defense Exhibit A4, Miss Hamilton, who was in this photograph?
Ron J and his mother.
Okay. And what's his mom's name?
I call her Waikey. I can't think her name.
You call her what?
I call her Waikey.
Waikey. Okay. All right. Defense Exhibit A5. Who is in this photograph, Miss Hamilton?
Ron J.
This is Ron J. All right. And I went out of focus. All right. And finally, Defense Exhibit A6. Tell the jury who this is.
That's Ron Neal,
Okay. So this is Ronell, the
deceased.
deceased. Okay. All right, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm handing you what has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit B. I'm going to hand you these. Tell us if you recognize that, and if so, we'll talk about them more.
Yes.
Are you in those photographs?
Yes.
Or partially, right? All right. Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move Defense Exhibit B into evidence and ask to publish.
Objections?
No objection.
Will be granted. You may publish.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Defense Exhibit B, we're going to label this 1. There we go. All right. Tell us, Miss Hamilton, what this picture depicts, please.
Well, we was in the cemetery. It was me, Ronnie, me, and my granddaughter. Well, I don't know who this lady is. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Uh,
All right, let's point out just for the jury, this gentleman right here, who is that?
That's Ronny Walker.
Okay, so that's your son, Ronnie,
Yes.
Mr. Walker. And is this you over here? A little
Yes.
bit out of the picture in the blue.
Yes.
All right. And you indicated that woman, though, and I'm pointing to the woman with the gray shirt, the short hair, standing next to Mr. Walker. You don't know who that person is.
No, it was just Ken, I guess. I don't know who they was.
Okay. Okay, Defense Exhibit B2. What does this picture depict?
This is my granddaughter, Paula. That is her son, and Ronny Walker.
Okay.
her son.
The woman in the white with the shorts, is that Paulette?
Her name is Paula.
Paula.
Yeah, that's my granddaughter.
Okay. Oh, it's your granddaughter. Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. And this gentleman in the middle here, is that Ronny Walker?
Yes.
And finally, Defense B3, what does this picture depict?
It's me on the end,
Okay.
and Ronnie, and I don't know who the
That
lady
same
is.
woman you don't know.
I'm not
Okay.
going
All
to
right.
say who it was.
What's happening in that picture? Can you tell? It looks like, are they releasing balloons?
Yeah, they just say we say the prayer, and we release the balloons.
Okay.
And they were just watching them go up.
Okay. And you said the gravesite would be visited times such as the death of Ronell when he was murdered, his birthday, things like that.
Yes, well, they go. His mother and them go out there all the time.
more.
You know, I ride by there, but I don't go down there because I don't like the people that hang around. Because at that time, when we had his funeral, it was somebody got killed on his grave.
Mm.
Because then they had the different gangs and stuff like that, saying that this person tore up this grave, and my son was about a guy that had got killed. And
Ronell?
yes,
Yeah.
and they didn't want run their grave by him, but
Oh.
it's just a lot of motion going on between the young guys.
So it's tough for you.
Yeah,
definitely
so
tough. Okay,
I choose not to go. So.
understood. All right, and as Ronny Walker was growing up, did you and him talk about the Bible?
Oh, sure, all the time.
All right, and finally, and then I approach the witness one final time, Judge.
Granted.
I'm handing you what is marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would move Defense Exhibit C into evidence and ask to publish.
Any objections? Will be admitted and may publish.
Thank you, Judge. All right, tell us who the gentlemen are in this photograph, Defense Exhibit C.
It's Ronnie,
Okay.
my nephew David, and my nephew James.
Okay, so Ronny Walker is on the right,
Yes,
and is this Davis George?
yes.
All right, and who is the gentleman on the left?
That's his oldest brother, James.
Okay, that is Davis George's son,
No, that's his brother.
his brother. Got it. All right. And let me just ask you then, Miss Hamilton, and I'm going to wrap up, and then Mr. Terry or Miss Fawcett will have a chance to speak to you, but do you love your son?
Yes,
Do you support Ronny Walker?
yes.
May I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me take you back real quick to before Ronny went to live with Gloria. Would Ronny stay in his room a lot of times by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why? Only if you know.
I get cause his sickness. You know, he liked the dark,
Because of
Like
his
he's-
sickness, he liked the dark.
you know, like he do now. You know, he loved to stay in the room in the dark.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. No further questions.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You are Ronnie Walker's mother, correct?
Yes,
And you've always done all that you can to love and support him, is that correct?
yes.
You indicated that you would talk to him about the Bible.
Oh, yes, plenty. Well, he talks to me. You know,
So you tried to instill in him good qualities.
yes,
Did you counsel him on right and wrong?
yes,
And even though you said you were young, maybe 21, 22, when you had him, did you work?
yes,
Did you work at hotels,
yes,
laundry services,
yes,
cleaning services?
yes,
Okay. And even after Ronnie Walker's father left, you continued to try to instill in him good values, correct?
yes.
At any point in time, do you remember at all telling him that it's okay to hurt anyone?
I would never say,
Did you make it a point to instill in him that it's important to treat people with kindness and respect?
I always taught my kids that.
You thought that to all six?
Yes,
Okay. And when it came time, when Ronnie Walker, when you were pregnant with him, you went to the hospital, yes?
yes,
For
mhm,
your treatments?
yes,
You took whatever prenatal vitamins you were given, is that correct?
yes,
You tried to take good care of yourself while you were pregnant with him,
yes,
as did you with all your other children, correct?
yes,
In fact, after he was born, you said that he had pneumonia.
yes,
You saw to it that he got help in the hospital.
yes,
You visited him while he was in the hospital.
yes,
You took care of him. Is
Yes.
that correct?
yes,
And ultimately, when you determined that he had seizures, you took him for treatment constantly, correct?
yes. When he had appointment,
You saw to it that he got to his appointments,
yes,
even though you had not that much money. Is that correct?
correct.
You still strive to make sure that he was well cared for.
Yes,
You've always loved him,
yes,
always supported him.
yes,
Even now, you are here in support of him, correct?
correct.
And you supported your other children as well.
Yes,
And when Ronnie was born and you lived in a particular neighborhood, for food, you worked and you got food stamps, correct?
yes,
So he never actually went hungry.
no,
You saw to it that he was well fed.
yes,
You were never abusive.
no,
You never once hit him or did anything to harm him. Is that correct?
correct.
And in fact, when you needed to discipline him, you would send him to his room rather than beat him or anything, correct?
Correct.
You made sure that he always had a roof over his head.
Yes,
And from the age of birth till 10, he lived with you.
yes,
And even after his father left, you continued to support him.
yes,
You continued to love him.
yes,
You saw to it that he went to school.
yes,
You did your best to make sure that when they determined that he was a stammerer, and I think you said he stuttered or he stammered. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
yes,
You saw to it that he got help for it at
Yes.
school.
yes,
When he needed help or when the teachers needed to speak to you about Ronnie Walker, did you see to it that you went to the school?
yes, mhm,
Were you intimately involved in in the well-being of your son?
yes, mhm,
And when in fact you couldn't take your son, Ronnie Walker, to an appointment and you were about to lose him, you sought family to help out, correct? You sought your sister to help.
yes, mhm,
You didn't want him to just go to anyone, right? So you asked your sister to step in.
yes,
And your sister did, in fact, step in.
yes,
And so Ronnie remained with family.
yes,
And you have a family, you have siblings, correct?
yes,
And was it that you said that you had 7 siblings?
Yes.
Okay. And 5 are left.
Yes.
At the time Ronnie was born, though, you had 7 siblings, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And were all of them involved in your life?
Well, we go and see each other, you know.
So you had family around. You come from a big family, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that your siblings showed love and support for Ronnie?
Yes. Mhm.
Did you have brothers?
Yes.
How many?
I had 3 brothers,
3 brothers? Are they older or younger?
one older and 2 younger.
Did they show love to Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
Were they role models to him in any way?
Well, my second oldest brother was incarcerated.
Okay.
My other brother, baby brother, he was in his life.
He
you
was
know,
in his life.
you know.
Okay. If Ronnie needed counsel from a man, as he's growing up to be a man, were your brothers people who were willing to step in to help?
Well, yeah, they would. You know.
How about cousins? Did Ronnie Walker have cousins?
Oh yeah.
Did he have cousins that loved him?
Oh yes.
Okay. And did you, as a family, do things together? You, your siblings, cousins, did you have big family events?
Oh yeah. We always have events.
And Ronnie Walker was a part of that, correct?
Yes.
And while you do have people in your family that were incarcerated, there were also people who were hardworking and productive, correct?
Yes.
And was Ronnie Walker exposed to these individuals in your family that were hardworking and productive?
Yes.
In all the time that even after Ronnie Walker moved out and lived with your sister, you went to see him almost every day or every other day, correct?
Correct.
You bought him clothes.
Yes.
You made sure he was well fed and well taken care of. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if he needed if he had any medical needs, you saw to it that he got those needs met, correct?
Well, I couldn't go beyond that.
You couldn't go beyond that. Is that what you said?
If my sister asked me
Yeah,
to do it, I do it.
you would do it.
Yeah.
So, and if you saw for yourself that Ronnie Walker had a need, would you seek to meet that need?
Oh yes.
Did you get a second job in order to meet the needs of Ronnie Walker?
Yes.
When Ronnie Walker was living with you, you didn't drink alcohol, correct?
No.
You never got drunk in front of him or acted unseemly, correct?
No, I never drank. No, they was younger.
Okay. Were you doing drugs in front of Ronnie Walker from the ages of birth to 10?
No.
Was Ronnie Walker a crack baby? Were you smoking crack? Were you using crack or cocaine or anything when you were pregnant?
No. Oh.
So when you were pregnant, you didn't do drugs.
No.
Okay. Now you said that you had that you suffer from some mental health problems. When Ronnie was living with you, were you ever hospitalized for any kind of mental health breakdown?
No.
Okay, so when did you get diagnosed with some kind of mental health condition?
When I got on the drugs.
Which is when? Is it after Ronnie Walker left your home?
Yes.
Okay, so after Ronnie was at least 10 years old and no longer in your custody, you got involved in drugs.
Yes.
And then you got diagnosed with a mental health condition.
Yes.
But that was not while you were living with Ronnie Walker.
Right.
Did you do anything or act out in any way due to your mental illness that have impacted Ronnie Walker?
No.
In any fits of mental health, did you ever abuse Ronnie Walker physically, mentally, emotionally?
No.
Now, you indicated that when Ronnie Walker lived with you, you lived in the back I think you said in the back area in the neighborhood. Do you remember saying something like that?
Yes,
So this is a quieter part of the neighborhood, correct?
yes,
And you said that there were older individuals there.
yes,
And Mr. Walker was born in the 70s, right?
yes.
And in that time frame, was it sort of like communities um, helped bring up children?
Well, yes, because they see them do something wrong, they'll say something to them, or they'll come and let you know they did something.
So the older people in the neighborhood also would help you in some ways with Ronnie Walker. If they noticed something wrong, they would tell you,
Oh,
correct?
yes. Mm-hmm.
You all looked out for each other in that neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. And when DCF got involved and you lost custody of Ronnie Walker, it wasn't because you were abusive towards Ronnie Walker, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't that, right?
No.
It was simply you missed taking him to some appointments, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you didn't have a vehicle, so you didn't know how to accomplish that.
Yes.
Okay. Ronnie Walker also has siblings.
Yes.
And if you know, do his siblings love him?
Yes.
Do his children love him?
Yes.
Do his cousins love him?
Yes.
Do they show support for him?
Yes.
Have they always shown support for him?
Yes.
And prior to this incident, was Ronnie Walker living with you and Erica Sweet?
Judge, may I reapproach?
So Mr. Walker always had a home in your home, correct?
Yes.
And in 2022, he lived with you and Erica Sweet, correct? Okay. And all of his life, if he needed a home, your home has always been open to him, correct?
Yes.
We have looked at some pictures of your family and Ronnie Walker. Mr. Walker's children are now, what, 18 and 19 years old, correct? Okay, so these pictures are from when they were younger. All right. For when I speak, this picture, this is his daughter, and she's now, what, 19 years old? Okay. So his children are adults. And his son that was murdered, that happened in 2021, correct? So it would have been prior to the murder in this case, prior to this incident. It would have happened before May the 6th of 2022. Okay. At any time in Ronnie Walker's life, have you ever abandoned him?
No.
And you said that you sometimes talk to Ronnie Walker's biological father.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
It's been a while since I talked to him.
Okay. But to your knowledge, he's never been in Ronnie Walker's life, which means he's never been abusive emotionally, physically, or in any way mentally towards Ronnie Walker.
We never met.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Ms. Hamilton, will you tell the jury what your mental illness diagnosis is, please?
Bipolar schizophrenia.
And are you getting treatment for that?
Well, no, I go sometimes I feel bad.
When Ronnie was about 10 and he starts living with Gloria, did he start using marijuana? Can't say? That's okay. All right, and we were talking about you visiting Ronnie Walker when he was living with Gloria. Were there conflicts between you and Gloria in terms of how Ronnie's being raised, where he's living?
Well, that's how he was raised. Now, you know, really about the reason too, but more how he was being raised.
And you've described that as living in bad neighborhoods,
Yeah.
changing schools a lot. Okay. The drugs and the violence.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you so much, Ms. Hamilton. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Williams, be excused. Any objections? Williams being excused?
No, she's excused.
You're free. Attorney's approach, go for it.
So, guys, what do you think? Hopefully, everybody can hear me well. They're approaching. What do you think about the testimony that Mom just provided? I think the defense, definitely. Are they going to take a break? So they're going to take a break. Let's see here. Hey guys. Okay. So I'm gonna keep the courtroom feed up because it doesn't look like they're gonna be taking a long break because he's not getting up, and it looked like the only person that needed a break was the judge because the attorneys are still sitting there. Let me know in the chat what you think in regards to the question I posed. Given all the emotional testimony that we are going to hear from Ronnie Walker's side of the family, and we have had evidence come in regards to him being convicted of manslaughter in 2003. Do you feel that an execution is justified at this point in time? I pinned the question to the top of the chat, so if anybody wants to go look at it and tell me what their thoughts are. let me know. I'm kind of like, I want to make sure that, death is so final, right? I want to make sure that they absolutely got it right. And I'm not saying that they didn't, but I've seen trials where people are sent to jail for 20 and 30 years, and then they find this mysterious piece of evidence and they're getting out and then they're suing everybody, right? But the one thing that we can't get back is time. So I be just wanting to make sure that they have all their I's dotted and T's crossed before we take another life, right? But let me know your thoughts. I'm interested in seeing what everybody else's position on that. Some people believe in a death penalty, and others like, no, just life in prison is enough for it. They're still well, we can see that they're still on break, but I don't think it's going to be a long break because, like I said, he's still sitting there. Nobody else really taking a break. I don't even think the court reporter is getting up. Anybody got any plans this weekend? Doing anything fun? Me personally, I don't think I'm doing anything. I think I am I'm gonna take my girls out for a little activity or two since they're out of school. Anybody else have kids in here? The nonstop job, the job that you can't quit, right? We can quit some jobs, but we definitely can't quit this parenting job. And I'll be glad when the mastermind comes up with a book, right? We don't get a book with this thing. We got books for everything else and all these other things in the world, but I would like a book. Somebody's going to create a book someday. Now, I may not see it, and hopefully it has some different versions. Anybody, like the book that you get when they came out, What to Expect When You're Expecting, they need to come out with a book, What to Expect Through the 18 Years with some variations. Now, it might be a thick book, but give us some pathways and some chapters with some different things and resources in it, right? You may have different sections, and it may be an ongoing library, but hey, we need to start that book. Oh, I got something in my eye. What to expect in the first 18 years, then what to expect in the 18 years beyond. Being a parent. Wow. What I didn't put in my eye. No telling. Yeah, today is the first day that I ever see him show any type of emotion. He was crying over there. The attorney was, consoling him, while his mom was on the stand. That has to be heartbreaking because I'm sure that he feels like he let his family down. Um, and I guess in a way, like sometimes I be thinking like, okay, so now we just only feel sorry for ourselves. Like, what were you thinking at the time when you committed this heinous act? Like, really? And it's unfortunate that he wasn't thinking about these types of things prior to doing this. And I think honestly, because he thought that he was not going to get caught, he was going to blame this on Robert Quincy Creed. And does anybody, from the testimony that we received in regards to this, I know what things I have read and listened to. Has anybody figured out why he did it? Not to say any reason is justified, but typically it's something. I read something in regards to she possibly gave him a STD, allegedly. Like, why did this happen? Like, what was the where he couldn't snap back? Like, what happened? like sometimes and I know sometimes we just don't know what happened. We don't know the motive or anything like that. But I would have thought that with something like this, they would have had some text messages or something, right? Where they were communicating with one another and being able to provide, an argument via text message or something. Because the only thing that we got is they were in the car. Robert testified that he heard Ronnie ask Nalexia for, are you having sex or are you having sex with somebody else? And she said no, and shots fired. I would have liked to hear, it would have been okay to hear, what more details in regards to that. But I guess sometimes we just don't know. We just have to follow the evidence and go down that path where it leads us. Now, in regards to Mr. Quincy, the guy that was in the car that they have there, I don't know what his deal is going to be, or after his testimony, but he's facing up to 30 years. So do you guys think that he is just as responsible for this incident, because he was there? Not to say that he was getting in the car, but do you think that he should get 30 years, or what do you think the prosecution should negotiate with him? It would be interesting to see what everyone's take is on it, because I guess sometimes you just really don't know. He was sick. He got in the car with him. He wasn't expecting for him to go and take this girl to an alley and unalive her, right? Is it the wrong place at the wrong time? And then if it's the wrong place and the wrong time, well, I guess after it happened, he was supposed to come forward. But if somebody had you scared for your life, if he's threatening him, if Ronnie is threatening Robert Quincy, then in all respects, like, he wouldn't go tell the cops, right? And that Robert knew that he had just got out of jail recently for another homicide, unaliving another young lady in her home where she should have been safe and okay. And he decided that he wanted to rob them, right? We heard that emotional testimony yesterday. I thought that was really hard also to listen to, with the testimony from that one, because we didn't really have those details come out in the original trial. Oh, Anna, you're fine. They're just on break. I'm just talking. I just chatting. That's what I'm doing now. Just brainstorming on some different variations on the case, trying to see what everybody's thoughts are regarding where we're at and how we kind of got here, right? Oh, we're looking at St. Petersburg. Well, we get to look at a nice water picture while they're on break. I do have a little TiVo time. If y'all want to get right back in the courtroom, it is totally fine with me. Let me see. Let me see. I think we got a little bit. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take us back into the courtroom. I utilized some of our TiVo time, right? So just remember, they're gonna take a lunch at some point in time. We may not be able to skip past the whole lunch, but I'm pretty sure we can find plenty of things to do, right? We can chat. We can go back and look at some old footage. I have updates on the Christopher Davis trial that concluded yesterday. We can kind of roundtable that. But I'm going to go ahead and put us back in the courtroom so we can listen to the rest of the testimony from today.
Let me ask you this. Do you consider the neighborhood you grew up in, South Tampa, a good neighborhood?
Great neighborhood.
Great neighborhood. Did you witness violence in your neighborhood?
You see it here and there, but it wasn't. It wasn't seen as you go to other neighborhoods.
How about drug dealing and drug sales? Is that something that was prevalent in your neighborhood growing up?
It was.
Okay. How often?
Well,
Like how often would you see it? Tell the jurors.
we played more sports, so we was on the fields, basketball, baseball, boys and girls club. So we literally, our day was playing sports or in school, and that's pretty much was our everyday thing. My basketball team, my friends I grew up with, we went around the city and beat everybody in basketball. So we was athletes.
And you said happy.
Yes.
All right. Tell the jurors, please, describe the differences between the neighborhood you grew up in and the neighborhood Mr. Walker grew up in when he was living with Gloria. Please tell the jury.
Bit difference. The best way I could explain it, College Hill was more dark. You know, when you go over this, it's a different atmosphere. You come to South Tampa, it's just bright, sunny, happy. Uh, when we did go over there, my mom let us stay a day, maybe two. All my cousins did want to come stay with us. My mom couldn't allow it too much. Too many of us stayed in one house.
Too many about now. Did you ever live at any point with Ronny Walker when you were young and he was young?
I went to visit,
You went to visit.
but my mom had, most of them they come over there, try to come visit a couple of days, then they got to go.
Did your mother want you and your siblings to be in the area and stay at the area where Gloria lived?
No.
Do you consider, and I don't know if you can answer it, do you consider that the neighborhood you grew up in and the neighborhood Mr. Walker grew up in under Gloria to be two different worlds?
Two different worlds.
Now, growing up, would Mr. Walker like to be at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of things would you do with Mr. Walker?
We like to walk to the store and buy pizzas. I think Hungry Howard's was selling them P-zones, the little subs. So we went to the pool, Robinson High School pool, baseball. Out there used to be the woods and go out there and catch fishes. So we was always just so occupied, so much to do out there.
And Mr. Walker, did he enjoy all of that you just mentioned?
Loved it.
Okay.
Mhm.
So did he want to be at your home
Mhm.
in your neighborhood more than his neighborhood with Gloria?
Yep. He even wanted to go to school out there. It
He
just you couldn't. My mom had 8 kids. It's too many people in one house.
So did he want to actually live with you at some point so he could go to school in your neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Despite all of this, your family, your aunts, your cousin, Mr. Walker, his siblings, do you consider you all a close-knit family?
Yes.
And Mr. George, tell the jury, are all your children successful in life?
Yes. Oldest daughter doing real estate. She's 24. My 18-year-older just graduated, going to University of Maryland. My 16-year-older going to school. She want to be a doctor. And I got 11 and a 6-year-older, all girls.
Okay. All right. And today, do you still have a relationship with your cousin, Ronny Walker?
I do.
And do you love your cousin, Ronny Walker?
He's my favorite cousin.
Your favorite cousin. Was he your favorite cousin growing up as well?
Yes,
You guys were close.
very close.
And Mr. George, tell the jury, do you support Mr. Walker today, despite everything?
I do.
Okay. I want to just go ahead and show you what's Defense Exhibit C admitted into evidence. Do you recognize the people in this photograph?
I do.
All right. Are you in this photograph?
Yep, I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle. All right. And is this Mr. Walker with the white shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who is the person on your right
My
side?
oldest brother,
And what's his name?
James Powell.
James. All right. Do you remember at all what you guys were doing at the time?
My mom had just got married. This is the reception, and we had a blast. Everybody dancing and everything. I'm just smiling, just looking at the picture.
Okay. Okay. Mr. George, I don't have any other questions for you, but the state will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. George.
Good morning. How you doing, sir?
We spoke the other day, correct? You were
Yes.
speaking to me? Yes.
Yes.
Now you indicated that Ronny Walker was your favorite cousin, right?
Yes.
I believe you told me that the other day too, right?
Mhm.
You all played together,
Yes, sir.
got along very well, right?
Great.
Grew up together, kind of.
Mhm.
You all close as cousins,
Mhm.
kind of told each other everything that's going on in your lives?
Yeah.
All right. So you all were good friends too. Besides just being cousins and familially related, you all were good friends.
Yes.
All right. And did you talk to him about, his life and things that were going on in his life?
We talked about a couple things. Not too big though.
Okay. You guys never fought, right?
Never.
All right. You actually told me, I think, that you all prayed together sometimes, right? So would you say you tried to be a good influence on Ronny Walker as far as like how to live a life?
Yeah.
All right. You all played basketball together.
Mhm.
I remember you telling me that.
Yep.
And if he had ever needed you for any reason, would you have been there for him?
Yes, sir.
As younger and even as he was growing up, would you always have been there if he called you and said, "Hey, I'm in a problem," or I need help"? Would you have come to him and helped him?
Yes, sir.
All right. If he needed advice, would you have given him advice?
Yes, sir.
And did Ronny Walker, did he play any sports?
Not with the Boys and Girls Club, nothing like that I know of. But we came out in our neighborhood. We played throw-up tackle, baseball, everything. So when we came to my neighborhood, he did.
Okay, so did you ever see any seizures from him?
Never.
Okay. And he was able to play all the sports with you and you all had a good time?
Mhm.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No redirect?
This witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On the next witness.
Your Honor, the defense at this time will call Tangi Johnson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, whenever you're ready, if you could let the jury know your name, please.
Tangi Johnson,
All right. Ms. Johnson, what is your date of birth?
April 4th, 1979.
1979. Okay. You're close in age to Davis George and Ronnie Walker.
I'm 46.
So you're 46 right now.
Ronnie's 47.
Ronnie's 47.
Yes.
All right. Are you employed, ma'am?
I work for Tetra Tech. It's a debris removal. I do all kind of disasters.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about some family members. First of all, who are your parents?
Well, my father's name is Earl Williamson, and my mother's name is Emma Hamilton.
Okay. Now I know there's a lot of history behind you. So
Yes.
let's who are they your biological parents?
Yes.
Okay. So Emma Hamilton is your biological mother?
Yes.
All right. And your biological father's name?
Earl Williamson.
Earl Williamson. Okay. Are you presently married?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay. How many children do you have?
3.
And do you have any grandchildren?
1. A granddaughter.
All right. Do you know Ronnie Walker?
I do.
What is your relationship to Ronnie Walker? What is your connection to him?
He's my brother.
Your brother. Your biological brother.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. All right. Let's talk a little bit about what happened with you. Did you grow up with Ronnie Walker up to the age of 10?
No.
All right. Did there come a time when you were taken from your family?
Yes.
How old were you at the time you were taken from Emma and your other siblings?
3.
How old was Ronnie Walker?
4.
Tell the jury a little bit about how you were taken from the family.
It was on my birthday. I have 2 birthdays, 2 names. But on my birthday, that was April the 2nd, my father took me and said he was going to bring me back, but he never did. And I grew up in foster care. And so I did ancestry DNA in 2021. And it came back that I had family here in Tampa, which was my mom. And I was able to find my dad's side of the family in Riviera, Florida. So on October the 31st, I came back and reunited with my mom of 22.
So October 31st,
Mm-hmm.
Halloween of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So when you say that your father took you, I mean, you're only what? You're only, how old at the time you said?
3.
3. Okay. Did you want to leave, if you remember, did you want to go with your father at that time?
I don't know.
Okay, of course. All right. Okay. So, and was it your biological father who took you?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay. And just let the jury know, when you say you have 2 different birthdays and 2 different names, just kind of explain why you're saying that.
My mom gave birth to me on April 2nd, 1979. She named me Tanya LaShawn Hamilton. But when my dad took me, he changed my name and he changed my birthday to Tangi Williams. And my adopted parent that raised me, they just gave me a birthday, which was April 4th, from another sibling that I had from her. And they declared my birthday to be April 4th, 1979.
And at some point, did you, as you indicated, go on ancestry.com to try to find your mom's family?
Yes.
Okay. What are the name of your adopted parents?
Well, I was never adopted, but I was raised by a lady named Beverly Fountain. She's from Eustis, Florida. So that's where I spent most of my childhood, growing up in Eustis, Florida.
Okay. All right. So growing up, you and Ronnie are 3 and 4 respectively. Did you ever see Ronnie Walker, your biological brother, again growing up?
Yes.
Okay. When did you see him?
2022.
Okay. So just recently.
Yes.
And is that when you reconnected?
Yes.
Gotcha. So when you're little children, and the siblings, your siblings are living at Emma Hamilton's home with your biological mother, do you ever get to see your brother Ronnie Walker?
As a child, yes.
As a child growing up to 10?
No.
No. Right. Going further up to, age of 18, do you ever get to have a relationship with your brother Ronnie Walker?
No.
Was it not then until the ancestry.com and just very recently?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell the jury about, so you indicated it was 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you reunited with Ronny Walker, he was incarcerated on this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you visit him?
I did.
Okay. That was your way of making the reconnection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Tell the jury the story about your yellow dress and bow.
Well, that's what he vaguely remembered the first time we talked on the phone. He was like, I can still remember you. I remember what you had on. I'm like, well, you can remember what I had on. It's like 40 years later. He was like, yeah, you had this yellow dress on with this big bow and you had your hair all was so pretty. And like, I remember that day your daddy took you. You had that yellow dress on. And that's what he stands on, this yellow dress. And so.
Did you have a yellow dress with a bow?
My aunties have told me the same story.
Okay.
So it's definitely truth in it.
All right. And who were your other siblings besides Mr. Walker?
Well, I have a sister named Paulette Hardy. She's my baby sister. And I have a sister named Nakisha Grace. She's the sister under me. And John
Brothers?
Boy, yes, and Antoine and Ronny Walker.
Did you ever get to reconnect with John?
Kinda.
Kind of. And how about Antoine?
Never.
Never. Okay. Anton, I understand, is incarcerated.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you glad that you were able to reunite with your brother, Ronny Walker,
Grateful.
despite everything?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he was in jail awaiting trial on this case, you said that you had some visits and some phone calls with him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take your daughter to meet him at the jail?
I did. And my granddaughter.
And your granddaughter?
Yes.
Did you give me your daughter and your granddaughter's name? If not,
My daughter name is Tracy Jackson, and my granddaughter name is Harmony Jackson.
okay. And how did Mr. Walker react meeting his, I guess it would be niece and grandniece?
Great niece, yes.
Okay.
He was very happy. He was more or less wanted them to get their self to, well, wanted my daughter to get herself together. Very encouraging. Make sure you go to school, take care of your baby, everything was just encouragement. He was happy. He didn't have a lot of words to say. He was just looking, and they look alike. So
Oh yeah, who looks alike?
my daughter and Ronnie looks alike a lot.
Did you ever go to the grave site for your nephew Ronell?
I have never been.
Didn't get to go to the grave site. Okay. All right. So despite what Mr. Walker did, do you still support him?
I do.
And do you still love him?
I do.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions. Mr. Terry will.
Cross-examination.
Hello, Ms. Johnson. How are you?
Hi, how you doing?
We spoke the other day, I believe, right, on the
did.
phone. And so I think I missed this. Where are you living now?
I live in Port Charlotte, Florida.
Port Charlotte. Okay, so you're not too far away.
No, like an hour and a half.
Is that where you grew up, or where did you said Eustis, right?
I grew up in Eustis, Florida.
Okay, Eustis. Okay. Now, going back to when you were 3 years old, do you remember those times at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. So do you have any bad memories of those times growing up, those first 3 years when you were living with your mom?
I do not.
All right. Probably not any good memories either. You probably just don't remember it. Is that right?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. After you were taken away basically at 3 years old and then put in foster care and have been moving around basically, you have not had any connection with Ronny Walker, correct?
Not until 22.
Not until October of 2022.
Correct.
So his growing up years, his 20s and stuff, you had no idea what he was doing, where he was, what was going on, or anything about him,
No,
correct?
sir.
All right. And it wasn't until after this incident where he was already in jail that you first got to know Ronny Walker again, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you visit him, you said 2 times, right, in the jail?
Yes,
All right. And you've spoken to him by phone a couple of times as well from the jail?
correct.
All right. If I may have one moment.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
May we direct?
No redirect.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State. Free to go, ma'am. Thank you. State, our defense, and call our next witness.
Yes. The defense at this time will call Renisha Brown. Please let the jury know your name, ma'am,
Renisha Brown,
and what's your date of birth.
120598,
How old are you presently?
26.
And ma'am, are you presently employed?
Yes,
How are you employed?
I work at Department of Juvenile Justice.
What do you do there?
I help rehabilitate young juvenile offenders.
How long have you been doing that?
About 2 years.
All right, tell me how you got your name, Renisha.
I'm named after my Uncle Ronnie.
And Ronny Walker, so your relationship to him is he is your uncle.
Yes,
Now, so tell the jury, there's a lot of names here. Who are your parents?
my mom is Nikisha, his sister.
So Nikisha Grace, is that her last name?
Yes,
All right. And Nikisha Grace is Ronny Walker's sister,
yes,
and you are Nikisha's daughter.
correct.
Do you have any children of your own?
Yes,
How many you got?
I have 2 daughters.
All right. No grandchildren yet?
No, they're young, 10 and 3.
Okay. So were you named after Ronny Walker?
Yes, Ronnie and Ronisha.
Ronny and Renisha. Okay. Okay. All right. Now I understand, Ms. Brown, that you prepared a statement that you would like to read to the jury. And Your Honor, if she could read that at this time, I don't think Mr. Jerry has any objection.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Brown, just read your statement.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by acknowledging the seriousness of this situation and the pain that has come from it. I do not take this lightly. I am here today because I knew my uncle in a personal way growing up. He was someone who supported me during difficult times and encouraged me to stay strong. In the family, he was present, and there were times he showed and care and concern for those close to him. I understand the court has found him guilty, and I am not here to question the verdict. I believe in the possibility of growth, and I hope he finds a way to make peace with what happened.
And do you still support Ronny Walker despite what he did?
Yes,
And do you still love him despite what he did?
I do.
Ms. Brown, I don't have any other questions, but Mr. Jerry will.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Brown, how are you?
I'm good.
Ms. Brown, we met, what, a couple weeks ago, probably?
Yeah.
And I took your deposition?
Yep.
Now, I have a question for you because you just said, what do you say you're doing right now?
Department of Juvenile Justice,
What do you do for them?
rehabilitate young offenders.
All right. When we met, didn't you tell me you were a security guard?
That's the same thing,
So
but
you're working there as a security guard?
Right.
or- Okay, I was just confused when you
Yeah.
said that working. I had 2 different jobs in my head. So,
no, the one that I told you at the port was temporary, and this one now is full time.
Okay, so that was a temporary job you were doing, and now you're working full time.
Correct.
So have you just started this job, or have you been working?
No, I was full time. I resigned for a little bit, and now I'm back.
Okay,
But
so
both
when you
jobs
resigned,
is-
You were working at the port.
All of it is security.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to clear that up in my mind. Thank you.
Yep.
Is that it?
Okay.
This one is be excused?
Yes, no redirect.
No redirect. Thank you, ma'am.
We have just one moment.
Sure.
pronounce your name for me?
It's Issa Jonasia.
Okay. Can you spell that for our court reporter?
YSSA. Last name is JONESIA.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
4480.
And how old are you right now, ma'am?
45.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
No.
Okay. All right. I would like to ask you, do you know Ronny Walker?
Yes.
Do you have a child in common with Ronny Walker?
Yes.
And what is his name?
Ronjay Walker.
Can you spell that for the court reporter, please?
First name is RONJZAE. Last name Walker, WALKER.
Where is Ron J's now?
Incarcerated.
Okay. How old is he now?
20.
You get to see him still?
Yes.
I want to show you what has been admitted as Defense Exhibit A4. Do you recognize the people in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is in this photograph?
Ronjay Walker and myself.
Okay. All right. Defense Exhibit A5. Who is this?
Ronjay Walker.
Did you know Ronell before he was murdered?
Yes.
Did you ever see him when he was young?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I may not be this young, but
Yeah, that young.
Defense Exhibit A6. Do you recognize that photograph?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And who is that?
Ronell Walker.
And is that Ronnie's son who was murdered?
Yes.
Do you know, and only if you know, whether Ronny Walker never knowing his father affected him?
I believe it did. It did.
From what you have seen, is Ronny Walker's family close knit? Can you describe it that way?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever went to Ronell's gravesite?
Yes.
Did you ever go when Ronny Walker was there?
No.
Tell the jury the death or the murder of his son Ronell, if you can tell us, did it appear to affect Ronny Walker?
Oh, yes.
All right. I just want to ask you, did Ronny appear to you at all to like have any learning disabilities or be slow? If you can answer the question.
I wouldn't say slow,
Okay. You just
but
want-
maybe some learning disabilities.
Okay. All right. Did he ever stutter around you?
Yes.
All right. And when Ronny Walker was incarcerated for this case, for the death of Miss Alexander,
Mhm.
did you visit him in the jail?
I think I visited him once.
And any phone calls?
Yes.
Okay. And did Ronny Walker, while in jail on this case, ever get to talk to Ron Jace,
Yes.
your son? Okay.
Mhm.
Your son in common.
Mhm.
All right. And just tell us, does Ronny Walker, did he try to encourage Ron Jace when he would speak to him on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So ma'am, I don't have any other further questions.
Okay.
Ms. Fawcett is going to. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning. ma'am.
Good morning.
You know the defendant because you used to date him? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you dated him for about how long?
Maybe like a year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, about a year and a half, 2 years?
Mhm.
And in that time, did he live with you in your home?
Yes.
Okay. Was it in an apartment?
Apartment.
Was the apartment in your name? Was Ronny Walker working?
Not at the time.
Were you working?
Yes.
Okay. So you were working, you were paying the bills?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, did you get pregnant?
Yes.
And about how far into the relationship was it that you had a child with Ronnie Walker?
I think it was about 7, 8 months into the relationship that I became pregnant.
Okay. And then you had the baby at a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mr. Walker present for the birth?
No, he was incarcerated.
Was has Mr. Walker been very much involved in the relationship with your son?
Yes.
Yes. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned that your son, how old is your son now?
20.
20. And in the time, has Ronnie Walker spoken to your son?
Yes.
Okay. About how often has he spoken to your son, to your knowledge?
They speak whenever they can. They speak a lot. I mean, as much as they can, they
Okay.
speak. Yes.
In the 20 years of your son's life, has Ronnie Walker played an active role in your son's life?
Judge, objection.
You can just answer yes or no.
Yes.
You can. He has?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How so?
He speaks to my son as much as he can. He talks to him. He try to encourage him, stay out of trouble, you know.
Did Ronnie Walker ever take care of your son financially?
No.
Did your son attend sporting events? Did he play a sport of any kind?
He used to play football.
Did Ronnie Walker attend any of the football?
No.
Okay. Did Ronnie Walker help your son with any schoolwork or anything like that?
Yes.
He's incarcerated.
At any point when you've been raising your son, have you ever had to take him to the hospital or for doctor visits or anything?
Yes.
Did Ronnie Walker attend any of those visits?
No.
While he was attending school, was there ever a time you had to go to the school to speak to the teacher or principal or, just regular events with your son?
Yes.
Did Ronnie Walker attend any of those events?
No.
Judge, if I can have a continuing objection to what was discussed.
Same thing.
Did Ronnie Walker help financially with your son?
Ask and answer.
Sustain.
In the time that you have raised your son, Have you had a lot of social moments with you, your son, and Ronnie Walker? Picnics, the beach.
Yes.
Okay, about how many of those events would you say you've had with yourself, Ronnie Walker, and your son?
Can't count. I can't give you a specific number, but it's been plenty.
It's been what?
It's been plenty of times. I can't give you an exact number,
Okay, so
but I mean, we have done things together.
such as what?
Out to eat, beach, school. We've done things that people do together.
Okay. And about how many times would you say?
Over 10.
Over 10 in the 20 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet Ronnie Walker's siblings?
Yes.
Okay, so he does have a large family, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he has a loving family.
Yes.
And you have not been in a romantic relationship with Mr. Walker since after your son's birth, about thereabout, correct?
Correct.
But you have been supportive of him.
Right.
You're here in support of him.
Yes.
And when you were in a relationship with him, you supported him, correct?
Yes.
And in all the time that you have known Mr. Walker, have you ever witnessed him have a seizure?
No.
Did you ever rush him to the hospital at any point in time?
No.
To your knowledge, was Ronnie Walker able to work?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
I'll sustain this as speculation.
Okay. Yara, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I've never been questioned.
You read it?
One moment. Just one more question for you.
Mhm.
What is the date of birth of your son?
2005.
2005.
Mm-hmm.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, she may.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection?
No objection.
You're free to go. Thanks.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes. Folks, we're going to take another 10 recess, and then we'll get back at it. Thank you. Court is in recess.
All right, your executive.
Exactly, young lady. Seated. Any matters we need to discuss?
There you are.
Thank you. Court is in recess for 10.
Thank you.
Well, guys, our last witness definitely tried, right? She did not want to paint him out to be what I would consider a deadbeat. Like he was barely in his son's life. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I mean, like she tried. When she said he talked to her. I'm like, okay. Well, did he come pick him up? Did he spend weekends with his dad? Did they go every other weekend? What else did he do besides talk to him? And mind you, like maybe he couldn't talk to him because what we're hearing is the constant history of Ronnie being in jail. Like he was in jail when she had the baby. Like, okay. Yeah. I guess they had to bring her up there, as the mother of his child, I guess. I don't know. I don't know because I don't know if she was helpful to this with the defense. Right. Right. Yeah, definitely, Anna. Definitely loser. I totally agree with that. And Benny says, with all the family support he had around him, he still chose the wrong path, lost cause. I agree. Family support. Remember, he messed up once. And it sounded like he had just been messing up. Like he was in jail as a vacation place. People that I say that they keep going in and out of jail, that's like a vacation spot to them. I'm like, I don't understand it. Yeah, Anna, it definitely makes him look worse. I totally, totally agree. Her testimony did not help. And that, did you notice that the defense was objective because they knew where the prosecutor was going with all of this? Like, please, your son played. Did he play sports? Okay, let me see if he going if he came to any of the sporting events and the defense like objection. No, you're not going to talk about that. Absolutely not. Not right now. But I don't think she was really that helpful because it's not showing like he was an active participant in his son's life. Typically they will put people on the stand for things like that in order to be able to show why the community or why this person was uh why this person is needed to still be here and not be executed. um yeah, 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 that's the only word defense knows is objections, right? I guess maybe for appeal purposes or whatever the case may be, and I guess this is their case to present in order to save his life. So she's going to be working very, very hard. She has an uphill battle to climb because I think when she said he was incarcerated when she had the baby, I was like, okay, whoa. So yeah, it's no telling in that regards. Yeah, let me know your thoughts and what you think. Like, do y'all think the jury is gonna send him to prison for life with so far with the testimony that we have heard from yesterday from the prosecution? Because they came in strong. Boom. Hey, this is not the first time he has committed murder. This is boom, the second. Like they came in hard and tough, off running, right? And now, we're hearing from the defense, and of course, they got to present their witnesses to try to save him. But from what we're hearing so far, besides the mom's testimony, like, and they even show with her, hey, he had a support system, he had people around him. Then he says she's doing the appeal for the other. The other POS, we know what that means. Yeah, absolutely. Right. I tell you. I tell you. Absolutely. Like, I guess they got to get everything on the record and they got to do their best. I wonder, I'm sure this is just a public defender. No. It's 12. And yeah, it's 12 jurors. Yeah, I know that I think it has to be 12 because it was a death penalty case. Yeah, so it's 12 of them up there. I know in some the other case that we were looking at in Florida, they only have 6. So yeah, I thought yeah, it's 12. Yeah, I think they really try to make sure. So that's why instead of 6, it was 12. Yeah, with the alternatives. Let me take a look in the courtroom. Let's see where we're at. I mean, we do have TiVo time, so I will put us back in the courtroom. But yeah, guys, yeah, definitely tell me what you think as we're going along and listening to this testimony. What your feelings are if the defense is providing any type of sort of good case to not execute him and send him to jail. Hold on one second. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put us back in the courtroom. I did jump us forward. Give me one second.
Confirm with Mr. Walker that he's okay with waiving sequestration.
Ms. Walker, could you raise your hand? You swear affirm that the testimony you gave will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? The rules require that when the jury deliberates, in either the guilt and the penalty phase, that once they start deliberating, they shall be sequestered unless the parties agree and both parties agree to waive that. And at the first part, after talking to you and the state, you all agreed to waive that first sequestration. Now, again, we have that situation coming back up. Is it your wish to waive sequestration once again? And you did that after speaking with your attorneys? Nobody's forced you or threatened you to make that decision? All right, very good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right.
And the state's okay with that?
Yes, the state's.
All right, very good. We will see you all 4:15. They released something good this morning.
Yeah, I'm watching the live blog.
Anything else you want to say?
No, it was just, something.
You took away medication.
So it looks like they went. I'm assuming that they have went to lunch during this period of time. I'll see how much TiVo time we have. But yeah, Benny, yeah, the defense they playing through and they. Oh gosh, and he getting it and a death penalty or in prison too, right? Yeah. Anna, I agree with you. I definitely think that sometimes you're going to get a juror that can't make that hard decision. Like they may be okay, definitely with the person going for life, but when it actually, because I mean, I guess if you are a reasonable person, it's going to weigh on your conscience to make sure that you're making the right decision in regards to whether a person lives or dies. That has to be. I mean, if you're a normal, I want to say a normal person, right? Um, of course, we got people out here that just make these decisions, but when you're thinking about, because I personally, I don't know about you guys, like it will weigh heavy on me. Like, am I making the right decision? Do I, first of all, do you believe in it? Because everybody has their different beliefs. So when we're thinking about that, like, so I could see them getting back there, and I think that's why they definitely have 12 jurors, because they all have to be unanimous, and I can't even pronounce it, in their decision. All right, so they all have to agree in regards to the decision that they're making, and I don't think they're going to come back quick with this at all. So Benny says, Benny says, for sure, there's always one who was undecided, but the state laid just verify, lay their case out. So bare and simple to understand. I feel this will be a death penalty again because he did it twice using a gun. Yeah, Benny. Yeah, I think they may decide on the death penalty, right? Because it's definitely on the table, right? So I guess they could, right? Because it's been presented. I don't think it's going to come back quick. I don't think we're going to get it as quick as we got he guilty. Yeah, because they seeing that he's been back and forth in jail, right? And he has been convicted of this twice. Yeah, Anna, definitely. Like you have someone's life in your hands. It's very difficult, and I'm pretty sure they'll be back there for a while. If not, then I think that they already had their mind made up, and it was nothing that the defense could present to change it. Yeah, yeah. I think that would be part of the thing if they came back really, really fast with, hey, we sentenced him to death. Let me see if we have some TiVo time to get past the lunch. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. It looks like he doesn't want to have the jury sequestered while they're deciding this. He's gonna let them go home. That's what they was briefly doing when we went back in the courtroom last. Maybe they'll have some leniency on him with that. Hey, he waived his right to have the jury stay there until they finish. Right? They may be like, because I know, like, if I had to stay in a hotel and be away from my family trying to decide if a person live or die, I'm making that decision real quick. Yeah, so we all caught up. We have no TiVo time, but it's cool. It's good. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Definitely. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, Anna, yeah, definitely right with the age and her being so young. That's definitely gonna weigh her. I mean, I guess either way, I'm fine. Long as everybody okay and they feel like they got it right. There's no going back, right? I guess they do have appeals, and I'm they don't execute him tomorrow after the decision is made. So I guess they got time to if something comes up, right? But I don't think it'll happen. Oh, Benny says she thinks it's going to be a quick one. They decided it from yeah, they had to decide it from the beginning for it to be quick. Absolutely. They definitely had to decide it from the beginning like I said, the defense wouldn't be able to present anything to them to save his life, and they had to have that already made up in their mind if they go back there and they back in an hour or two talking about, hey, we want him to be sentenced to death or even life. Either option that they pick, if they come back quick, I think that they already had their minds made up in regards to it. And that's what I definitely think. Let's see. We have so they're still at lunch right now. Do y'all want me to queue up any videos? I know some of you guys were watching Christopher Davis. Let's see here. What'd you say, Benny? What do you think, Benny? Um, are you want to know what I think? Okay, you want to go back to Stanley's testimony? You like that Stanley testimony. Absolutely. I would definitely get it. Yeah. So, my opinion, I'm okay with the death penalty. I believe long as we have it right, and with his history and the young life that we lost, which is the aggravating factor for me, that was so very senseless that there's no need. There's no need for taxpayers to be paying for him 3 meals a day and a roof over his head at this time. So I agree with, if they decided to give him a death penalty, that would be my vote. Yeah. Yeah, that would be my vote. And I mean, I feel for the other family, and I know his family, right? I feel for them, and I know that even with sentencing him to death, is not going to bring Alexia back. It is not going to bring the other young lady, that was involved, Elaine, back, Miss Caldwell. It's not going to bring her back either, right? But I do feel like this person has been involved with multiple heinous crimes. I mean, just from going into somebody's home and shooting them, and they are unalive at your recklessness or your greediness or whatever the case may be, right? Like, you got a second chance. Somebody somewhere believed in you, felt like you could be rehabilitated. And don't get me wrong, because people can't be rehabilitated. And you decided that, that's not good enough. I ain't gonna take this second chance. I'm gonna go back out here, and now I'm gonna do something even more heinous, right? And it was just a young girl out here that was confused. Teens, they go through their different things. They're trying to figure out themselves. She had just found out information about her mom. Like, yeah, yeah. So Benny, I do a lot of babbling because I do like to chat, right? So, in the long story, in this case, yes, I would vote for the death penalty. Yeah, Benny says, remember, the death penalty will be a long-winded process. It's not quick thinking. It'll be extremely long process. Yeah, that's why I say, during this period of time, they're gonna put some appeals up, right, to try to fight for him not to be executed. I've seen some trials where they do sentence the person to death, and throughout some appeal process is reversed and is converted over to a life sentence process. But either way, I hope they have it right. And I mean, I wonder if he's going to testify on his own behalf and ask the jury to save his life. I mean, because I think that he should get on the stand and actually show some remorse. Benny says it could take up to 20 years. Woo. Right. Yeah, so I wonder if they gonna have him testify on his own behalf and show some emotion to show that, how remorseful he is in regards to what happened. Will he take some accountability? apologize to the family. I'm kind of thinking in my head, I would like for the witnesses that the defense is bringing up there to actually, as the witnesses are testifying for Ronnie, start their thing off with more or less like, hey, I apologize for what happened. And my heart goes out to Nalexia Alexander's family. I am here to speak in regards to my uncle, Ronnie Walker. And I thought that his niece was going to do that, but she didn't go in that direction. And I thought that it'd be nice to hear from family members apologizing to the other person's family. Because as it stated, as we were discussing in the chat, like, you can't choose who your family is. We still love them, right? But in the same token, even though we may love our family member that has committed some type of heinous crime, we still have it in our heart for the other family that has been left without a loved one or hurt without a loved one. So I just was wishing that they would do that. Benny says, absolutely, girl. I want him to go on the stand and show his trauma he had. And yeah, I mean, wherever he got to get it from, Benny, right? You better go to the deep. I mean, you trying to save your life. So I definitely, even if it's not for what you did, you better fake it till you make it. That's the most I can tell him, right? And that seemed like, what he did with his mom. Like, just hearing her pain and when she was up on the stand, it got some emotion out of him, right? So, don't act like you so he has some pain somewhere. So that is some emotion that he can show, because we seen it when his mom was on the stand, and I don't know if he better think back to all the people that he hurt that's personally related to him, his son, his trauma with him passing away. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, Benny. Yeah, he definitely, that's the only way. That's the only way. I think because he hasn't admitted to anything. Remember, he came into this trial, his defense, they're trying to blame it on somebody else. But with that being said, although the defense is saying, hey, we agree with the verdict of the jury, we are not disagreeing with that. We accept that verdict to appease the jury, right? But if he decides that in his head that he still can get away with putting it on somebody else, would he be able to go up there and testify? Do you think that he'll go up there and testify and admit? I don't know. Because if he's still saying, hey, I didn't do it, and that's his stance, they may not want him to go up there and say, hey, I apologize, or, have some empathy or show some empathy for the family, because they may want to use that on like an appeal or something in regards to the decision for the jury, right? That's why they have to sit over there during a complete trial with that poker face on, right? Because they can't show any emotion to show if they guilty or not guilty. So they have to have this poker face the entire trial. So those are things that the jury can't, they don't want to use, kind of facial expressions and things like that. Our other on the other trial with Christopher, he couldn't help himself. Boy, oh boy. And if you haven't seen that trial, check it out. It's only 4 days. It's on the YouTube page, but he definitely did not have his poker face, and they didn't prep him well. Because he was over there shaking like a leaf over there. I was like, oh goodness. You can tell he nervous. Yeah. In the jury's eyes, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Anna says it doesn't look great trying to take no ownership for your actions. Yeah, even if he gets up there and say he's sorry that Robert blamed it on the other person and he was in the car and he didn't do anything to help her. Right? Some type of empathy. But I don't think he's gonna get on the stand and say, hey, you know, I'm sorry, this is what happened. I don't think he's gonna I don't think he's gonna take ownership at all. Benny said he needs to save himself and he needs to go up. Just talk about his trauma with his son. And he faced with life and hardships. And you want to see some tears. Some tears for him, right? Let me see some tears. This is what's gonna save him. Anna says maybe he a psychopath. I can't. Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I can probably agree with that one. He may not be. He, yeah, I definitely get that. Yeah, he definitely could be. Yep. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens and who they gonna bring to the stand. I hope Erica is my baby. No, she don't have no kids by him. We just seen from the baby mama. So hopefully Erica comes to the stand because she gonna do it for my man. Like, that's my man. Please don't, I want to go visit him. Like, cause you know they still talking, and even with her testimony that from my understanding, like she was very evasive. Like she didn't want to be there. She didn't want to be doing all of this in regards to the trial. So I wonder if Eric is going to take the stand. I wonder if his kids, the kids that he has still alive, are they going to take the stand considering that they're adults? I don't know. I heard they have about 10 witnesses. And we've seen the mom, the cousin, the niece, oh, the sister. Yeah, she didn't really do anything for me. She only know him since he been in jail. So I don't know what she can add to this, except for I want him to be here so I can still know him in jail. So she didn't add anything to this. And then we had the baby mama, right? And I don't think she helped at all either, because she basically supported the fact that he is not involved in his child's life. And he hasn't been there. He was incarcerated and he been in and out of jail. So ain't had no job, just no nothing, just out here nothing. Not even a productive member of society. Couldn't even get that together. But yeah, you guys, I tell you, I don't think any of them people were helpful. Except for the mama. I do think the mama. I don't know about this cousin, their cousin that came up there either, because he just told us basically, hey, I had a great life. Ronnie had it hard. My mama wouldn't let me come over there because it was too rough over there. That's all I got out of his testimony. Give me a second. Benny, I am going to pull up where that we're gonna go back into looking at the rest of Stanley's testimony. So we'll look at Stanley's testimony. We'll continue that until we until they get back from lunch. Let's see here. Okay, give me a second. I'm about to put it up there, and we'll see what Stanley had to say. The insurance fraud convicted felon with 121 felonies. I'm like 121 felonies. Like, where they do that at? But apparently they do. Let's see here. Let's get over here to see. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play Mr. Stanley's testimony so we can see how the jury convicted Ronny Walker of first-degree premeditated murder and now is currently on trial for his life. All right, guys.
Okay, ready to go, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing the jury back in. Unless there are any other matters we need to discuss before that.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, very good. Thanks.
I assume we're gonna have some redirect come up. If not, I'm gonna fast forward through this part since we have this TiVo time where we don't have to have all this silence between it. Yeah, because they're gonna have to redirect him, the prosecution, because all his inconsistencies, they need
All
to
rise,
definitely.
jurors.
Okay, here comes the jury. Okay, here we go.
Jury's back. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No issues with the court's instructions, no discussions about the case. Very good. Thank you. Maybe you're the counselor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wilson, when we last left off, we were discussing the news article that was published July 15th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously told this jury that Mr. Walker told you he shot Nylexia Alexander in the cheek, correct?
Yes.
This news article specifically mentioned she'd been shot 3 times in her head and once in her back, 1 wound to her cheek, correct?
Yes, I see it.
You told this court about the kind of car that Mr. Walker drove, a black Fusion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was trying not to do it. A black Fusion, correct?
Yes.
This article specifically mentions a dark black Fusion, correct?
It just says a dark Ford Fusion. It doesn't say black.
Okay, all right, a dark Ford Fusion. I'll give you that, right? You told this jury that Mr. Walker tells you that he goes to a Thornton's gas station immediately after, correct?
Yes.
This news article specifically mentions a dark Ford Fusion pulled into a Thornton's gas station at Hillsborough and Armenia Avenue, correct?
Yes.
You and I had this little back and forth about the description of Q, as in Mr. Robert Quincy Creed, the father, and Q, the son. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. This article specifically mentions that Mr. Walker tried to blame it on Q, but gave the description of 6'1" with a slim build and dreadlocks. And that
Okay.
didn't seem like Robert Quincy Creed, correct?
Yes.
And that was the exact description that you and I were going back and forth on, that you gave law enforcement and that you gave Mr. Terry, correct?
That's correct.
6'1", slim build with dreadlocks, right? Is that what you said in your proffer?
I don't think I gave a height, but
Hold on.
So guys, we have another sidebar. Hopefully it's not a long one. What she's accusing him of is that because he became in having, well, let me back up. He started having some legal problems because he was out on bond for all these crimes that he was committing. And so when they were going to revoke his bond, he decided that he wanted to tell on Ronny Walker and make up this story in regards to Ronny Walker confessing to him. Now, everything that he provided in his proffer to the detectives during the investigation was from a newspaper article. So that's what she's currently doing, is going through the newspaper article and comparing it to his actual testimony, his actual proffer that he provided, and pointing out how they are very similar, if not the same. And just keep in mind, when he provided this proffer, they decided not to revoke his bond. Now, he must have did something else because he currently, in the orange jumpsuit. But yeah, let's see. I'm assuming they should be bringing the jury back in pretty soon. Looks like they had him off the stand and he put him back on the stand. So I just kind of took us past that part so we didn't have to see that portion. And it almost looks like I can't.
This article specifically mentions Walker's girlfriend's cell phone. She left it in the car, took a similar path as Lexia's phone. Correct? All of those details that you and I just talked about, those are all in this news article, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it was shortly after this would have been published, so this is July 15th. Shortly after that, that you have your attorney reached out to the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you yourself reached out to the state attorney's office by calling them to tell them you wanted to talk, correct?
Yes.
So you were pretty interested in talking with the state attorney's office. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at that time, we talked a little bit about the bond situation. You were about to have your bond revoked, correct?
Yes.
After you give your statement, that never happened, correct?
Yes.
You had many cases that you were facing here in Hillsborough County that ultimately you pled guilty to, was it in November of 2022 or 2023?
2023.
2023.
Yes.
And on your sentencing score sheet, you were scoring just under 10 years in prison is what your appropriate score should have been, correct?
Correct.
And you pled guilty and you got a deal of 5 years in prison, correct?
Yes.
But that deal was conditioned on you being here to testify, right?
Yes.
Because if you did not testify against Mr. Walker, the state attorney's office told me they would revoke their deal and you then would be facing 10 years in prison.
Yes.
Okay. And not just facing, but that would be your sentence.
Yes.
And that's your understanding as you sit here.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to something that you said here today, which is that Mr. Walker told you he turns around and he shoots your belly, correct?
Yes.
I don't know if y'all noticed that, the way they have the courtroom set up and the way the cameraman, and I really appreciate this fact is because you can see like the judge and everything and what the judge is doing. Like the judge is literally back here twirling something. So I'm wondering, is he really paying attention to the testimony that's being offered today? Because he's like literally in the background at his desk, like twirling something, spinning something on his finger. I just thought that was just funny because you typically don't see the courtroom, the live feeds like this where the judge and everybody is being shown. But we'll go back in. Mhm.
That conversation is happening during the first time that you speak with Mr. Walker at his mom's house or the second
No, yes. No, I said, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Yes. Yes. Yes.
And again, this conversation is all happening the day before Mr. Walker gets arrested.
If my recollection is correct, yes.
You've previously stated, and we went through those statements multiple times, you stated multiple times during your deposition, emphatically, that this all happens the day before Mr. Walker gets arrested.
Yes.
And that same day that you turn yourself into Manatee County.
Yes.
Would you be surprised to learn the only record of you turning yourself into Manatee County Jail is from April of 2022?
I would be very surprised because I called Manatee County a few days ago to make sure that I had the dates right, and I spoke for records, and they told me exactly what day it was.
And did you call Manatee County to make sure you had these dates correct? Because Mr. Terry told you that the document got provided.
No, Miss Terry never told me about any documents you provided.
No?
No.
During that proffer that you give in August, that you give Detective Whelan some information about a gun being thrown off a bridge.
Yes.
And you told Detective Whelan Mr. Walker cleans his car, or told you he cleaned his car out at Fulton's gas station.
Yes.
And I believe what you told Mr. Terry is that Mr. Walker tells you that he had his mother's house.
Yes.
In this conversation that you had with Mr. Walker, did he tell you how Alexia Alexander I think I already asked you about that. You said that he tells you he shot her in the cheek, correct?
Yes.
And this whole conversation with Mr. Walker starts with him asking if your help with the bond for him and for Q, who had been arrested in Pinellas County, correct?
For him and the girlfriend in the beginning, and then Q was brought up about it. Yes.
I'm sorry. When was Q brought up? He was brought up in the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. And he's telling you, Q is in Pinellas County. I need you to help him bond out of jail today.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Wilson, let's go back in time. You gave this proffer back in August 2nd of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And so back when you gave this proffer, was all of this information and everything that had occurred and everything that was told to you fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Was it much fresher in your mind than it was when you did your deposition just 2 weeks ago?
Yes. Yes.
Was it fresher? Prior to giving this deposition a couple of weeks ago, where had you been housed?
Hillsborough County for 6 months and Pasco County for 18 months.
Okay. And when you were coming to give this deposition, you were in Pasco County and they brought you here. Is that right?
Yes,
All right. Was there some confusion? Did you actually get transported a couple times?
yes. I arrived here in Hillsborough County May 28th, and they transported me to Hernando County June 2nd and brought me back to Hillsborough County June 2nd.
Okay. Now, prior to giving this deposition, did you ever have a chance to meet with me, meet with your attorney, or ever see your proffer?
No, sir.
So when you gave this deposition, you hadn't had a chance to refresh your memory from the proffer?
No, sir.
All right. Has a lot been happening in your life in the last 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you been thinking about this case those 3 years?
No, sir.
Have you been thinking about what Ronny Walker told you those 3 years?
No, sir.
And after this deposition, were you actually given your proffer from August?
Yes, sir.
And you had a chance to review it at that point?
Yes, sir.
Was what you said in the proffer accurate to your memory back then?
Yes, sir.
On this section that Ms. Dunker was referring to on page 11 of the proffer,
Yes, sir.
when you give this statement, and I'm going to read it verbatim, it says, I don't know. The question was, do you know Q? And you said, I don't know him, but I heard when me and Ronnie was talking, that's how I heard about him. Because he was saying that when I gave them Q's son information, the description of Q's son is what he said. He gave the detective because Q got a son that's named after and said that Q had dreads and was light skinned and had dreads is what he said. But the daddy Q is a slim dude with bald head. They ain't the same person. It's all of that information that Ronny Walker gave you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you know what his daddy Q actually looked like?
Never saw him. No, sir.
Now, this article that Ms. Dunker was referring to, you said you never read this article.
No, sir.
Was today the very first time you've read this article?
Yes, sir.
And do you typically read the Tampa Bay Times?
No, sir.
And you said you get your information from where?
Florida Sentinel Bulletin.
Okay, so Florida Sentinel Bulletin is where you had read about this case or heard about this case?
Yes.
All right. Now, the article that Ms. Dunker was referring to talks about and gives the description of a 6'1", slim build and dreadlocks, correct?
Yes, sir.
You described him as dreads, light skin, and had dreads. You never mentioned that he's 6'1", do you?
No, sir.
You never mentioned that he has a slim build, do you?
No, sir.
So your description, the description in the article says 6'1" with a slim build and dreadlocks. You go, had dreads and was light skinned and had dreads.
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, this article never gives a description of the daddy Q, does it?
No, sir.
You read the article, right?
Yes, sir.
It never gives a description of him, does it?
No, sir.
Does it ever say in that article that daddy Q is a slim dude with a bald head?
No, sir.
Is bald head ever even mentioned in this article?
No, sir.
The article gives a lot more information that you never gave. Wouldn't that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
For instance, the article talks about cell phone records indicating the man's phone twice communicated with Nylexia's phone in the days before she was killed. You don't mention anything about any connection like that, do you?
No, sir.
Do you mention anything like that?
No,
in the
sir.
proffer? You had mentioned that she was shot in the cheek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever mention that she'd been shot 3 times in her head
No, sir.
and once in her back?
No, sir.
That's in the article though, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever mention to the police that the girl was a runaway?
No, sir.
Is that in the article?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever mention anything about DNA?
No, sir.
Was that in the article?
Yes, sir.
Does the article ever mention Erica Sweet?
No, sir.
Does the article ever mention anything about a relationship between Ronny Walker and Alexia?
Yes, sir.
Does it ever mention a relationship between the two of them?
No, sir.
Does it ever mention anything about STD or any motive for the murder?
No, sir.
Does it ever mention tossing the gun into the river?
No, sir.
Does the article ever mention anything about cleaning the car or cleaning the house?
No, sir.
Was all of that information that was given to you by Ronnie Walker?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
Is this be excused?
Yes, you may.
Yes.
Please, we call your next witness.
So what do you guys think? Do you think that he redirected him? Do you think that the defense poked holes in his testimony? Is his testimony coming and his information coming from the newspaper paper article? Remember, he has something to benefit from this, considering that he was facing some jail time. And with this information, they did reduce his jail time. It is for insurance fraud, some insurance scams that he was doing, alleged. But let's see who they're bringing up next. I'm gonna put us back in the courtroom.
State called Gregory Van Heist, Sergeant Gregory Van Heist.
Hey guys, as you come in, hit the like button, subscribe.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Judge. Judge, we can approach real quickly before we get started on this witness.
Okay, it looks like they're having a sidebar. Let me go ahead and take us past this. So, yeah, redirect definitely brought it back home, the key facts. Would you say thank you, Mr. Terry, prosecution? That's what. Benny, are you happy that you seen your bondsman? So, guys, let me see. They are. I'm still watching the courtroom, and they're still on break. They're still in recess. So we could do. Let's see what we got here. You get to look at me. That's what you get to do. Let's see here. Oh, I know what we could watch. Let's see. And we can take a look at. the main detective on the case testimony? Okay, let me see. Let me get that queued up for us.
FDLE case number as well as my initials and date.
All right. And
Get to know Alexa.
You have to put in your own, basically your own assumption.
I don't know, you know whose testimony I found fascinating was the guy that was in the car, Robert Quincy.
The early morning hours of May 6th. There we go.
Okay. Oh, good. I'm glad you said something because I'm like, I gotta see what video he was in. Okay, here we go,
good
guys.
morning, Sergeant, if you can please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. It's Gregory. Gregory's the first name. Last name is Van Heist. That's VAN space capital HEYST.
All right. And Sergeant, where are you currently working?
I'm currently employed as a detective sergeant with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been working with the City of Tampa Police Department?
I've been there about 25 and a half years.
What is your current position or title at I know you said you're sergeant detective, but do you work in a particular area or a particular group?
I do. So my current assignment right now is the detective sergeant and supervisor of our Internet Crimes Against Children and Cybercrime Squad. Mostly investigating in internet crimes against children. We deal with digital forensics, things like that.
Prior to your current position, what other positions have you held with the Tampa Police Department?
Sure. So prior to this role, I was the detective sergeant of the homicide unit for about 5.5 years, from maybe 2015 until 2020, or into halfway into 2020, 2021. Prior to that, I was a detective sergeant of a district, so supervising a detective unit. Prior to that, I was a detective in a district, investigating general crimes. And then I had some various roles in undercover drug, gang unit, and patrol.
In your career with the Tampa Police Department, have you ever had opportunities to work on cases regarding cell phone technology, specifically with cellular records, mobile forensics, and cybercrime?
I have multiple.
Okay. And have you had any specific training in those areas?
I have probably starting maybe 15 years ago or so, I started kind of taking formal advanced training, both from private and public vendors. So private companies, then also some government institutions like the FBI. I've probably had well over 500 hours of training related to either cell phone technology, cyber crimes, digital forensics, topics like that.
Are you certified in any areas?
So I'm a certified wireless analyst, which has to do with just the technology of wireless communication.
Okay. What about on the job experience? About how many cases have you had involving cellular technology in your career? Approximately.
I would say approximately. I've probably dealt with 300 or 400, and that's probably a low estimate.
Okay. And have you ever had occasion to map out based on cell site records and to form a travel of a cell phone?
I have multiple times.
Approximately how many times would you say?
Oh, hundreds.
Okay. Explain to the jury how that's done in a typical manner.
So when I first started, so we get records from companies such as T-Mobile or Verizon or AT&T. Those are the three providers right now. What they do is they're keeping records for their customers. It started way back as there was
Okay, let me see. I am going to try to see if I can find that detective that we're speaking of. I'm looking for you, Manny. I'm getting it. Let me see. capacity. I don't want to see.
Not exactly sure what the whole screaming is about or the argument about. And at that point in time, wasn't into different.
Said while he was working.
Yes or no, it's just the
crime that aids.
Now, Beanie, you're talking about the
Wait for
detective
that
in the
scene.
first trial, right? Not the one that we just seen in the
Comes actually at the very end.
penalty phase.
and 7. Yeah.
That's been presented to this jury. I don't think it's. Presented to this jury. I don't think it's just confusing to present that.
I'm just looking. Sorry, guys.
That you will make the.
No, that's the
22.
closing arguments.
Law
That's not gonna work.
When it comes to Stanley Wilson's testimony. Enforcement and the state attorney's office make the decision.
And this is the love affair murder trial with my. Let me see. I don't know. I don't really see anything. I'm trying to see if I see something.
They kept records so they could
I
charge
see
you.
this one detective.
Video.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. I got him. I got him for you, girl.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you determine her relationship with the deceased?
The mother.
Okay.
Show
Did
you.
Miss Alexander provide you any
This one,
information
babe?
of significance?
She did.
Okay.
She provided insight.
Did you become aware through her of any social media or information associated with Miss Alexander, with the deceased?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you follow up during your investigation with such information that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you move forward and continue in this investigation, was it important to you to also speak to people that had any attachment with the deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now at this point, when you come in contact with Ashley Alexander, you now know the name and the identity of the deceased. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
So based on having learned this information, what's your next move?
Well, specifically to the speaking to.
Let me ask you this way. Did you speak to Jayla Green on the same day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And how did you determine Jayla Green was even related or involved in this case?
She was present when we made the notification, and I was informed that she was the cousin. The belief that she was involved was believed that she was a similar age to our victim.
Okay. Now you said you made the notification. What do you mean by that?
To inform Miss Alexander that her daughter was indeed the victim.
Okay. All right. And that's something that you as a homicide detective, you have to do that, correct? You have to try to make efforts to meet next of kin and do a face-to-face notification, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then at some point within that same time frame, you became aware of Jayla Green.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you interview her?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on your contact with Jayla Green, did you learn information that became of evidentiary value to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
You may answer the question.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What did you learn about Nalexia Alexander as it pertains to a phone?
That she did have a phone. Jayla did not know the number for it. However, she was aware that Nalexia had called the police from that phone.
Okay. And so now that you know this, is there a way for you to go back in time during your investigation and find out whether there were in fact any 911 calls associated with Alexia Alexander?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
We did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you find that the information that Jayla Green gave you materialized in an actual 911 call that predated the day of the murder?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to listen to the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Tampa Police Department able to obtain a phone number in association with that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the phone number that you learned that Alexia Alexander used to make that 911 call?
Yes, if I could refresh my recollection for the report.
Yes.
The phone number that she called from was 813-447-6234.
Okay. And is that a number that you had received at any point from Ashley Alexander?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What was the date of that 911 call?
April 23rd, 2022.
Now, in investigating this case, did you check to see, did you ultimately obtain the phone records and phone information as it pertains to 813-447-6234?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you go about obtaining information for this phone?
Through a search warrant to the cell phone provider.
Okay, so you and or other TPD detectives, in fact, took the time, drafted a search warrant, and it was executed appropriately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you learn from the phone as it pertains to the subscriber information?
For the subscriber information, it was registered to somebody by the first name of Robert.
Was it Robert or Daniel?
I'm sorry, Daniel.
Okay. And, did you learn anything about this person, Daniel Tullerod?
Close enough. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to look for this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And recently, did you actually find him?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you determine that finding him yielded anything significant to your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So on May the 6th, beyond these specific things that we discussed, did you do additional information that yielded information that helped you move forward this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So moving on, because you continue to work on this case, correct? After May the 6th?
Correct.
Moving on to May the 7th, based on the information you learned about Alexia Alexander's social media information, what, if anything, did you do?
Yes, ma'am. I submitted a letter of preservation to Facebook for a social media account that was provided by her mother.
Okay. And have you reviewed such information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything in her social media that moved this investigation forward?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on, that same day, did you seek to learn locations in which you might be able to have found Alexia Alexander prior to her death?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
What did you do as it pertains to that?
We had received phone calls that friends of the family had potential information on her whereabouts.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor? That's the only purpose. No truth of the matter asserted. In terms of locations. Okay. Okay, so based on the information you learned from individuals, did you go to specific locations and attempt to locate the victim? Oh, the whereabouts of the victim prior to her murder?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, where are some of the locations you went to?
2212 East 27th Avenue.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn from going to that location?
Nothing.
Okay. Moving on, did you go to another location?
We did.
What was that location?
That one is 3204 22nd apartment B.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value from that?
No, ma'am.
Did you go to another location?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
1903 East 26.
Did you learn anything from any video footage or any information from that location?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and did you continue to move forward trying to find locations that the victim hung out at?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything of relevance as it pertains to that on May the 7th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ultimately, though, were you still looking for video footage, anything that might have evidentiary value in association with this case?
That's correct.
And in that, to that end, did you in fact find video from the location of 3001 North Florida Avenue?
3001 North.
North Florida Avenue. Matcon Construction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you collect video from that location?
We did.
Was it of any evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did that conclude in terms of evidence that might have moved forward the investigation? Did that include what you were able to accomplish on May the 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to work on this case on May the 8th of 2022?
We did.
And what was your goal that day as it pertains to this investigation?
Again, to follow up with some of the addresses that was provided by that interview from the day prior. We had knocked on some doors and hadn't had contact with anyone, so we're attempting to make contact with anyone around those addresses.
Okay. And did you learn anything of evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May the 9th, 2022. Did you obtain anything that had evidentiary value?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you specifically locate video from 112 East Plymouth Street in Hillsborough County?
We did, but we also received video prior to that as well.
Okay. What other video did you receive?
From 3016 North Florida Avenue, the Body Parts of America.
Okay. And did you find that video to have evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, guys, they are back in the courtroom. I am going to take us into the live feed. I'll just pause this right where we're at. That way, once ain't no telling, they'll probably take some more breaks or something, right? So when they take the breaks, we'll go back in and we'll finish listening to our detective testimony, right? And see how we got here in this capital murder case. Okay, we are back in the courtroom and we are live. I'm going to mute up and let's chat and discuss this. I know they just whispering right now. So if y'all not hearing anything, it's just them whispering. Hopefully. Benny, I don't know. I have no clue. I have no clue. I'm sure she'll be back. Maybe that's who we're waiting on. Because it looks like everybody else is in the courtroom. I'm sure that they have not brought the jury in. Maybe she going to scramble to get some more witnesses. You say she makes you nuts. Hannah says she makes her nuts. Wow. Right. She called it. Right. I tell you. Let's see. There she go. There your girl. She's back. She came back just for you, Benny. Now, where is the judge going? I thought we was ready to rock and roll. She had to go get some more witnesses. That's what she had to go do. Make sure everybody know, look, we have to make it like he is supported. He was not supported. He has had all these seizures. Remember, they keep asking people, have you ever seen this man have a seizure? Has Ronnie ever had a seizure in front of you? And I don't think not one person has testified that this man has had a seizure. So I guess they need to get this together in regards to saying, hey, he had all this trauma. He has PTSD and he has a mental illness. He has it all. They going out there and prep them. I have no clue, Anna. Like, I do not know. The mom was attempting to, she was attempting to say that he hit his head all these times, riding a bike, all these different things that, and the defense attorney would ask her, well, what part of his body did he hit? He hit his head. So they kept saying that different things in regards to him hitting his head to present these seizures, but the prosecution keep asking each of these witnesses, have you ever seen any seizures? And everybody has said no. Yeah, the mom talked about it. That's why the prosecutor keep asking all these witnesses, have you ever seen him have a seizure? And everybody keeps saying no, but Benny's girl went out there and got them together and told them, look, somebody needs to testify to seeing him have these seizures. Somebody needs to say something about him. We need to get this on the record. We need to explain that he is dealing with this childhood trauma, PTSD, and mental illness. So we'll see what kind of witnesses they come back with this time to support this case. I know. It definitely didn't, Benny. Absolutely. Didn't have one in. And as I stated, all the witnesses, I think we didn't seen a total of 5. Nobody has testified to that either. So there you have that. I'm gonna move us past this TiVo. I'm gonna move us past this part. We got some TiVo time. At least if the judge will come back, he probably went back there to get some rubber bands or something so he can make sure he can twirl them. Benny, tell your girl to sit down.
Any word on the? Are you gonna rest? Yeah. Have you had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Walker about the colloquy or about the? Yes. All right, Mr. Walker, I previously put you under oath. I'm asking now at this point, you understand you had a right in this phase also to testify or not to testify as well? And have you discussed with your attorney which option you'd like to take? And what would you like to do? Okay, very good. Nobody's forced you or threatened you to make that decision? Thank you, sir. All right, I guess we're ready for the jury.
Oh my, did y'all just hear that? He is not gonna testify. He is not gonna plead for his life. He is not gonna get up there and show any remorse. Now I'm gonna ask you, is the jury gonna sentence this man to death? Or will he allow him to spend the rest of his days with life in prison? We needed Ronnie to go up there and plead for his life. We need him to testify that he has seizures because apparently none of the defense witnesses are going to testify that he has seizures. So we need him to explain this stuff. Right, Anna, like unbelievable. Not a good like, oh my goodness. He said no. I wonder, do they even give him an opportunity to change his mind? Yeah, like he needs to get up there and testify to some of this stuff because apparently he need to say that he a good dad because we done figured out he a deadbeat. Oh, nice, nice. Welcome, 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 Perlin. Yes. She said, thank you for covering this trial. I had no idea. Right, no problem. No problem. Thank you for coming, Justice Seekers. You're in the right place. Definitely, definitely. Yep, he's not gonna plead for his life. Okay, guys, the jury is coming in. I am gonna mute up and let's keep it, let's keep it going.
Jury's back. You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I ask, were there any issues, no conversations with each other about the case? No one approached you? You didn't approach anyone by any means, no media contact? All right, very good. Thank you. Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence and the argument of. What? You already did the argument? I got to rest first, right? Okay, I understand that. What says the defense at this point? All right, we're going to be closing. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready. Yes, ma'am.
May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury. On May the 6th of 2022, the defendant, Ronny Walker, made up his mind that that was the day he was going to
I'm sorry, guys. I had to pause this. What is going on? Are you telling me that that's all the witnesses that the defense is going to call? Is that what we're doing here? Wait a minute now. That can't be it. Y'all, that can't be it, right? That's not it. Wait a minute. Let me check. Let me rewind a little bit. Let me make sure. Benny, no, wait a minute. Oh gosh. All right. Okay. Moving on. Okay. I'm putting this back. Whoa.
kill Alexia Alexander. One of the aggravating factors that we indicated to you that we were going to prove was cold, calculated, and premeditated. And members of
Wait a minute, guys. Let me make sure that I didn't miss a part. Like they came back from recess and I just skipped past it, or I gotta check this. I'm sorry. This can't be for real. We at 47:20. So let me just make sure that we came back when we supposed to come back. All I see is beach. Y'all see that? That's all that's there. Yeah, this is for real. Okay. All right. His destiny. There we go. The defense should have been trying to get some witnesses. Oh gosh. Nobody testified to these seizures. Nobody testified to any, oh gosh, to this head injury. Here we go.
Alexia Alexander. One of the aggravating factors that we indicated to you that we were going to prove was cold, calculated, and premeditated. And members of the jury, we have done that. Mr. Terry told you during the opening statements that you would be allowed to consider all the evidence that was introduced during the guilt phase. So let's go over the steps that the defendant took to see to it that he killed Alexia Alexander. He obtained a firearm. He loaded it. He made sure that he would have enough to actually kill her. He got Robert Creed. He says, let's ride. He gets into his vehicle and he says, we are going to find her. He drives around. He looks for her. He pulls around, and you have this video. This is the video in which she ultimately walks towards the car, and we know she enters the vehicle. He has her enter the vehicle, and he gives her a false sense of security because, as you can recall, he stopped and bought her something to drink, which is that drink that you see her on the ground with as she's shot. They drive to this location. He gets to this particular location. You see the vehicle drive down North Highland. He makes a U-turn, and he purposely is either in the middle of the street or very close to that empty lot. He stops. He turns off his light. He asked Alexia Alexander if she was having sex. And when she said no, he shot her, which means that there would have been no answer that would have been appropriate. He had already decided he was going to shoot her. So that's what he did. He shot her, realized she wasn't dead, had her get out of the vehicle. In her own strength, she must have gotten out of the vehicle because that's the only thing that the evidence supports. That's what Robert Creed said, and that's what the evidence supports. She wasn't dragged. She then obeyed. At first, she said no, but now she gets out of the car. And she gets out of the car and doesn't go far. But he shoots her again in the head. And he shoots her again in the head. And he shoots her again in the head. He shoots her 3 times in the head. And why is that important? Because there were actually 6 shots, if you recall. There was the first shot. Then there's about 9 seconds. But don't take my word for it. Listen to it. So Nalexia is in this remote location. And if you go by the mileage and the distance, even if she wanted to walk all the way back to where she was picked up, how long would it have taken her? An hour, 45 minutes? But she gets out of that vehicle. And in that moment, the defendant continues his cold, calculated, premeditated decision to kill her because she's out of the car, but he shoots her again. And this is how we find Alexia Alexander. And here is the drink that he bought for her. Here's a picture of Alexia Alexander. Why is this important? Because this eye is swollen and you see soot and stippling. That means, members of the jury, that after he shot her, or at some point in the sequence of events, D3, he shoots her in the back. This would not have been fatal. So this shot in the back is the shot she would have had to have first. Then she gets out bleeding into this remote location. But he shoots her again. D7. D9. Right in the cheek. Again, remember the testimony of the medical examiner. This soot and this stippling is very important because it shows that the barrel to face is about 12 inches. That's what we're talking about. This is somebody who would have had to bend right over and pull the trigger. Ronny Walker elected to do that. And let's not forget that there were 6 shots. She was shot 4 times, but she was shot at least 2 more times. So let's talk about all the other evidence of cold, calculated, and premeditated. He even dressed for this process. It's May the 6th of 2022. It's warm. But Ronny Walker is wearing a winter jacket. He makes sure he has someone in the car with him. He makes sure that he has chosen this location. You know he's chosen the location because he drives there, knows about this dead-end street, makes the U-turn, turns off the light, and has that conversation. Members of the jury, make no mistake of this. This was not an argument. This is him asking her a question. Are you having sex? And when she says no, he shoots her. This is not a heat of the passion situation. This is not an argument in which he got mad and then shot her. No, that's not what the evidence supports. He had already believed in his heart, or the evidence shows that somehow she had given him an STD. Now you heard testimony. The medical examiner checked on Alexia Alexander. There was no evidence of that, but he believed it. And so this was the plan. And after he had Alexia Alexander get out of a vehicle in a remote location at 3 a.m., 3:08 to be exact, in the morning, shot her the first time, shot her the second time, shot her the third time, shot her the fourth time, all three in the head. He made sure to then drive off, lights off, and then leave. Goes to the gas station, Thornton's. Casually walks in with his jacket up, does whatever he needs to do, drives home, goes about his day. When asked about this incident, he says, hey, I was in the car with someone else. David White, Day. You remember that? That's what he says. He lies.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's improper argument.
I'll rule the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, what the attorney says is not evidence. It's simply argument. You're relying on your own memories of what the evidence is.
So go by your memory. When and you have the recording that you can listen to. He was asked, you know that time when you're at the Tampa General Hospital, who is that person? Who is that person? He's like, yeah, I think that was Day. I think that's Day. And that's how we checked his phone records, remember? And we got David White to testify. And in fact, it wasn't Day. It was Robert Creed. And Robert Creed got out of that vehicle at Tampa General Hospital, remember? It wasn't David White. And when asked, who's your girlfriend? He says, Erica Hudson.
Judge, again, I'm going to object. This has nothing to do with events leading up or something to be calculated and premeditated. These are events after.
I'll overrule the objection.
So all of this evidence is what we use to prove cold, calculated, and premeditated. And that's one of the aggravating factors. We told you, and Judge Fuson has told you, I believe, through the instructions, and if he hasn't, we will read the instructions to you, that the state has to prove at least one aggravating factor beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And one of the aggravating factors in this case is cold, calculated, and premeditated. And the state...
That's not correct. It's not the full name yet.
Thank you. The other aggravator that the state noted that we would prove beyond a reasonable doubt is the prior violent felony. And members of the jury, if all we did was provide you the certified convictions, that would have proven the prior violent felonies. So you will have these certified convictions. And as you can see, manslaughter with a weapon. And burglary burglary of a dwelling with assault or battery, and robbery with a firearm. Now, you did hear from Raymond Lee, and he told you how this event occurred. He said that on October the 23rd of 2003, he was at home with his little girl and his girlfriend, Elaine Caldwell. Elaine Caldwell was in her bedroom doing her hair. He had just clipped the nails of his little girl, and he's just minding his business in his own home when the defendant shows up with a gun, comes into his home and into Elaine Caldwell's home, demanding money. Right? And he demanded the money. He got $500. He wanted more. He says, "Is there anyone else in the house?" They then go to Elaine Caldwell's room. And she freaked out. She was upset. She was scared. And in the process, and during this invasion of Raymond Lee's home and Elaine Caldwell's home, Elaine Caldwell gets shot in the head in her home at around 8 p.m. while she was doing her hair in her home. Raymond Lee didn't know the defendant. They didn't know him. And after Elaine Caldwell was already shot, he then continues to ask for money. And they do this whole thing of, "Oh, let's go to the car." And then they get past the situation. During this home invasion, he puts a gun to the child's head. He puts a gun to Raymond Lee's head. He puts a gun.
Hold on.
Arguing facts, not evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's argument. Rely on your own memories of what the evidence is. You continue.
And he points the gun at Elaine Caldwell. And it is in the process of this burglary of this home that Elaine Caldwell had every right to be in, that Raymond Lee had every right to be in, that they lived in, that it's in the process of this that Elaine Caldwell is shot in the head and dies on scene. So, members of the jury, that was the other aggravating factor that the state had to prove beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And it's the state's position that we have proven these two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So let us talk about the jury instructions. So you will have these instructions. The aggravating factors alleged by the state are: Ronny Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crimes of manslaughter with a weapon, robbery with a firearm, and burglary of a dwelling with assault or battery are felonies involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The other aggravator, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit the murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Now, here, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, and premeditated nature of the murder. And this is why I brought to your attention the fact that all the defendant did was ask Alexia Alexander a question. Are you having sex? No. Shots fired. He shoots her and tells her to get out of the vehicle. Now, members of the jury, it's the state's position that we have proven these two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Now, as we explained, and as you're going to get these instructions, as explained before the presentation of evidence, the state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. And then you will have the instructions for reasonable doubt. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each presented aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether or not you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and your verdict must be for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Okay? Now, as we talked to you even during the voir dire, if you do unanimously find the existence of at least one aggravating factor, and that aggravating factor and that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose a sentence of death, then the next step in the process is for you to determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is anything that supports a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, and can be anything which might indicate that the death penalty is not appropriate. And so we have the mitigating circumstances. And these have been listed out and will be listed out for you to consider. So let's discuss them. Ronny Walker suffered from a seizure disorder from birth and was placed on medication at times and had to go to the hospital because of these seizures. Ronny Walker's mother said that he had seizures. So you can give it whatever weight you see fit. But I would also point out that his cousin and the mother of his child never saw him have a seizure as an adult. But you should consider the mitigating circumstances, and you can give it whatever weight you see fit. Now, it goes on to say, because of his seizures, Ronny Walker suffered head injuries as a child. You can consider this mitigator and give it whatever weight you see fit. Ronny Walker was hospitalized with double pneumonia and bronchitis at the age of 6 months. That's something for you to consider and give it whatever weight you see fit. Ronny Walker was sick as a child and received treatment at USF Health. Ronny Walker never knew his biological father, and witnesses have said this affected him. Ronny Walker was initially raised by his mother, a single parent. Yes, he was, members of the jury, but you also heard from his single mother, who always has supported him, who came here supporting him, always does. She always had a home for him to stay at, always took care of him. But yes, the evidence does support that he was raised by a single mother and a big family, people who loved him and supported him, and a community. So you can give that whatever weight you deem appropriate. That his mother suffered mental illness, she did say so, but she indicated that that would have been after Ronny Walker was already out of the home, and that she never had an episode or anything that affected him. But you can give it whatever weight you see fit. that he grew up in the projects and he witnessed drug dealing and violence, that his guardians sold drugs while raising him, that that HRS was involved and took Ronny Walker away. And remember, though, he was placed with another family member and had a lot of family. That on some occasions his aunt did not allow his mother to see him. But if you recall, she indicated that she would see him almost every other day. That she would show up. She made sure he had clothes. She got a second job to make sure she supported him. That Ronny Walker's family was torn apart when he was young. And that is where his sister moved away. And then you heard about the dynamic of his family. That he attended 5 different schools. That the school records and evidence reflect up to the 6th grade. That his school records verify he was found and placed as severely emotionally disturbed at the age of 9. At the age of 11, he was placed as a profoundly mentally handicapped. Is how it is how it reads. So you can give all of this whatever weight you see fit. Ronny Walker had 3 children. Ronny Walker's son was murdered at the in 2021, and that's something you can consider. But also consider that Alexia Alexander was shot in the head 3 times.
Objection. May we approach?
Yep, come on.
So members of the jury, you are going to get the instructions and you will be required to weigh the aggravating factors against the mitigating circumstances. So you can consider that Ronny Walker's son was murdered in 2021. And you can consider the aggravating factors of cold, calculated, premeditated, and the aggravating factor of the prior violent felony. You can consider and weigh the aggravating factors against the mitigating circumstances. That Ronny Walker was greatly affected by his son's death and would frequently visit his grave. That his grandmother died around the time his son was murdered. That his son, his other son, is currently in prison. That he is supported by his mother, his siblings, his cousin, and additional family members. That Ronny Walker offers support and encouragement to family members. That he was employed at the time of his arrest, and according to his supervisor in the guilt phase of the trial, was a good worker and did many different tasks asked of him. That Ronny Walker was cooperative with officers with Tampa Police Department in this case, and he voluntarily spoke with them for a lengthy period of time. You can consider that, and you can also consider what he said, right? If he was completely honest when he spoke to law enforcement, you can consider that too. Ronny Walker consented to the search of his vehicle prior to the officers obtaining the search warrant. he voluntarily gave his cell phone to the officers. You can consider that, but you should also consider the phone records that would indicate that that phone he handed over to law enforcement was activated after the murder. It would have been, if you look at the boost information on the phone download, it was May the 11th of 2022. Consider also that the phone number he provided prior to the murder, that phone was not activated at the time of the murder. But you can consider all of this in mitigation. That he consented to a buccal swab in the case, that he exhibited appropriate courtroom behavior, that Ronny Walker's prior violent felony convictions were the result of a plea bargain offered by the state of Florida. The offenses occurred on October the 23rd of 2003, and all three convictions were a result of a single incident almost 22 years ago. That Ronny Walker was 25 years old at the time of the prior felony conviction for which he pled guilty to. According to the testimony from Raymond Lee regarding Ronny Walker's prior violent felony of manslaughter, there was a struggle for the gun, and when it went off, Ronny Walker did not intend to shoot and kill Elaine Caldwell. The existence of any other factors in Ronny Walker's character, background, or life or circumstances of the offense that could mitigate against the imposition of the death penalty. That Ronny Walker, if convicted at trial as charged, will never be eligible for parole and will die in Florida State Prison, and that he's worthy of mercy. Members of the jury, it's the state's position that Ronny Walker, as you know, is, as you have determined, guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. But it is also the state's position that the state has proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt two aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. One involving an incident with a very violent prior felony. The other being this cold, calculated, premeditated manner in which Alexia Alexander was murdered. You can consider murder. You can consider mercy, but death is an appropriate sentence too. And the state is asking for a verdict of the death penalty. Thank you.
Schlemmer, whenever you're ready.
Please, the court. Again, when I spoke to you, I think it was Wednesday morning in opening, I said thank you, and thank you still for your service, and thank you for the work you will do back in that jury room. It is almost time for you to make a very, very difficult decision, and maybe the most difficult of your life. Ronny Walker, pursuant to your verdict, as I said in opening, dies in Florida State Prison. The only decision you have to make is at whose hands? By execution or natural death or other reason while in prison. He never gets out. He is being punished and will be punished for Alexia Alexander's death. You can be assured that. Never will walk the streets as a free man ever again. Now, I want to address first the two aggravating factors that the state has alleged they have proved unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'll start off with the prior violent felony. These are things that you can consider, and you heard from the jury instructions that Ms. Fawcett had just read out, mitigating circumstances. They are mitigating circumstances. The prior violent felony is an aggravating factor under the law in the state of Florida, but you can consider this information. This incident occurred in October of 2003. Mr. Walker was 25 years old at the time. This was 22 years ago, and I'm not excusing it. Please remember that. Not excusing the actions of the prior violent felony, nor excusing any actions, as I mentioned in opening, concerning the death of Nylexia Alexander when we present the mitigating circumstances to you. Mr. Walker took responsibility for those actions and he pled guilty. You saw that on the judgment and sentence, and the judge told you that. Ms. Fawcett continued to say the quote, little girl. Well, remember back to the evidence, you never heard it was a quote, little girl. No, that might not make much of a difference to you. And certainly, again, I'm not excusing what happened, but that is just something that I point out to you. Also, if you remember Raymond Lee's testimony, he didn't even know that Elaine Caldwell had been shot when they all went outside. This was a robbery and a burglary that went horribly, horribly wrong back in 2003 for the death of Elaine Caldwell. Robbery and burglary are illegal. I'm not excusing them either, but it was a robbery and a burglary that went terribly, tragically wrong. What is very important is Mr. Lee told you that Mr. Walker never pointed the gun at Elaine Caldwell and pulled the trigger. They had a struggle over the gun. And make no mind, I completely agree with Ms. Fawcett. Mr. Walker had no right to be in that home, no right to ask for where's the money, but he did not intentionally go in there and shoot Elaine Caldwell. Raymond Lee told you that, and he was there. They struggled over the gun, which Mr. Lee had every right to do, and it went off. And Mr. Lee told you he even thought it had went off in the ceiling. You can consider that, and that is one of the mitigating circumstances, a struggle for the gun, unintentional. Now I want to direct your attention to the cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. And I have to direct you back to some of the facts and evidence during the first portion of this trial for that, and I ask you bear with me. Ms. Fawcett has went through what needs to be proven for cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. And I'm going to go over the instruction again after I have reviewed the facts. But all these facts I'm about to give you, you saw mainly in the video which shows the car turn onto Florabrasca and the testimony of witnesses. So I direct you to the testimony of the witnesses, the neighbors, and that video. And all of those items are in evidence, and you're welcome to look at anything again. And again, nobody is questioning at all your finding that this was premeditated, but this is different. This aggravator is it's a heightened premeditation, much, much different than what you found. And we would submit that aggravator, not premeditation, you have found that, not questioning that, but the heightened nature, cool and calm reflection, that does not fit this case. So that aggravating factor requires more than the state presented. A lot of the argument for that aggravator, which a lot of times we call CCP, a lot of argument is theory, speculation, and conjecture. I want to go over some of the evidence in helping you make the decision if that has been proven, that aggravating factor, beyond a reasonable doubt, unanimously. So every one of you must determine that that has been proved unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt to be able to consider it. The same applies for the prior violent felony convictions he pled to. Same applies. You all have to be unanimous that it has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, well, first off, and I want you guys also to rely on your own memory, but this is some recollection. There was no communication that evening at all between Mr. Walker and Nilexia Alexander of any threats, of any, in fact, there was no communication between them. We know it was Mr. Creed. But either way, there's no communication of a threatening nature. There's no communication of a plan to lure her there so he could kill her. There was no evidence of that. Mr. Creed said that Mr. Walker came by and they went out in Mr. Walker's vehicle. And Mr. Creed said that Mr. Walker was looking to find a girl for Mr. Creed. Mr. Creed told you that. Along the way, Mr. Creed testified to the following, quote, Mr. Walker was looking for the girl. That's it. That's it. Looking for the girl. Not looking for a girl, the girl. Not even sure who that is, but looking for the girl, not to kill her, not to hurt her, not to maim her, not to shoot her, just looking for the girl. That's the evidence you heard. They end up in an apartment complex. You saw the car drive into the complex. It was extremely well lit where Nilexia Alexander was picked up. When Miss Alexander gets in Ronny Walker's car, again, you saw the parking lot very well lit. All of these factors go to that heightened premeditation that does not exist in this case. Premeditation, yes. Heightened, no. And we'll go through the full instruction. There is no evidence whatsoever that he lured her, or he intended anything bad. You didn't hear any evidence such as that. The drive along the way was 1.3 miles from where Nilexia Alexander was picked up to Highland and Flora, Nebraska. The car, it was about 2:59 and 21 seconds, and I'm using the time from the video. It was off about 7 minutes, but I'm using the time and it explains the sequence and the time in between. So the vehicle drives down Highland, has its lights on, turns left onto Flora, Nebraska with its lights on, and the car goes down. I think Ms. Fawcett even said the car goes down Flora, Nebraska, goes out of view a little bit, obviously must make a U-turn, and comes back. Mr. Walker, if he had a heightened premeditation with substantial reflection for cold and calculated, could have stayed at that dead end. Why not stay at that dead end? But he did not. The vehicle, still with its lights on, came in front of the area where there was no home there. It was a vacant lot. It was not ever sitting in the dead end, and it could have been. He then parks the wrong way. Well, that could certainly alert neighbors to something's going on there. It is only after the vehicle stops and parks that the headlights go off. And we're at it right about 3 a.m. It's 47 seconds between that car stopping and then the car going back out. It is those 47 tragic seconds where Nilexia Alexander is shot and killed. That's quick. That goes only, please don't mistake me, to the aggravating factor in this case. The lights go back on. When the vehicle comes back on, they flick off for like a minute, then they go back on again and the car leaves. In the video, remember, the street lights are on. So we're on a street, and if we're planning this heightened premeditation and carefully reflecting on it to kill Nilexia Alexander, why do we go to a residential neighborhood with the street lights on it? You saw the street lights in the video. Detective Wheeling, the lead detective in this case, specifically told you this was in fact a residential neighborhood. Alan Wallace said the car lights even shined so brightly into his home, it disturbed him while he was studying for the bar exam. And he told you, the car's not stopped at the dead end. It is stopped in the, quote, middle of the street. So all of these things are things to think about when you are applying these facts to this aggravator of this heightened premeditation with substantial reflection and a cold, calculated, prearranged plan. This was not a desolate area. This was not an orange grove somewhere. This is not an area off the interstate. This is not a rural area. It was a residential neighborhood. You saw a map of the area yourselves. I believe it was State Exhibit 36. You could see it was a residential neighborhood with homes all around. Eric Walker told you
That is so not me. But I am cracking up. They must have heard Betty tell them to not let her talk. They cut off her feet.
that he intended to kill her, wanted to kill her, was going to kill her, and what he was mad about. None. And again, this is just the heightened premeditation we're talking about. And in fact, I want to go over what Mr. Creed said. Mr. Creed, who's in the vehicle and is the witness to this tragic crime. Miss Alexander is in the car. Mr. Walker asks, "Are you having sex?" Miss Alexander says no. Robert Creed testified they were having an argument. That was his testimony, an argument, not a prearranged, carefully decided, heightened premeditation plan. Ronnie got upset. Then Mr. Walker told her to get out of his vehicle because of the argument. Miss Fawcett has said that Ronnie Walker told her to get out of the vehicle after she was shot. That is not the testimony. Use your own memory, but specifically it was you having sex. Miss Alexander, no. An argument was ensuing. Ronnie was upset, and I'm just repeating the words of Mr. Creed. He told her to get out of the car, and then there was the first gunshot. So it was not after she was shot. The medical examiner, since Miss Fawcett talked about the gunshot wounds, we don't know what shot is what. She talked about the stippling. She talked about a second gunshot wound, a third or fourth, for your finding for premeditation. Fully understand that. But when we don't have a sequence, we have no idea in what sequence we had these wounds. Placed close to her face, the one gunshot wound with the stippling, we don't know if she's already unconscious. I hate to even regress these facts, but it is important for the aggravator. After Alexia Alexander gets out of the car, we know she is shot and killed. She ends up in that lot. But we don't know after that point. We don't have any evidence that he's saying, yeah, I came here to kill her. I'm gonna, we don't have that evidence for the heightened premeditation. They have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification applies. Ms. Fawcett talked about things such as it was warm, so he must have worn the jacket for this plan, this careful plan. He wanted somebody to be with him. That's their theory. That's their argument. So, cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification is the aggravator in the state of Florida. And I want you to pay special attention to the definitions. Cold. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Think about that. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. Think about that. The next paragraph is defining premeditation, which you have found that Mr. Walker did premeditatedly kill Alexia Alexander. So you will get that definition again. Then it continues on for the aggravator in this case. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. The state has not proven that. Premeditation, yes, you have spoke out, but not a heightened premeditation, that there was calm and cool reflection or a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. There just wasn't any evidence of that. In fact, the evidence from Robert Creed was an argument had ensued, and he told her to get out of the car. And again, I'm not justifying either the argument, but I have to point these things out to you when the state is seeking that as an aggravating factor. The last paragraph will be the definition of a pretense of moral or legal justification. Is any claim of justification or excuse that insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. That aggravating factor alleged by the state of Florida has not been proven beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And remember, all of you must find that beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously to even consider it and go to the next step. So that is the cold, calculated, and premeditated, and we have talked about their other aggravator. We would submit to you that they have not proven cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. And we ask that you mark on the verdict form no, because again, it has to be unanimous. Let's turn to something very briefly. I just want to remind you, and the judge is going to go ahead and remind when he reads you the instructions in just a little bit. We heard letters. We heard from Ashley Alexander, Alexia's mom, her grandma, and I think it was the principal at the school. I told you an opening statement. Wonderful family, very compelling. But we talked about this a lot in jury selection. We talked about it, I believe, in opening, and the judge will tell you. They had an absolute right to come into this courtroom and talk about the effect of Alexia's death on them and the community. But you cannot consider that in any way, shape, or form as an aggravating factor, period. So please, the judge will tell you that. This will be, as we talked about in jury selection, your individual moral decision you are about to make here in a little bit. One of the mitigating circumstances is mercy. You can give mercy no matter what you find in a case. Keep in mind, Mr. Walker is severely punished for what he did to Miss Alexander with life in prison without parole. That's it. That's the bottom of it. He will never walk free again as a free man. We talked in jury selection about a couple of things that I want to go over. Then I'm going to go through some of the jury instructions with you and the mitigators and then the verdict form. But remember the law in the state of Florida during this phase. The law in the state of Florida never, ever requires a death sentence, no matter your finding. Even if you had found 5 aggravators, if the state had 5 and no mitigation is presented, the law never requires you to come back and vote death. Each juror makes an individualized moral decision. You deliberate, go back there, you'll have the verdict forms, the instructions, talk about it. But you make your own individualized moral decision. Mitigation is any reason to choose life or to not choose the death penalty. This case is not the rarest of them. This case is not death penalty. This isn't a case where the aggravation is the most. You have the most aggravation and you have the least mitigation. But the judge will talk to you about the jury instructions and you'll have that back with you. You each get to decide what's mitigating. You can find something mitigating on your own that we did not even present to you. You may always, always lawfully vote for a life sentence because it is never required, as you know, and it does not matter what the findings are when you go back to that jury room. You may always lawfully vote life without the possibility of parole. You're never required to justify your vote, and all of you have the right to be treated with dignity and respect. And we were talking about that back in jury selection. And each of you finally has a legal duty to get your individualized moral decision onto that verdict form and into the courtroom. Because remember, it has to be unanimous if it in fact is going to be the death penalty. You all would have to say unanimous. One juror, two jurors, three jurors, but it has to be unanimous to seek the death penalty or to come back with a verdict of the death penalty. One juror with an individualized moral decision, 2, 3, but it has to be unanimous. All right, we'll go over a little bit about some really important parts of the jury instructions. The judge will, in fact, give you an instruction regarding the evidence you heard or the victim impact statements you heard from Nylexia's family, and he will specifically advise you, you must not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. He will tell you how the state does have the burden of proof to prove the aggravating factor beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, and it has to be found unanimously by the entire jury. He will give you the definition again of what reasonable doubt is, as he gave you in the first stage. And he will tell you that the finding of an aggravating factor must be unanimous. All of you must agree that that aggravating factor exists and has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Now, he will tell you that if at least one aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt, one, as Ms. Fawcett said, and we talked about during jury selection, then Mr. Walker would be eligible. So they have to prove at least one aggravating factor unanimously beyond to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. If you don't find the aggravating factor unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt, you let the court know that. And we're going to go through the steps because there's multiple steps you'll even see on the verdict form. So if you unanimously find that one or both of the aggravating factors alleged by the state were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and Mr. Walker is then eligible for the death penalty, then you go to the next step and you have to make the additional findings. The next thing that you look at is going to be the mitigating circumstances. Just want to show some of them to you. Judge is going to read them all off in a little bit. Remember, you can find your own mitigation. Find your own. Does not have to be something that we even presented to you. But the mitigating circumstances, and it says among the ones you may consider. That's why you can come up and think of your own. Ms. Fawcett read each one of them off to you. But it's important. I'm going to try not to read each one, but she did read them all off to you. You will have them, and the judge is going to have to read them off in a few minutes. But we certainly heard about his seizures, and we heard about his trips to the hospital, and we heard why those seizures started from Miss Hamilton. Because of the seizures, we heard about head injury, most importantly, a head injury where he fell from a 2-story apartment she described in the projects and hit his head. Those are mitigating circumstances to consider. The seizures most likely started because he was hospitalized with double pneumonia and bronchitis. His mom indicated that he was sick as a child and had to receive treatment and was in and out of hospitals. Ronny Walker never knew his biological father, and the witnesses have said this affected him, and it was consistent with all the witnesses. Ronny Walker was initially raised by his mother, a single parent. No one is up here alleging that Ronny Walker was abused or beat by anybody. Nobody ever said that. But he was abandoned by his father. Emma Hamilton was abandoned by Larry Walker. And those are things you can consider, that Emma Hamilton did everything she possibly could, even trying to keep her kids out of the system by giving them to Gloria, and we will get with Gloria in a minute. But he was initially raised by his mother, a single parent who had to do 2 jobs, and a mother who suffered from bipolar disorder and schizophrenia while raising him. Ronny Walker, you heard evidence from everybody. He grew up in the projects, and there was drug dealing and violence. You heard that from Emma Hamilton. You heard that from Davis George. Davis George presented you, that's Ronny Walker's cousin, a compelling story about 2 different worlds. It was a completely different world where Davis George, Ronny Walker's cousin, lived. His children are now successful. He's successful. Ronny Walker always wanted to be over there. In fact, you heard testimony that Ronny wanted to even live over there in the good part of town on the other side of the tracks, as Davis told you. He wanted to go to school over there where it was better. And then we heard on the mother's side of Ronny Walker's family, on the other side of the tracks, we heard about several incarcerations and family members imprisoned. Ronny Walker's guardian sold drugs while raising him. Emma Hamilton told you that. Gloria Mason, she testified, and her husband or her significant other were raising Ronny Walker, as you heard just this morning, starting at about the age of 10, because Emma Hamilton did everything she can to keep those kids out of the system and keep HRS away. And that is now Department of Children and Families. But Gloria and her husband or her significant other were selling drugs from that home. And who was in that home? Ronny Walker. His brothers, Antoine is now in prison, and Nikisha. After health and rehabilitative services were involved, Ronny Walker's mother had to give Ronny Walker and some of his siblings to his sister to raise. You heard Emma Hamilton testify that on occasions, Gloria would in fact keep Ronny from her. Yes, she visited him, but she did tell you there were conflicts. And there were times when Gloria was forbidding Emma Hamilton to even see Ronny. Ronny Walker's family, undisputed, you have heard, was torn apart when Ronny was very young, 10 years of age. We know his sister Paulette, number 12, was sent to live with her father, did not return to the family till the age of 10. So that's going to be a little bit earlier. That's torn apart. At 3 years old, Tangi Johnson was taken from the family by her father. You heard from Tangi, and she told you the story of the Ancestry.com. Ronny Walker did not get to reunite with Tangi Johnson until he was incarcerated on this case in 22. The whereabouts of his brother, Mr. Stallworth, are unknown, and his brother, Antoine, so they're both Stallworths. Antoine is in prison, you heard. Wrong side of the tracks, as Mr. George told you. That family was torn apart. And remember the testimony of Tangi Johnson. She had indicated that when she reunited finally with Ronny, who she went to visit in jail pending this case, he remembered about when they were 3 and 4 years of old. His memory is her in a little yellow dress with a little yellow bow. Do you think that she made that up? No. No. His family was torn apart, and there's been no evidence to the contrary. You have the school records. You can see, as we brought out in the evidence, that Ronny Walker attended multiple schools between 1984 and 1989. His last school was Ballast Point Exceptional Center. The school records in evidence reflect only up to the 6th grade for Ronny Walker. Remember, I had talked to some witnesses about learning disabilities, stuttering, being slow. Ronny Walker's Hillsborough County school records verify he was found eligible, placed, and served as severely emotionally disturbed, SED, at the age of 9. And that's right in the school records, which you'll have back there with you. They have been entered into evidence that he was found severely emotionally disturbed. Exceptional student information. At the age of 11, Ronny Walker was found eligible and placed as profoundly mentally handicapped. And that's also in the school records. Code 2150, and you have the sheet which shows 2150, profoundly mentally handicapped. That's at the age of 11. 11 years old. He's with Gloria at that time. 11 years old, so that's about 13 or so years before the tragic death of Elaine Caldwell. So you'll have all the records, and you can look at those. Ronny Walker has 3 children. You heard about the children, Ronell Walker, Paris Booker, and Ron J. Walker. You heard about Ronny Walker's son being murdered by gunfire in 2021, and that is approximately 1 year prior to the tragic death of Nylexia Alexander. You also heard that it greatly affected him, and he would frequently visit Ronell's grave, and you saw photographs of that, Ronny Walker at his son's gravesite. Ronny Walker's maternal grandmother, Thelma, died around that time as well, and Ronny Walker had been close with her. So in 2021, a year before this, he suffered the loss of his grandmother and his son being murdered. His son, Ronze Walker, is currently in prison. Again, it's important for the wrong side of the tracks that we've talked about when it came to Ronny Walker and Davis George. Ronny is supported by family members, cousins, aunts and uncles, his mother, and you've heard testimony about that. You also heard that he offers support and encouragement to family members. You heard that from Lisa, who has his son, and you heard that testimony as well from Tangi Johnson. They would talk on the phone, and he would give words of encouragement to Tangi's son, and he would give words of encouragement to his son with Lisa. Now, you can consider everything, and the judge is going to give you a definition again of what mitigating circumstances can be anything, and it's anything as well from the guilt phase. And you can consider these things as mitigating circumstances. The testimony in the first stage by his employer, if you remember, that he was working at the time, and he was a good worker and did everything asked of him. This is at the car dealership that you heard about. He was cooperative with officers from the Tampa Police Department. You heard that from Detective Whelan and Detective Sackrider, and spoke with them for a lengthy period of time. These are things you can consider. He consented to a search of his vehicle. They get a search warrant, but he consented to the search of the vehicle prior, and then the officers got a search warrant after that. He volunteered his cell phone to officers during this investigation. Ms. Fawcett pointed out it may be a different cell phone, but who knows what was on that cell phone. He volunteered it to the officers. He consented to a buccal swab in this case for DNA. And you remember how the DNA was important in this case, right? In the car. He consented to that buccal swab being taken so it could be compared for DNA. He exhibited appropriate courtroom behavior during this trial. You are allowed to consider that. Remember, anything is a mitigating circumstance, and you can find your own. I've talked about this already. This is the prior violent felony convictions were the result of a plea bargain offered by the state of Florida. And it was in 2003, a single incident, because there's two judgment and sentences, and the judge lets you know one incident that he pled guilty to, took responsibility for, and it was about 22 years ago. He was 25 years old at that time that he pled guilty and took responsibility for that tragic event. Raymond Lee, and I talked about this earlier, talked about how he did not point a gun at Elaine Caldwell and shoot her intentionally. There was a struggle for the gun. Again, not excusing the behavior of being in someone's home, but that is mitigating for you to consider. He did not intend to shoot and kill anybody. Now, existence of any other factors in Ronny Walker's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against imposition of the death penalty. And that's where the stuff from the first phase comes in, right here, circumstances of the offense, but the existence of any other factors. And it could be something I'm not even presenting to you, it's something you think of. 34, Ronny Walker, if convicted as trial, will never be eligible for parole. You have assured that. He will never walk as a free man again and will die in Florida State Prison. It is just a matter of whose hands. And Ronny Walker is worthy of mercy. You are allowed to extend mercy. We talked about that in jury selection. So those are mitigating circumstances presented to you. You can feel that the aggravating factors even outweigh those and still come back telling the judge to sentence Mr. Walker to the life without parole. The judge will tell you, and we talked about this again in jury selection, regardless of the results of each individual's juror weighing process, even if you find that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to determine the defendant should be sentenced to death. Law is always, life in prison without parole is always legal in Florida. So that's our first step. We have looked at the aggravating factors. Are they proved beyond a reasonable doubt? And that has to be unanimous. If you find one proven unanimously, you go to the mitigating circumstances. Those do not have to be unanimous. You can find your own. You do not all have to unanimously agree that one exists, unlike the aggravating factors. Please remember again, mitigating circumstances, the testimony, me showing you some things about the prior violent felonies or talking about what I think what we submit negates, cold calculated and premeditated. We're not excusing any behavior by Ronny Walker. Please, please remember that. Now, once each juror has weighed the proven factors, he or she must determine the appropriate punishment for the defendant. The jury's decision regarding the appropriate sentence must be unanimous if death is to be imposed. To repeat, and this is what the judge is going to tell you, to repeat what I have said, if your verdict is that the defendant should be sentenced to death, and this is where we have all these steps you're going to see on the verdict form in just a minute, you're finding that each aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. Now there's two, you don't have to find both of them for him to be eligible, but the findings must be unanimous beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's number one, that's the first step. So is he eligible? That's the next step. Then he will tell you, you're finding that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose death must be unanimous. So now we're at another step that it must be unanimously decided by you that the aggravating factors are sufficient. So we had aggravating factors, eligibility for the death penalty if one is shown beyond a reasonable doubt. then a finding that aggravating factors must be unanimous. Are they even sufficient to impose death? You're finding that the aggravating factors found to exist outweighing the established mitigating circumstances must also be unanimous. A lot of steps you're going to have to go through on the verdict form. And your decision to impose a sentence of death must be unanimous. Every step in there has to be unanimous, every step. The judge will give you the form. We're going to look at that in just a minute before I sit down. He will also give you some other instructions that you have heard similar instructions during the first phase of the trial. What I want to do now is show you the verdict form. It's the form the judge is going to give you in just a little bit for you to make your individual moral decision. And the judge is going to read this to you, and you'll get a copy of it for the findings to be listed out. So again, what's the first thing we're looking at? We're looking at the aggravating factors. 2 of them the state have alleged. You need to determine whether they have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously. It must be unanimous. That means each one of you to find cold calculated and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification must be unanimous for you to return that aggravator. And then the judge has both of them on here on the verdict form, and you would check off yes or no for the 2 aggravating factors. Again, it has to be unanimous. Then, if your answer yes to at least one of the aggravating factors listed, please proceed to section B. If you answered no to every aggravating factor listed, do not proceed to section B. Ronny Walker is not eligible for the death sentence and will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. That's the eligibility, that one aggravating factor unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's going to be the first thing. Then we go to the sufficiency stage. Subparagraph B. We move on if you find aggravating factors unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. We go to the sufficiency stage. Sufficiency of the aggravating factors as to count 1. Reviewing the aggravating factors that are unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, section A, we, the jury, unanimously find the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. So that's going to be your next step. Ags, eligibility, are they sufficient? Unanimous, 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 unanimous. So if you say yes, you're going to keep going. If you answer no, that the aggravating factors are not sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death, your deliberations are done. They're done if you didn't find any aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously. But when you get past eligibility with that and go to sufficiency, if you vote no, your deliberations are over and it will be life in prison without the possibility of parole, and just one of you in your individual moral decision can say life without parole. If you're continuing on because you have found the aggravating factors sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death, then you're going to go and look at the mitigating circumstances. And the judge has told you in the instructions they do not need to be unanimous. And he'll give you the definition as I and Ms. Fawcett read off to you all the mitigating circumstances. And you'll answer this question as well. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence, and you'll mark off yes and no. But regardless of your findings there, you always proceed. Regardless of your findings here with mitigating circumstances, you're always going to proceed now to D. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, section A, outweigh the mitigating circumstances established, section C. So it walks you through it. So now we're at the point, having to found all these things unanimously, we are now at the point that the aggravating factors that have been proven unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt, and the aggravating factors that have been found sufficiently to warrant a possible sentence of death, and you've gone past mitigating circumstances, now you must find to return the death sentence for Mr. Walker unanimously, that the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances. If you find unanimously that the aggravating factors were proven beyond a reasonable doubt and outweigh the mitigating circumstances as to count 1 in section C, so it always takes you back, you're going to check yes or no. If you answered yes, you go to the next step. If you answered yes to section D, the aggravating factors unanimously outweighed the mitigating circumstances, please proceed to section E. Here's your last step. If you answered no to section D, that the aggravating factors did not unanimously outweigh the mitigating circumstances, your job is done. Ronny Walker will be sentenced by Judge Fuson to life without the possibility of parole. We have all these steps in there that warrant you saying life without the possibility of parole, because it all has to be unanimous to go the opposite way. And then finally, subsection E, jury verdict, your actual final verdict. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, section B, and remember in section B it has to be unanimous, and the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, and we of course just saw before that that has to be unanimous. All these steps would have to be unanimous. One aggravating factor established beyond a reasonable doubt. Aggravating factors unanimously are sufficient to impose a possible sentence. And the aggravating factors, you would all have to agree unanimously outweigh the mitigating circumstances. Your final step, no matter what your findings are there, right? Your final step is to tell Judge Fuson what your verdict is. Life without the possibility of parole or the death sentence. And you still, no matter what you found prior, no matter what, you could find that those aggravating factors outweigh unanimously every mitigating circumstances in this case. You can do that. We've talked about that in jury selection, and it's in the instructions. You can find that and still give a verdict of life without the possibility of parole, because it is never mandatory to come back with your steps for the death penalty, even at this last section E. That was the paragraph the judge is going to read you a little bit, and I read to you about regardless of your findings as to the aggravating factors and the mitigating circumstances, the law neither compels or requires you to come back and impose the death penalty. So you'll do yes or no. If your vote to impose death is less than unanimous, all these levels and then the actual vote, as you know, the trial court shall impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. So you'll have the verdict form, go through all those steps. And I've went through them enough, and you will get them again from the judge, and Ms. Fawcett talked about the steps as well. It's just important to remember that they all have to be unanimous, except mitigating circumstances, for you to ever come back and say the death penalty. And you never, ever, ever, no matter what, have to say the death penalty. So, if you simply see even a small spark of humanity in Mr. Walker, even if no one else sees it, you can give it the weight of life. And that is what we are asking Ms. Dunker, Ms. Bradley, on behalf of Ronny Walker and myself, to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. And we thank you.
And members of the jury, you've heard all the evidence and the argument of counsel. It is now your duty to make a decision as to the appropriate sentence that should be imposed upon the defendant for the crime of first-degree murder. There are two possible punishments. Number one, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or death. In making your decision, you must first unanimously decide whether the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is a circumstance that increases the gravity of the crime or the harm to a victim. No facts other than proven aggravating factors may be considered in support of a death sentence. The aggravating factors alleged by the state are: one, Ronny Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crimes of manslaughter with a weapon, robbery with a firearm, and burglary of a dwelling with assault or battery are felonies involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Two, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. Further evidence about the impact of this murder on the family and friends of Alexia Alexander. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the result of loss by Alexia Alexander's death. However, you must not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. As explained before, the presentation of evidence, as explained before the presentation of evidence, the state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factors exist, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and you must not consider it in providing a verdict. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, the conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find that the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each presented aggravating factor exists. You will be provided with a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether or not you find that each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor is proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and your verdict must be for a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. At such point, your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find that one or more aggravating factors have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is eligible for the death penalty, and you must make additional findings to determine whether the appropriate sentence to be imposed is life imprisonment, imprisonment without the possibility of parole, or death. If you do unanimously find the existence of at least one aggravating factor and that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose a sentence of death, the next step in the process is for you to determine whether any mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance is anything that supports a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, and can be anything which might indicate that the death penalty is not appropriate. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may reasonably indicate that the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Mitigating circumstances do not need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only establish a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means the evidence more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by a greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstances exist, you must consider it established and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive in reaching your verdict about the appropriate sentence to impose. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances you may consider are: 1. Ronny Walker suffered from a seizure disorder from birth, was placed on medication, and at times had to go to the hospital because of seizures. 2. Because of his seizures, Ronny Walker suffered head injuries as a child. 3. Ronny Walker was hospitalized with double pneumonia and bronchitis at the age of 6 months. 4. Ronny Walker was sick as a child and received treatment at USF Health. 5. Ronny Walker never knew his biological father, and the witnesses have said this affected him. 6. Ronny Walker was initially raised by his mother, a single parent. 7. Ronny Walker's mother suffers from mental illness, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia, and a severe drug addiction while he was growing up. 8. Ronny Walker grew up in the projects where he witnessed drug dealing and violence. 9. Ronny Walker's guardian sold drugs while raising him. 10. After Health and Rehabilitative Services, HRS, involvement, Ronny Walker's mother had to give Ronny Walker and some of his siblings to her sister Gloria Mason to raise. 11. On many occasions, Gloria Mason would prohibit Emma Hamilton from seeing Ronny Walker. 12. Ronny Walker's family was torn apart when he was very young. Ronny Walker's sister, Paula Hardy, was sent to live with her father and did not return to the family until the age of 10. At 3 years old, his sister, Tangi Johnson, was taken away from the family by her father. Ronny Walker did not get to reunite with Tangi Johnson until 2022. The whereabouts of Ronny Walker's brother, John Stallworth, are unknown, and his brother, Antoine Stallworth, is in prison. 13. Ronny Walker attended 5 different schools between August of 1984 and September of 1989, at which time he enrolled in his last school, Ballast Point Exceptional Center, until March 1990. 14. The school records and evidence reflect up to the 6th grade. 15. Ronny Walker's Hillsborough County school records verify he was found eligible, placed, and served as a severely emotionally disturbed SED at the age of 9. 16. At the age of 11, Ronny Walker was found eligible and placed as a profoundly mentally handicapped. 17. Ronny Walker had 3 children: Ronell Walker, Paris Booker, and Ron Jazz Walker. 18. Ronny Walker's son, Ronell Walker, was murdered in 2021, approximately a year prior to this incident. 19. Ronny Walker was greatly affected by his son Ronell Walker's death and would frequently visit his grave. 20. Ronny Walker's maternal grandmother died around the time that Ronny Walker's son was murdered, and her death affected him. 21. Ronny Walker's son, Ron Jazze Walker, is currently in prison. 22. Ronny Walker is supported by his mother, his siblings, cousins, and additional family members. 23. Ronny Walker offers support and encouragement to family members. 24. Ronny Walker was employed at the time of his arrest, and according to his supervisor, in the guilt phase of the trial, was a good worker and did many different tasks asked of him. 25. Ronny Walker was cooperative with officers from the Tampa Police Department in this case and voluntarily spoke to them for a lengthy period of time. 26. Ronny Walker consented to a search of his vehicle prior to the officers procuring a search warrant. 27, Ronny Walker volunteered his cell phone to officers during this investigation. 28, Ronny Walker consented to a buccal swab in this case. 29, Ronny Walker exhibited appropriate courtroom behavior during his trial. 30, Ronny Walker's prior violent felony convictions were the result of a plea bargain offered by the state of Florida. The offense occurred on October 23 of 2003, and all three convictions resulted from a single incident almost 22 years ago. 31, Ronny Walker was 25 years old at the time of the prior felony convictions for which he pled guilty to. 32, according to testimony from Raymond Lee regarding Ronny Walker's prior violent felony of manslaughter, there was a struggle for the gun. When it went off, Ronny Walker did not intend to shoot and kill Elaine Caldwell. 33, the existence of any other factors in Ronny Walker's character, background, or life, or the circumstances of the offense that would mitigate against the possibility of the death penalty. 34, Ronny Walker, if convicted at trial as charged, will never be eligible for parole and will die in Florida State Prison. 35, Ronny Walker is worthy of mercy. Your decision regarding the appropriate sentence should be based upon proven aggravating factors and the established mitigating circumstances that have been presented to you during these proceedings. The next step in this process is for each of you to determine whether the aggravating factor or factors that you have unanimously found to exist outweigh the mitigating circumstances that you have individually found to exist. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or a mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is given to a particular factor or circumstance. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighting process, even if you find that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to determine that the defendant should be sentenced to death. Once each juror has weighed the proven factors, he or she must determine the appropriate punishment for the defendant. The jury's decision regarding the appropriate sentence must be unanimous if death is to be imposed. To repeat what I have said, if your verdict is that the defendant should be sentenced to death, your finding that each aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. Your finding that the aggravating factors are sufficient to impose death must be unanimous. Your finding that the aggravating factors found to exist outweigh the established mitigating circumstances must be unanimous, and your decision to impose a sentence of death must be unanimous. You will be provided with a form to reflect your findings and decisions regarding the appropriate sentence. If your vote on the appropriate sentence is less than unanimous, the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The fact that a jury can make its decision on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your verdict. When considering aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances, it is up to you to decide which evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in making your decision as to what sentence should be imposed. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some of the things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Did the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and evidence in the case? Had the witness been offered or received any money or preferred treatment or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony that he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than any of the other witnesses. It's entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to the witnesses about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. Witnesses should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be considered that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. I'm going to give you some general rules that apply to your discussions. You must follow these rules in order to make a lawful decision. 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your decision will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending on you to make a wise and legal decision. Your decisions must be based only on the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Your decision must not be based upon the fact that you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember that the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision. Your decision should not be influenced by any feelings of prejudice or racial or ethnic bias. Your decisions must be based on the evidence and the law contained within these instructions. In a few moments, you'll be taken back to the jury room by the bailiffs. When you've reached the decision in conformity with these instructions, the appropriate forms should be signed and dated by your foreperson. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about this case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. You're not to communicate with any person outside of the jury in this case. And you must not talk about this case in person or through the use of a telephone, writing, electronic communications, such as blogging, Twitter, email, texting, text messaging, or any other means. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring those phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Please kindly leave these devices on your seats where they'll be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. Do not contact anyone to assist during your deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. And if you become aware of any of these violations of these instructions or any other instructions that I've given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to one of the bailiffs. During this trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever evidence you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. Also, the jury form will be sent back to you. And I'm going to go over that with you real quick. We, the jury, find as follows as to Ronny Walker in this case. A, aggravating factors as to count 1. We, the jury, find the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of an aggravating factor that Ronny Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to another person. Check yes or no. 2, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. Check only 1, yes or no. If you answer yes to at least one of the aggravating factors listed, please proceed to section B. If you answer no to every aggravating factor listed, do not proceed to section B. Ronny Walker is not eligible for the death sentence and will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Section B reads, the sufficiency of the aggravating factors is to count 1. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt in section A, we, the jury, unanimously find the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant the possibility of a sentence of death. Check yes or no. If you check yes to section B, provide to section C. If you answer no to section B, then do not proceed to section C. Ronny Walker will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Section C, mitigating circumstances. One or more individual jurors may find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Check yes or no. Then proceed to section D, regardless of your finding in C. So whatever you check, yes or no, you then move on to section D. D, eligibility for the death penalty for count 1. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors were proven beyond a reasonable doubt in Section A, outweigh the mitigating circumstances in Section C above as to count 1. Check yes or no. If you answered yes to Section D, please proceed to Section E. If you answer no to Section D, do not proceed. Ronny Walker will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. E, jury verdict as to the death penalty. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, Section B, and the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section D, we, the jury, unanimously find that Ronny Walker should be sentenced to death. Yes or no, check only one. If your vote to impose death is less than unanimous, the trial court shall impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Then you sign the date that you made up your mind. It's also, again, the foreperson's signature and their printing of their name is required on this document as well. I cannot participate in your deliberations in any way. Please disregard anything that I may have said or done to make you think that I preferred one decision over another. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I'll answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have agreed to live by the Constitution and the law. No juror has a right to violate the rules we all share. Now, jurors 13, 14, and 15, once again, you have provided an invaluable service, and I would ask that you remain behind while the other members of the jury are released to the jury room for deliberation.
All rise. Please leave your cell phones and smartwatches again on your seats. You can take any notes you wish to say.
All right, guys. So the judge is just thanking some people to the alternatives. I guess they're sending the alternates home. Hold on one second. I'll put it.
All rise.
Okay, guys. What do you think? We have heard everything from the prosecution and prosecution. We've heard from the prosecution. We heard from the defense, from the witnesses that they placed up there. We now have jury instructions, and the jury is back in the jury room. What do you guys think? 1 in the chat if you think that it's going to be a quick verdict. 2 in the chat if you think we're going to have to wait till next week. Let's see where we're at. So I'm still currently monitoring. They're still back there deliberating. So they haven't they're still back there. They haven't sent the jury home for today. And remember that Ronny Walker agreed that the jury did not have to be sequestered. So that means that even if they don't come to a decision today, they don't have to go be in a hotel or anything. They'll be able to go home to their families for the weekend and things of that nature and be able to come back. Probably say 1, they ready to go home. Yeah, I mean, like, this seems like it's so quick. Like, this trial just started on Wednesday, Thursday last week. We had a decision on Monday, and now we back here Friday, like we were last Friday, right? Where the jury is being sent back. Like, I think that that's awfully fast. You say you'll be ready to go home. Anna says 1. Everybody, okay. So y'all thinking today? Yeah, you'll be ready to go home for sure. Well, the one good thing is I'm glad that he didn't make it like if they had to, stay and they couldn't decide today. He didn't make it where they, he didn't argue against them having to stay. So they can go home. They just have to come back. So that's the one good thing about that part. So I'm glad that, maybe they'll provide some leniency to him, right? Okay, well, you're gonna be surprised, Benny. You're gonna be surprised. You will be surprised. Because I think they've been back there. I've been monitoring it, and they've been back there. Yeah, so your 1 hour is up. We were just behind. Yeah. I know 1 hour. Can you even pick your the foreman in that amount of time? I don't know. I've never been on jury duty, so I don't know what that's like when you go back there. Like, you tell me, let me know how it works. How long does it take to pick the foreperson, the person that's gonna be in control and take the votes and see where everybody's at? How does that work? Because I have no clue. How you say, okay, this was pretty cut and dry, but to send a man to death is a hard one. Right. Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, that's a lot. And I think that, I noticed that the defense attorney, she did say something in regards to like your moral, like bringing, whatever they feel morally to the table, right? And remember, we gotta have all 12. So all it takes is just one to be like, I ain't feeling this. Maybe they thought they would be able to make that tough decision. and they get back there, and now that it's in their hands, they just really can't do it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Benny says she think that they decided already. If they come back quick, I say if they come back today, I think if they come back today, that they had their mind made up and it was nothing that the defense could present to them. They already had their mind made up when they went back there the first time. Like they deliberated the first time when they went back there because they already knew what kind of case they were dealing with, right? So if they go back there, then and they come back with a decision today, I am like, yeah, they have already decided this, and there was nothing that anybody could do to stop this. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. So it would be the same one. Okay. I'll be back there arguing like, no, it's my turn. You did the last case. You was the fourth man on the last one. I want to be the fourth person on this one. Let me do this one. So my team would be back there for a while because I'll be trying to be the fourth person. Like, no, it's my turn. Okay. 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 Anna says it doesn't take long usually for everyone. Quickly agrees on. Okay. 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 So Benny says they'll use the same person from the first trial. Okay. Well, I guess I would be the only person back there arguing, talking about it's my turn. It's my turn. Like a little kid. That's probably why I'm not gonna get picked. I wouldn't pass the questions. I promise you. They'll be like, oh my gosh, because I can really play the devil's advocate at different points in times. And as we continue to be justice seekers and trial watchers, y'all will notice that from me. Because I can see sometimes in cases both sides of the coin. So they'll probably be like, no. Okay. Anna said she thinks that it's gonna take some time, at least more than an hour. It's been more than an hour, Anna. Benny just had hopeful wishes. It's been more than an hour. We passed that. I'm thinking maybe we'll have something before the end of the day. Okay. Okay. How you say? I do think we'll try to think it over since they'll be able to go home for the weekend. Yeah. Yeah, I want them to think it over. I want to see them at least deliberate to the end of the day. Me personally. Because I want to feel like they may have some conflict with it. Right? So yeah, absolutely. Like I want to see it just to the end of the day. But come back with something about today. Like don't make it take long. Yeah, that's what I don't want. You optimist. Oh gosh. Yeah, I am gonna argue with the parent. I am. I'm never gonna get picked. Because I am. Hmm? Benny says you're right. They have to make it look like yes, Benny. Verdict. No, I think they get to go home. I don't think they have to. I don't think they're gonna deliberate over the weekend, y'all, because they don't have to be sequestered, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Benny, right. If they don't get it today, then we wait until Monday. But I want them to get it today. I just don't want them to get it in an hour. An hour wouldn't be cool for me. Like I want them to sit back there for a minute and take some time. I want the one person to be like, well, I'm down for life in prison, right? The defense told me that he would never get out of jail. It don't sound like they going for appeal. Okay, Anna. Awesome. Yes, keep your notifications on because I'm gonna definitely break the verdict as soon as we hear the verdict. Yes, Paul. Now by 5. Yeah, we shall see by 5. So they probably have about a hour and a half or so left back there to deliberate. Yeah, because 5 o'clock their time is 2 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock where I'm at. So yeah. Yeah. Would you say that's a great argument? Absolutely. That's what I'm gonna be doing, arguing. Anna, make sure you have a nice weekend. Thank you for coming to the party. Yeah, so here, let's see. Right. Yeah, so I guess we just hanging out. We gonna see what we'll hang out into that time, and I can we can go back to Benny's detective and see what more he got to say to us and see how we got here. I do have that already queued up, and we're right where the spot where we left off at. So we can check that out, and we're going to be on official verdict watch right now until the jury goes home. That's what I can do. Y'all let me know if y'all okay with us going back and looking at that. That wouldn't be a bad thing. And finishing that up. Let's see here. Okay, let me get that up here for us. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and put that up for us, guys. And then I'll put on my other screen in regards to watching the other testimony.
What of evidentiary value did you find on the first video that you've indicated that had evidentiary value?
It showed a vehicle with the same characteristics as the one observed at 3000 North Highland, traveling by the business and then cutting through a alleyway prior to reaching Florida Avenue.
Okay. Now, personally, are you familiar with Ford Fusions?
Fusion, yes, ma'am.
Why are you familiar with it?
I've been driving one for the police department since 2019.
Okay. So are you generally experienced in the make and model of this particular vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And even upon looking at the video at 3000 North Highland, could you personally make the determination of the make and model of this vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so now, one of the goals for you, was it to track this particular vehicle that you saw in the video footage from 3000 North Highland to determine the locations that video and that vehicle might have gone?
100%, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that take up a lot of time during this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as I speak to that, about how many videos would you say you collected for the case file for this case?
I would say approximately 45 locations.
And were all 45 relevant to this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But in the abundance of caution, when you're looking through and making determinations, you're collecting them, downloading them, and including them in the case file.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your responsibility to look and review all these videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long will you say it took for you to find these 45 videos and review them and download them?
A long time. Approximately 2 to 3 weeks we were working on it.
Okay. All right. Besides the videos you've mentioned on May the 9th of 2022, did you download any other videos that you determined to have evidentiary value to this case on May the 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
For May the 9th, the residents of 112 East Plymouth.
Okay, all right. And why was that video significant?
That is the opposite end of the alleyway where the Body Parts of America captures the vehicle turning into the alleyway. Directly to the opposite end of that is this residence that captures that vehicle coming out of the alleyway.
Okay, and did you go to that particular location and review the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get permission to download the video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And have you provided that video to the state and the defense in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed it to determine that it's an accurate depiction of the location around the location of 112 East Plymouth?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 10.
State's 10 will be admitted.
Thank you. Now, ultimately, have we discussed completely the video footage from May the 9th that had relevance to your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, have we?
No, we
Okay,
have.
what are the other videos?
The other location is going to be Graham's place. It's a hostel in that residential
Okay.
neighborhood.
Mhm.
It's with the address of 1309 North Ola Avenue.
Why was that video important to your investigation?
It actually captures the ingress and egress of the suspect vehicle.
Okay. And you reviewed that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect that video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
In proximity, how close is that location to the crime scene?
Just several blocks.
And for the rest of us who, what are we talking about in terms of maybe miles?
0.11 mile.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you determine the time frame on that video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And was there any time difference?
There was.
Okay, what was the time difference associated with that video?
It was just 1 minute and like 16 seconds slow.
Okay, and I failed to ask you this. Did you determine whether or not the time frame at the 112 East Plymouth Street video was in fact correct?
It was not.
It was not. What was the time frame difference?
11 minutes and 3 seconds slow.
Okay, and this is something that you always have to check. Is that correct?
Every time, yes, ma'am.
Do you personally know why there might be a time offset on some of these videos?
Yes and no. I mean, there's going to be a lot of factors that play into it. Sometimes it's just simple as daylight savings time. The device doesn't account for it. Other times, when they set the device time, it could be a watch off, or they could set this DVR years ago, and then it's slowly just not keeping accurate time.
Okay. And so how do you go about determining the correct time that is being depicted?
I use a government website. The government website that I use is time.gov.
Okay. All right. And you did that in the two videos that we've discussed.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other videos from that day that you found and downloaded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do any other investigation that yielded results on May the 9th that we have not discussed?
No, ma'am.
Moving on, were you still working on this case on May the 10th of 2022?
I was, yes, ma'am.
What was the bulk of your investigative actions that day?
Yes. Again, still searching for a lot of video.
Mm-hmm. But ultimately, did you obtain any videos that had any evidentiary value on May the 10th?
No, ma'am. And the bulk of that, and pretty much 100% of it, is just searching for continued video in that area.
All right. And that's customary, is that correct? In cases like this where you're trying to track evidence.
Correct. In cases like this where we have a vehicle that we're trying to track, that is customary, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on to May the 11th, did you continue to look for video?
We did.
Okay. Did you find video that had evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Did you find video from the Radiant Church that day, or?
We did make contact with them. Ultimately, we received the video the following day.
Okay, but it did, in fact, have evidentiary value. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
And did Mark Montana go to that location and download that video?
He did. Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to review the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was significant that you noted as it pertains to this investigation?
Uh,
Okay. Did you review the video?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What, if anything, did you note?
A vehicle, again, matching the suspect vehicle traveling past the church.
Okay. On May the 12th is the day that you've reviewed, that you actually obtained the Radiant Church video. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And on that same day, did you come in contact with a person named Carol Brown?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Why did you meet with Carol Brown?
We were now tracking the vehicle. We kind of had the direction it was traveling. That was kind of the next leapfrog into where we were looking for the vehicle.
And did you have an opportunity to look at did she have any video that might have captured anything that you would want to have reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually review the video with her consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able at some point to collect that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine that the time frame on that video was correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you collect this video?
Again, it captures a vehicle matching the suspect vehicle traveling past her residence.
And can you give us an idea of how far this location is? This 716 West, and how do you pronounce that address? Is it
Adderley?
Adderley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you find that to be close in proximity to the Florida, Nebraska, and North Highland location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how close?
Approximately 0.25 miles now.
Okay. All right. Was there any other investigative leads that you were able to make on May the 12th that we have not discussed?
No, ma'am.
Moving on to May the 13th, were you still working on this case on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point that day or thereabouts, did you obtain information for for the phone number that you had now associated with Alexia Alexander?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Did you review it?
I did.
What, if anything, significant did you learn about that information?
We reviewed the time advanced for the records, and we noted that prior to the homicide, it obviously moves into the area of the homicide, and then after the homicide, it leaves the area of the homicide and travels away from the scene.
Okay, tell us what timing advance means.
It's records from T-Mobile. They have a system that kind of collects the distance from a user from the cell site, and we're able to use that to geographically put a device in the area from the data.
And did you do that personally?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you go about doing that?
We have a system referred to as CellHawk that we're able to put the data into, and all that does is just take the raw data that we have on a spreadsheet and then puts it into a visual form that's easier to review.
Okay. And then when you put this information in CellHawk, what is it that it spits out? What is it that you see?
You're going to see your data on the left-hand side. So you'll have a user-friendly version of it on your left-hand side. And then ultimately you will have a function where you can map the locations that the data is providing.
Okay. And so how do you see it? Is it sort of like a moving video showing us the movement of the phone or the device, or is it just a map?
That's one feature you can use. So the answer to that is both.
Okay.
So you have an option where you can click on the data, and every single point that is in that file will come up. A lot of times when you have these massive files, it just turns into a big blob on the screen. Your second option is you can make it animated, and you can have a movie map, and you can track through the time of the data, and then it will pinpoint it on the map as it goes through the time.
Okay, and you did that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are there, and you're well versed in using the CellHawk
Correct, yes,
system?
ma'am.
Okay. And is Sergeant Van Heist another individual that works with Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does he do that even more so than perhaps yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And has he testified, to your knowledge, if you know, as an expert in phone mapping evidence and information?
He has, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So ultimately, even after you reviewed this information, did you then provide the information to Sergeant Van Heist to put together the entire information.
Correct.
Okay. And is that customary in cases such as this?
100%, especially with his expertise on it.
Okay. All right. So now I think you indicated that you learned movement information as it pertains to the device that you had associated with Alexia Alexander.
Correct.
Does that mean that from what you learned, that Alexia Alexander was indeed in possession of that phone from the evidence you learned on May the 6th of 2022?
Objection to speculation and opinion invading the province of the jury.
Well, if she knows, I'm allowed to answer it.
You can answer.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
So based on the records that you received, did you determine that it was consistent with Alexia Alexander being in possession of the phone that you had obtained a search warrant for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so to that end, what is it that you learned from the timing advance records and your cell hawk review?
That after her homicide, that the phone does continue to travel away from the scene and then travel to other areas of the city.
Okay. And are you able to review information from those records from prior to the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And moving forward in this investigation, okay, anyway, based on the travel pattern that you learned from this timing advance information, what, if anything, did you do?
Yes, one of the things I noted very quickly was that the phone is geographically in the area of downtown Tampa on the date of the homicide, much later in the day. So she's killed at approximately 03:08 hours in the morning. And then at approximately 12 hours, that'd be 3:12 p.m., the phone is geographically in the area of downtown Tampa.
Okay. And so when you know this, or when you learn this information, what if anything, did you do?
We have City of Tampa cameras that are downtown. I accessed those cameras and began to look through the traffic in that area.
Okay. And upon reviewing that, what, if anything, did you learn?
At the intersection of Ashley and Tyler, at the approximate time where the device is geographically in the area, I located a Ford Fusion that matched the description and characteristics of the suspect vehicle from other surveillance video.
Okay. And did you request that that video be provided?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And since this was City of Tampa video system, do you know if those videos are made and kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there a detective that is a business record custodian that would have been able to download and provide a business record certificate for that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been the case with all Tampa police videos in the city?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you in fact get a business record certificate for all these videos that you obtained from the City of Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also check, you or someone else check to see if the time frame on those videos were correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those time frames correct?
They are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you also, I think you mentioned that you were able to pull video from Ashley and Tyler. Did you say that, or?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that that had evidentiary value?
It did, yes, ma'am.
What about Ashley and Polk?
Yes.
Okay. And based on this information you learned, do you continue to look for video?
That's correct.
Where do you go to next?
The travels geographically into the area of Tampa General Hospital. Based on that, we responded to Tampa General Hospital to pull video as well.
Okay. So does the City of Tampa have video systems at Tampa General Hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But to your knowledge, or did you determine that Tampa General Hospital has its own video systems?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you make contact? So what did you do now that you learned that there might be videos for Tampa General Hospital?
Yeah, we went there, made contact, we being myself and Detective Sackrider, and made contact with security to access video from on site.
Okay. And were you able to review video that day?
We were.
Were you able to review video just of movement of the car in question, or did you also receive or learn information on the tag of the vehicle?
We also received information for the tag.
And is that from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to download those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you learn having reviewed the videos from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am. So we observe the vehicle pull into the roundabout there. A gentleman gets out of the vehicle and goes into the back seat. A female who appears to be an employee from Tampa General then walks over and gets into the vehicle itself, and then the vehicle leaves. The Tampa General Hospital has a camera that's near the exit that captures tags as vehicles leave the property.
Okay. And so now at this point, do you now have a tag associated with the vehicle that you've been tracking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the tag information for that video, for that vehicle?
I'm going to use my report to reflect my recollection.
Yes.
It's going to be Florida tag BRJ4U.
Okay. And at this point, do you have the ability to determine who the registered owner is for that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you determine that person to be?
Ronny Walker.
Showing you what has been pre-marked as State Exhibit 38. This is information that you would have reviewed and obtained due to your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 38. And so you indicated that you then now know who the registered owner of this Ford Fusion
Yes, ma'am. Ford Fusion.
is. Who did you determine that to be?
Ronny Walker.
Okay. Was there anything significant about your review of this vehicle, seeing the video, that became relevant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What, if anything?
The license plate, the video was such good quality of the license plate. There was also, beyond seeing the Florida tag, there was a surround that surrounded the license plate that belonged to a used car lot referred to as Giant Motors.
Okay. So now that you know that around the tag referred to Giant Motors, what, if anything, did you do with that information?
At that time, nothing.
Okay.
We began to look for the vehicle at the registered owner's address on file.
Okay. And what address did you have on file?
3424 North 52nd Street.
Okay. And that's in Hillsborough County, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to that location?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you find him that day at that location?
We did not see a vehicle there, no, ma'am.
Okay. So then what do you do?
From experience in other cases, used car lots a lot of times will have GPS trackers on their vehicles. Knowing that it was from Giant Motor, we assumed that that's where the vehicle was purchased. We responded to Giant Motors with the idea of we were going to speak to the owners or the employees there to see if this used car had a GPS tracker on it, as a lot of the used car lots do. However, that changed when we came in contact with the vehicle there at the actual car lot.
Okay. So you go to that location, and is this on May the 13th of 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. About what time would you say you got there?
It was going to be later in the day. I would say probably around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you meet that day?
Ultimately, we came in contact with Mr. Walker there.
Okay. And was the vehicle there as well?
It was, yes, ma'am.
So what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle?
Initially, when we first saw it, we had already formulated a plan that we were going to take it and seize it for the investigation as far as to author a search warrant on it. I contacted patrol units and a plainclothes unit in the area to come help us assist with that. We then went to the car lot where we made contact with Mr. Walker. Ultimately, we had the vehicle sealed and taken to our police impound lot.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Ronny Walker here today?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you identify him by an article of clothing?
Yep, he's the gentleman right there wearing the glasses and a dark gray, black shirt.
Okay.
suit.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It'll reflect in the application.
And on May the 13th of 2022, when you came in contact with the defendant, did he have on glasses?
No, ma'am.
All right. So when you went to this location, Giant Motors, did you check to see if they did have a tracking device on the vehicle or Burla or anything like that?
Those are two separate things. Burla
Okay.
is going to be the
Download.
correct, yes, ma'am. They did not have a third-party tracking device on the vehicle.
Okay. And you confirmed that. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
All right. When you came in contact with Ronny Walker at that location, did you see to it that he was photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you note any injury on him?
There was a small injury that was explained as a burn.
Okay. But there was an injury.
Correct.
Okay. And was that injury photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was Mr. Walker photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
While at the scene, did you and other TPD personnel obtain a buccal swab for Mr. Walker that day?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Did you tell Mr. Walker the reason why you were making contact with him and taking his vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you in fact follow protocol as you seized the Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you go about taking custody of that vehicle?
We contacted Crime Scene Tech to respond out to Giant Motors. Once there, they sealed the points of the vehicle with evidence seals. It was then impounded and followed by an officer to our impound lot pending a search warrant.
What's the purpose of you seeing to it that an officer follows the vehicle as it goes to your impound lot?
To make sure that while in transit, there's nothing that could disturb the vehicle, or we have at least somebody that can document anything that may happen to the vehicle in transit.
Okay. So what's your reason for doing that though?
To maintain the evidence.
Okay. To maintain the integrity of the investigation as well?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Now, while you are in contact with Mr. Walker, did you discuss that video at Tampa General Hospital that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the fact that you watched the video and you saw an individual get out of the vehicle, was it part of your investigative and an investigative necessity to determine who that person was that came out of the front passenger seat?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Walker the identity of the person that came out of the front passenger seat at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that Mr. Walker told you?
That it was a person by the name of Day Day.
Okay. And during your investigation of this case, did you determine the legal name for Day Day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that name?
David White.
Okay. Did you come in contact with David White at some point?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And personal knowledge is what I'm asking you. Were you able to have a good look at his build, his gait, his size?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it match what you were seeing as it pertains to the individual that came out of the front passenger seat at Tampa General Hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ultimately at some point come in contact with the individual that came out of the front passenger seat of that Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you determine that to be?
Mr. Robert Quincy Creed.
Okay. And ultimately, at some point, did Robert Creed identify himself as coming out of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you at some point come in contact with David White?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever identify himself as coming out of the front passenger seat or even being in Ronnie Walker's vehicle that day?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. He did not identify himself in that vehicle whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. However, when you spoke to Dave,
Absolutely, Kyle, and we'll be here. I just kind of muted them for a second, but we still on Birdie Watch, girl.
may we approach?
Okay, so they are approaching in regards to this hearsay evidence. Let's see, hopefully it's not a long one. We'll check it out. So what do you guys think in regards to what we heard so far in the last couple of days in regards to this case? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out in regards to Ronnie, he's being charged with the death penalty in the case, but the other guy that was in the car, Quincy, he had more like connections towards her. Remember, his number was actually in well, let me back up. Her phone number was actually in his phone. Like, they don't have any evidence that Ronnie has any connection to her. So I'm hoping that they link this up for us so we can kind of better understand why the main focus is on Ronnie and not on Robert Quincy. With this being said, maybe we'll get it from this detective more information. If you have any thoughts or anything in regards to it, please definitely drop it in the comments.
So did you, in fact, show, based on your conversation with David White, did you, in fact, show David White video from the Thorntons that you had collected at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did David White identify Ronnie Walker as the individual in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also show, give me a second, please. What is going on? It's supposed to be documents, right? This one? And then document. Why is this so complicated? Thank you. So obviously at the time that you came in contact with David White, this was later in time, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
But during your investigation, you did come upon video from Thorntons, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you came in contact with Matthew White, based on your conversations with him, did you show him video from the video?
David White, yes, ma'am.
David White.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is stills from the video. Did David White make a positive identification of Ronnie Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you show him footage that depicted Ronnie Walker as we have him here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State Exhibit E2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, did you show Mr. David White this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he identify Ronnie Walker as the individual in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever indicate to you at any point that no one could possibly make an ID from that video?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And as it pertains to the individual that came out of that vehicle, State Exhibit E5. Did you show David White this video that depicted this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that based on information that David White told you about his association with Ronny Walker and Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did David White make an identification of the individual in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he make any comment about he looked like a taller version or a shorter version of this individual?
No, ma'am.
Okay. During your conversation with Ronny Walker on May the 13th of 2022, did you speak with Mr. Walker about his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about his phone?
That it was lost.
Okay. And what was the time frame in which he had said it had been lost for?
About 2 weeks prior.
Did he tell you where he was staying at the time of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What location did he say?
He provided a location of 18th Street and 26th Avenue.
Okay. Did he tell you who he was staying with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did he say?
His girlfriend.
And who was his girlfriend?
His girlfriend was Erica Sweet. However, during the interview, when asked who he knew at TGH, he provided a name for his girlfriend, Erica Hudson.
At any point during this conversation with Mr. Walker, did he at any point correct himself and say, no, actually her name has never been Erica Hudson, it's Erica Sweet? Did he do that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the name that he told you of his girlfriend was Erica Sweet.
Erica Hudson.
Erica Hudson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that day, did Erica Sweet show up at Giant Nose?
She did.
Okay. So did you come in contact with her?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with her?
I did.
Did you learn her relationship with Ronny Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you determine that relationship to be?
Boyfriend, girlfriend.
Now, at some point, any point, did you learn the address for Erica Sweet?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that address?
That's 1801 East 26th Avenue.
Okay. And that's in Hillsborough County, correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right. During your conversation with Ronny Walker, did he say anything or did you learn any information about what phone he was using on or around the time of the murder?
I was provided that he did have access to Erica Sweet's phone.
Okay. Did when you spoke to Ronny Walker, did he tell you that he found anything in his vehicle? At that point, when you spoke to him, did he hand over a phone that belonged to Alexia Alexander to you?
No, ma'am.
When you came in contact with Ronny Walker on May the 13th of 2022, did he provide you with any cartridge casings from his vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find a cartridge casing or two in his vehicle when you ultimately executed the search warrant on the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually execute a search warrant on the Ford?
We did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the Ford documented, searched, and evidence collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find a phone belonging to Alexia Alexander in the phone and in the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find casings in that vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you find?
Ultimately, when the vehicle was processed, we found indications of the presence of blood inside the vehicle. And ultimately, swabs were taken and sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. How about a jacket? Did you find a jacket?
We did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that become relevant during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that you were out and about you went to the crime scene though on May the 6th of 2022, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was it a cold day in Florida that day?
No, ma'am.
Did you wear a jacket that day?
No, ma'am.
Give me a second, please. Showing you State Exhibit C15. Was this the jacket that was found in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And then for the record, State Exhibit 4E. That the video from May the 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know the time frame of this video?
Yes, ma'am. It's shortly after the homicide.
Do you know the time?
I believe it's 3:30 in the morning.
Okay. All right. When you spoke with Mr. Walker, how long will you say your conversation with him was on May the 13th of 2022?
Totality of it, probably approximately an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. And in all that time, did he ever tell you that he was with Robert Creed that day?
Okay.
Judge, I don't know if the state's gonna be releasing Detective Raymond when he's done, and the court usually asks to see released. He's actually under my subpoena for penalty phase, so I just wanna make sure that.
Well,
he
he was-
understands that. And I don't wanna say that.
No, that's fine.
He's going to remain under the state subpoena as well, and as it pertains to the PRR finding as well, so.
Are we all set?
I think so. I think
I'm
so.
gonna bring the jury back in.
Okay, the jury is on their way back in, so let's see what else this detective is gonna testify to in regards to how they connected these dots to Ronnie Walker. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more additional content. We'll be covering trials like this, any high profile trials. Also, you can also chat. Let me know. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let me know your thoughts on the evidence that we've seen so far in these last couple of days. Do you think that the state has proven that this man is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder? Or you think that the defense has punched some holes in his case?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You all may have a seat. Again, no issues with the court's instructions, no media, things, conversations about the case. Very good. I'm going to sustain the objection and you may continue.
Okay. During your conversation with the defendant, did he acknowledge knowing Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he acknowledge driving the Ford on May the 6th of 2022 at the time that that vehicle was at the Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you with an old phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have that information?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell us what that old phone number was?
Yes, if I reflect my recollection.
So what, I'm sorry, what was that phone number?
Yes, ma'am. It was 727-906-1766.
Okay. And you in fact obtained records for that phone number, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you received the business record certification with these records?
That's correct.
And upon learning about this phone number from the defendant, did you go about getting a search warrant for the records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you properly execute the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I showing you State Exhibit 30C. Are these the records you obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 30C.
No objection.
30C will be admitted.
Have you since reviewed these records?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have evidence that this phone was active on May the 6th of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why do you say that it wasn't active? I'm going to put it up here and see if you can help us out with this information. Okay. So May the 6th. So we see activity on this phone. So why do you say that this phone was inactive?
Correct. So the records will indicate activity even if the device is powered off or not in possession of someone, or even if the device has been destroyed. You can still call a phone number even if you don't have possession of the actual physical device itself. And that call will still show up on records. So what we're seeing here is the pattern of the records. You're seeing, for example, the outgoing calls. You're going to go across into the column where that 999 number is. But that's
Do you mind stepping up?
Yeah, I'd
Sort
love
of
to.
like, yes,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. And
So, so you have outgoing calls coming into the records, and the incoming number is going to be here on the left, and then you'll have this 999 number. That's an outgoing phone call. What that's indicating is your phone provider is sending that phone call now to a voicemail service. So it appears in the records as an outgoing call. However, it's going to voicemail. These records, there's no cell sites associated with them. There's nothing. So it's indicating that these are kind of calls coming in. There's no actual real phone call coming to the phone that makes contact with anybody on that number.
okay. And is that what you found consistent through the time frame of May the 6th and the phone records that you obtained?
That's correct. You're going to have all these outgoing calls, again, all going to the 999 voicemail designator.
And this is what you're talking about, where I'm pointing.
Correct.
This 999, okay. Moving on to the next page, May the 6th. Is this what you're speaking of, these 999s?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all the way down?
That is correct.
So May the 7th, May the 8th. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. And is that what you're speaking of all the way down the columns?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Did you learn about a new phone number from Mr. Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that phone number?
Again, reflecting my recollection.
Will the record maybe help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am. I'll make it more efficient.
If you can look at that.
Thank you.
And if you tell us if you recognize all the documents that I've provided to you.
Yes, ma'am. These are reports from Celebrate from a Forensic Extraction, and the number in reference to this phone is 813-424-7235.
Thank you, sir. And was this pursuant to a phone download done on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the phone number that Mr. Walker told you that he had obtained after the murder in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 30B1, 30B2, 30B3, and 30B4. And I'd like to indicate that 30B5 had previously been admitted into evidence. Thank you. So based on your conversation with Mr. Walker, did you obtain records for this phone number indicated here, 813-424-7235?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with Cellbrite?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this, can you tell us what it is?
So Cellbrite is what we're looking here is the end product of a forensic extraction. The phone is hooked up to the device and then forensically removed. When that's done, it's in a, as you can imagine, phones are now becoming as large as computers. So you have a bunch of files that you have. The Cellbrite report is again, similar to Hawk, where it's a report that makes it more visually easy to interpret the data and go through the actual physical forensic extraction of the cell phone.
And download the information that might be relevant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person opens up Cellbrite on one's computer, is there multiple locations that one can go, and multiple things that one can look at in that system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, when you determine that something might be relevant, is one able to actually obtain a report such as this?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hey guys, sorry. I am going to pause this. It looks like the judge just got on the bench from what I could tell. So I'm going to take us back in the courtroom. I don't know if he's about to just send the jury home. I don't know if they have a question or anything like that, but I'm about to take us right in so we can see. I guess we can ear hustle a little bit. Maybe we can get a hot mic.
How's that work? Well, how do you want to do that stupid? It's one. What about the stupid? Oh, I'm not upset in the least.
Good evening.
This is a waste of a lot of time. So, what if I did this? Give him 15 years concurrent. Remember, 40 score. Give him a voluntary guidelines. I guess you need to pay attention and guess what he could do. The only reaction I'm not doing the motion.
I know.
Don't you know it's in Twin Towers still? I don't understand what you said.
She's having a motion to continue via
Oh,
Zoom.
she is.
Yes.
Taking off your
So-
socket, she can take it.
I know.
The clerk gave me the wrong number. I'm trying to get somebody to send me the right number. The clerk.
Oh, her number.
Yeah.
You want Kim Green's phone number? Call Kim.
You think Kim got,
Kim was up there a minute ago.
you think she got that too?
Oh,
I got Evelyn's number.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Clerk. Call Shayla?
Shayla don't have it. So I hit up Andrew. Andrew sent it to me. Andrew's gonna send it to me.
She's here?
No, but I texted him.
She has the number.
Yes, she said, oh, yeah.
You want me to call,
Let's get Andrew a chance. We're still waiting on this. If you don't mind.
they have license having them people do something. Still, she's doing it. She would have to wait months before she do 200 days. So I asked Liz if she would do it. I mean, it's for me, a hearing they want, a hearing they don't. The attorney's approach real quick.
So just to get your, so here he comes walking in. I'm not sure if I would think that the station would change the banner saying, you know, verdict reached. So I'm not sure. And he just asked the attorneys to approach. So I don't know if I would assume that they want him there if the jury needs to be dismissed for the day because he needs to be at all court proceedings. And so I guess we'll hang out and we'll find out exactly what's going on in the courtroom. They getting them suited and booted. Let's make him presentable. Gosh, is this the last shirt and pants he gonna wear? Except for an orange jumpsuit. Like that has to be like surreal. I think that's it's different when you have an opportunity for parole or be able to get out. But I guess sometimes when you make your bed, you gotta lie in it, right? Okay, there's the evidence. What they about to do with the evidence? Is that coming back from the jury? The jury said they no longer need this evidence.
Hey, remember that transcript that we sent us? You have that, you can forward it to me. I can't follow it. You got it? Appreciate it, thanks. All right, let's go on the record. My understanding is the jury's reached a decision.
Yes, yes.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before we bring the jury?
No, yeah.
All right.
All rise. Jurors in order.
That's always what we ask you. Which one should we? Probably the second. So basically, it's always this, and then, I'll ask you to do this. He's calling for another records. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all may be seated. I'm sorry. Sneaking up on that. So I understand you all have reached a verdict.
Yes, sir.
And if the foreperson could hand that to our bailiff. Post the verdict to the jury.
State of Florida versus Ronny Walker, case number 22CF 009001. We, the jury, find as follows as to Ronny Walker in this case. Aggravating factors as to count one. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Ronny Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Sufficiency of the aggravating factors as to count one. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factor are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. Mitigating circumstances. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty for count one. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, outweigh the mitigating circumstances established, Section C, above, as to count one. Yes. Jury verdict as to death penalty. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, Section B, and the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section D. We, the jury, unanimously find that Ronny Walker should be sentenced to death. No. If your vote to impose death is less than unanimous, the trial court shall impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole, dated this 27th day of June, 2025, in Hillsborough County, Florida.
You may be seated. Anything else? The attorneys could approach for a minute.
I just muted them because it is terribly fuzzy now that they up there talking to that judge with his terrible mic. Oh gosh. Wow. I thought Monday, y'all. I thought they was coming back with a question or dismissing them. I will put the feedback in as soon as he gets off the microphone. It is just so terrible. It's hurting my ears.
To advise you some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of some very difficult cases, this being an example of one of the most difficult. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affairs so long as they shall wish it. Therefore, the law gives you the unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone if you wish. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether you wish to preserve your privacy as a juror. And again, on behalf of everyone here, we want to thank you for your service during this time. And I now discharge you from your service.
All rise. Don't forget all your personals.
Can I see the verdict? Jury's left, y'all may be seated. Any reason why I should not pronounce sentence at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Walker, the jury finding that the aggravated factors to count one was yes, and it was established beyond a reasonable doubt, yes. Sufficiency of aggravating factors is to count one, yes. Found mitigating circumstances, yes. They found that you were eligible for the death penalty for count, yes. The jury decided to show mercy in this case and return a verdict of no as to entering the death penalty. Therefore, I will now adjudicate you guilty and sentence you to a term of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Any court costs and costs of investigation, I will convert to a lien.
Can I get you the credit?
Any credit at this time, even though it's irrelevant. be entitled to any credit, but he will be remanded to the Florida State penal system until such time as he doesn't have any more time left.
What happened?
So you're a natural born killer. You've been killing for a long time. You just got caught up this time. So, Your Honor, the state would be asking for the prosecutor's costs in this case.
The cost?
The cost of prosecution.
Or the cost of prosecution, I'll convert that to a lien as well.
Okay, thank you.
Does that mean? Anyway, so before you leave, just real quick, I'm going to set this off for a disposition in about 3 or 4 weeks. So that if you want to discuss the resolution of the PRR issue as well as the new charge, you can discuss that with your attorneys. All right. Thank you, folks. That would be count too. So that was. Not guilty. Yeah. He was already found guilty. Oh yeah, I'll give him time served on the tampering charge.
Just for the record, Mr. Walker's credit is 1,087.
1,087 days.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can find a date somewhere down the road just for disposition. 5 August. We'll do it. August 18th at 8:30.
I'm sorry.
August 18th at 8:30 for disposition. And if we don't resolve it, we'll set it for a trial date at that point.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I start full days?
Before being recessed. It does on this one.
Wow. I am going to rewind it and replay it for those that joined the feed late. So give me 1 second.
So how did this ceasefire deal between Iran?
Or maybe I'm not. Maybe I have to go to my feed and do it. Give me 1 second. Wow. I wish I would have caught it before it went to this old silly video. Maybe I can. Oh, no, here, I got it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to get us back to the beginning of it. I don't know what he was talking about when he turned around, if he was talking to the family. I don't. Okay, this looked like this may be a good point because I don't want to fast forward too far from it. Okay, this looks like a good point to start at. You guys type in the chat, what do you think? It was pretty quick. He was, okay, so you think that he was speaking to her? Nylexia's mom. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Oh my goodness. She blaming him for, oh wow. I mean, although they found it to be justified, I support whatever decision they made. Like we all have to accept it, right? But I guess we want to seek justice, but I don't know. It's kind of hard hearing those words for anybody, and yeah. Um,
You got it? Appreciate it, thanks. All right, let's go on the record. My understanding is the jury's reached a decision.
Yes, yes.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before we bring the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
All rise. Jurors enter.
Which one's your name? Probably the second. So basically, this, I'll read this, and then, I'll ask you who it is. It's called reflecting on the records. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all may be seated. I'm sorry. Sneaking up on that. So I understand you all have reached a verdict. And if the foreperson could hand that to our bailiff. Publish the verdict for the jury.
State of Florida versus Ronny Walker, case number 22CF 009001. We, the jury, find as follows as to Ronny Walker in this case. Aggravating factors as to count 1. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Ronny Walker was previously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder was cold, calculated, and premeditated without pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Sufficiency of the aggravating factors as to count 1. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factor are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. Mitigating circumstances. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty for count 1. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, outweigh the mitigating circumstances established, Section C, above, as to count 1. Yes. Jury verdict as to death penalty. Having unanimously found that at least one aggravating factor has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Section A, that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a sentence of death, Section B, and the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, Section D. We, the jury, unanimously find that Ronny Walker should be sentenced to death. No. If you vote to impose death is less than unanimous, the trial court shall impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Dated this 27th day of June, 2025, in Hillsborough County, Florida.
Somebody seated. Anything else? The attorneys could approach for a minute.
So we got that all wrong, right? So he wasn't sentenced to, let me mute that screen with them. They on the judge's microphone. It is terrible when they're on that microphone. So I'm sorry, guys. So I guess they didn't sentenced him to death. He's getting life in prison. Is everybody hearing that right? But they don't. So I guess, so he got sentenced to life in prison. I know the judge is going to speak, so let's see what the judge says. Let's see what the judge says when he speaks in regards to it, because I thought that's why he kind of got started with yelling at the mom. Some people saying death, some people saying life. Okay, darling, you heard the death penalty. Okay. It said pause and said no. Do I need to rewind again? Oh goodness. Let's see what the judge says. There we have it. No, the jury showed mercy. So on that last, give me 1 second. On that last question with the judge, he said it. He was like, the jury decided to show mercy, right? And so they sentenced him to life. What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel like he should have got life in prison and they should have shown him some type of mercy with all the things that he had going on prior to this happening? Like, and then his comments and things, I know he said something to the family in regards to he didn't kill their daughter, he's the wrong man or something to that. We have our lip reader that's trying to assist us through this process, right? Shout out to Benny. Wow. Yeah, he definitely didn't show mercy to that young girl. Absolutely. I am, yeah, yeah. I thought it was yes, 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 and yes. And I'm like, okay. So then when I go look, I'm like, no, no, no. They're saying they gave him life. Somebody showed him mercy. I knew it was going to be kind of hard for them, but I'm glad. I'm surprised they came back so fast with even that verdict. I thought that they would really want to go on there, go on and right. Yeah, 44. Yeah, absolutely. Darla, it definitely doesn't have anything to do with a what you can't hear anything? You can't hear me, Benny? That's because you have it turned down. Can anyone else can everybody else hear me? Let me see, Benny. I'm not sure. I, I don't know. Okay, Benny. I'm like, I'm not ignoring you. I'm not ignoring anybody. You know I would never do that to you. We're gonna troubleshoot until we get the volume up for you. I just know we want to come she messed with all of us. All right. Yeah. So when we think about this, like, yeah, they called him. She said, I actually heard that part where she said that he is a natural born killer and he should have got life. I heard that. Did y'all hear that too? Like she said that to him. And rightfully so. So now that answers my question that I asked you guys yesterday. If the family was okay with him getting a death penalty, because I'm pretty sure the prosecution spoke to the family, in regards to that. I'm not sure exactly. It looked like it might have been the mom. I can rewind it if y'all want to listen to it again. But it was kind of like when he turned around and he said something here. Let me rewind it. It's right at the end anyways. Here, yeah. Let's see. Y'all see what we can catch out of this. What we can get out of this information.
I see the verdict. Jury's left, y'all may be seated. Any reason why I should not pronounce sentence at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Walker, the jury finding that the aggravated factors to count one was yes, and it was established beyond a reasonable doubt, yes. Sufficiency of aggravating factors is to count one, yes. Found mitigating circumstances, yes. They found that you were eligible for the death penalty for count, yes. The jury decided to show mercy in this case and return a verdict of no as to enduring the death penalty. Therefore, I will now adjudicate you guilty and sentence you to a term of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Any court costs and costs of investigation, I will convert to a lien.
Can I get you the credit?
Any credit that he's time, even though it's irrelevant, will be entitled to any credit, but he will be remanded to the Florida State penal system until.
Did y'all hear that? They asked for credit and the judge was like, that's irrelevant. He don't need no credit for no time. I'm sorry to be laughing. I had to stop after that. He said he don't need no credit. That's irrelevant. He gonna be in jail for the rest of his time. Oh my God. Now I might get a judge a check mark for that one because that he ain't right for that. He know he was supposed to subtract all them days. Okay, guys. Oh gosh.
Such time as he doesn't have any more time left. What happened?
You should have got it done. That's what you should have got. So, Your Honor, he's a natural born killer. You've been killing for a long time. You just got caught up this time.
Ooh.
Your Honor, the state would be out.
You a killer. You a natural born killer. You just got caught up this time. You've been killing all this time. Did y'all hear that? Get it off. That's her family saying that. Because remember, they showed mom when the verdict came down, they did pan over to her. That's coming from that direction. And since he want to be so big and bad, now he want to turn and be looking at somebody and saying something. Ooh, wee. The judge too much. I can't deal with him. He said, I might be the rubber band man, but I ain't about to be calculating up no credits for nobody that don't need them. And this is done. Like, no, no credits coming over this way. Credit. He said that's irrelevant. I've never heard that. Right. Right. Yeah, darling. You go, mom. Yeah. In this case, yeah, poor girl. I'm really sad about what happened because unfortunately we still lost a life in all of this, and it appears that he should have never got out of jail the first time. Yes, darling, I did see that. What did he say? Yeah, the judge let her say that. Yeah. I'm glad that the judge let her say her piece to him, right? Right? Because she would, when she was on the stand testifying, if y'all don't remember, she was staring him down so hard. The prosecutor said, I'm gonna need you to look at me. Because she was looking directly at him, staring him down, letting him know, look, I don't have no fear. I hate, I don't know, she felt like she hated him. I'm pretty sure she did. And when she was on the stand, she stared him down and let him know how much he hurt and what pain he caused in her heart without saying anything to that man. Just her eyes and her stare, to the point the prosecutor was like, I'm gonna need to direct your attention over here. Please look at me, focus. Focus. Like, she had to keep her focus during that period of time so she wouldn't be looking over at the defendant. I'm the defendant, right? Yeah. I definitely. I just see, that judge. I'm sorry. I gotta rewind, and y'all gotta hear how the judge said that. He should have just said that shit. Excuse my language. Is irrelevant. Oh gosh, that's so terrible. I'm so terrible. I should not. I should not. I should not. But this is great. This is so funny. This is the most the judge that ever did for me in this whole entire case, besides being the rubber band man. Let me see. I probably ain't gonna be able to stop it.
Can I get you the credit?
Any credit at this time, even though it's irrelevant, be entitled to any credit, but he will be remanded to the Florida State penal system until such time as he doesn't have any more time left.
What happened?
You should have gotten it done. You should have gotten it. So you're a natural born killer. You've been killing for a long time. You just got caught up this time. So, Your Honor, the state would be asking for the prosecutor's costs in this case.
Right? Just like you're gonna be reprimanded for the rest of your life in the Florida correction penal system. Like, I'm not giving no credit. Credit? What is credit? Really? Credit for what? And I wonder, so now let me ask you this. Now, y'all know he has a separate case, right? That they saying that, I know the defense was making the motion in regards to he is entitled to a separate trial for that one. Do y'all think he needs to have a separate trial? I know. That's what the judge should have just said. Credit. He brought up his face and credit. What credit? Your credit is bad here. You don't have no credit here. I'm about to be doing all them calculations, 365 days times 2. For what? You are going to spend the rest of your natural born life in the Florida penal system. Wow. Oh, Ronny Walker. And the family said it best. She said he'd been out here killing for a long time. Right? And he finally got caught up. Been killing all this time. Now you done finally got caught up. Talk about he ain't do that. He didn't hurt her baby. Who'd you say move to the left? Oh, wow. That is way, way too much for me. Way too much. I know. So do y'all think so? So the jury said that they gonna have mercy. Y'all, are we okay with that decision? Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with that decision. Put 2 in the chat if you think that, hey, they should have thought about it a little bit more and really considered this death, especially with answering the questions. Yes, 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 and then faking us out at the end. Because I feel like they faked us out. We be answering all them yeses and then don't do it. You want me to move the man out the way? Let me move the man out the way. I see it. The wings. Let me show you where I see it at. Look at my mouse. I got you. Yeah, the back of his head definitely looks like a little bird. You're not crazy. I'm gonna move his head. I'm gonna move his head for you. No worries. We don't. Maybe Batman. You see it from here going down. Maybe we'll do a Batman signal. Maybe he was coming to save him. Maybe that's what's in the back of his head. Let me move him out the way. He trying to get Ronnie up to the front.
The cost?
The cost of prosecution.
Or the cost of prosecution, I'll convert that to a lien as well.
Okay, thank you.
Does that mean? Yeah. Anyway, so
Gary, you get us. We'll give you a side shot. We'll give you a side shot. We got the man's head out the way, so we'll do a side shot. Yes, we made the bird. We made the bird print because his head definitely. You pointed it out, not me. I guess I had you staring at that way too long, Powton. Way too long. Yeah. So what do you guys think? Are we okay with the jury's decision? Put a 1 in the chat for yes. Put a 2 in the chat for no. Just want to see where everybody kind of like stand on this. I mean, of course, we can't do anything about it. But if you were a juror back there with all the information that you know at this point in time, I think I pretty much know most of you guys' decision. But you tell me, 1, you agree. 2, you disagree with their decision. I'm interested to know. Okay. Helen says she thinks that they should have taken the weekend. Okay. 2. Okay. Brenda says 2. Okay. Hey, Brenda, welcome. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay. Well, we kind of like split. I just really wish they would have took the weekend and tried to, at least sleep on it. But I said, if they came back with a decision today, that I think that they already kind of like had their mind made up, and it was nothing that the defense could, or now we know on the flip, there's nothing that the prosecution could have presented, because I'm telling you, that prosecutor yesterday with his opening statements, I was not expecting that. I was taken back when he, boom, hey, he didn't commit murder once. This is his second murder that he's on trial for. Like, whoa, wasn't expecting that, because they didn't present any of that evidence in the original trial. So when they got to this one and they're like, oh, we coming out hard, like, hey, don't be fooled. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened, right? Like, they were for real. So I guess we got like mixed emotions in regards to it. I don't know. And it's amazing to me how he can be mad at the not mad, but I guess even saying anything back to the family, right? Like, I guess, him, see, I mean, maybe he just wanted to say something because he wasn't going to be able to have opportunity. But I guess in the same retrospect, he did have an opportunity, because he could have got on the stand and said those things, right? He could have testified on his behalf. He could have stated what his feelings and emotions and how he was not responsible. He could have got on the stand and did that, and he didn't. He didn't. He didn't fight for his own life, like he could have said something. You said, right, he has nothing to say, just like he gets yeah, absolutely. And then now, after the jury, not even taking in consideration that now that the jury has provided him with mercy, he has a nerve, and he said it, turning away to them, not with tears in his eyes, nothing like that. He just turned to them and, I didn't kill your daughter. It wasn't me. Like, no, he should have been turning around with some tears. Like, how somebody's supposed to feel some empathy for you, right? And his family knows what's going on. Yeah, it's like that they're in their family, that's in the courtroom, like, I'm pretty sure whatever community that they're in, that people that know people, right? So they probably know how he been running these streets. Cause I'm still trying to figure out, with his son being shot, right? Like, he got a lot of stuff going on. You say if they would have took over a weekend, you think? Oh, you think they would have definitely did a death penalty? Oh, okay, bro. You agree with her? They only gave him life in prison because he decided not to sequester them. So he was nice to them and said that they didn't have to stay in a hotel. So he was like, they was like, okay, he thought about us. He is not a narc. Narc is my short term for narcissist. What is say? Yeah. Yeah, his dad left too. When the mom was, I think she said she was about 8 months pregnant. Benny says there's no way that Robert Creed did anything. That man, I'm gonna figure out all your shorthand, right? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna figure out all your shorthand, Benny. That man isn't a NBK. Y'all figure it out. I'm learning. But this dude, he has for real. Okay. Y'all figure it out. We'll figure it out, Benny. Wow. Yeah, so I guess trial started like this wrapped up so fast. It's amazing to me. It's definitely amazing to me how fast this wrapped up, considering everything. Here, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second here. I had opened up another stream just to kind of alert the rest of my subscribers that I had that a verdict was in. And since I don't have everybody email and we don't have text messages, I had to just send out a new live stream. So I'm gonna go over here and end this one with them, and they can join us over here if they want to, but I'm gonna keep this one going with us. Okay, give me 1 second. Hi. So guys, I sent out the live stream just so all my subscribers that have been joining me throughout the process could come see the verdict, watch with us, because I was already in a live stream watching the trial. So everything that I'm watching over here, we are on another live up under my feed. So if you want to come join the community, then that way we can all be together for the comments and everything that they're going for in the chat. I'll post the link if in the chat if anybody just wants to click on the link, and then that way you can come over here where we're at. But I didn't want anybody to miss. Give me 1 second. I didn't want anybody to miss the verdict that had been waiting. And it just kind of like came in, and I was like, okay, let me send something out. And the best way I could think of to send something out was just starting another live stream and saying verdict in to let everybody come over here. Like on my screen, like they never even changed the banner for when we went over there to look at the verdict. But I must put the link in the chat, and if anybody wants to come over, you're more than welcome to come over there and hang out with us. And we're gonna continue to determining, looking at this, what was said, who said what, when, where, and why in regards to it. Give me 1 second here. I guess I can figure this out. Okay, here we go. Okay, guys, here, I'm sharing it in the chat. I think I'm sharing it in the chat. Maybe I'm not. Oh, here am I. YouTube. Okay. I'm coming. Maybe. Okay, here you go, guys. I'm sending it, putting it in the chat. If you click the link, it'll take you directly over to the other room where we're all at. I'm gonna go ahead and end this live stream. So if you want to start moving over there, that would be awesome. We have a wonderful chat going on, and I'm pretty sure Benny, Anna, and all the other chat people over here, Poughton, would love to chat with you guys and see what your thoughts are and what you think about everything. I'm glad that you all got the link over here and were able to join and see. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to go ahead and end that live stream and tell them that they can come over here if they want to continue to chat and talk. That way I wouldn't have to be on both sides trying to do anything. Let's see here. Let me see what I'd have missed. Okay. Yeah, Power. Now, I definitely don't think he should have definitely went straight to the police. I know I'm late. Sorry. Yeah, it definitely did make him look sketchy. You know, I was really conflicted when he testified, to be honest. Only because I was like, this seems so weird. If somebody shot somebody in the car with me, I don't think I'm just sitting there. I don't think that I'm, you know, when I got it away from him the first chance, I would have been trying to find somebody to tell or do something. I don't think I would have did that. Like, that wouldn't have worked for me. That, you know, but he also said that Ronnie threatened his life, and considering that he probably knows Ronnie well enough to know that he was convicted of a murder before, right? And then now you see this being murder, somebody right there in front of your face. So yeah, he probably thought that, yeah, Ronnie would, you know, kill him. Right? So yeah. I wonder how much time he's gonna get, you know, because they still have him for accessory, even though he testified against Ronnie, he's still facing up to 30 years. They're not gonna give him 30, but okay, you saying his pound says, and having her number before they even hung up made me suspicious. Yeah, I think that what was going on is that Mr. Ronnie was actually making these calls, you know, even from Erica's phone. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, definitely, Pound. Let me know. Were you able to get my email address out of there? Let's see here. Okay, but he had went to the police. He could have went in. Yeah, yeah, I guess and from the testimony and what they were seeing when they were wrapping everything up is that he was kind of like homeless, right? He was staying with Ronnie. And it seems like he kept trying to get in touch with his cousin because he was trying to get away from Ronnie, if you want to spin it that way in regards to it. Like trying but couldn't get away. I think that's something that he probably was trying to do too. So I could see that. Here, and I'll put the email address in here again. Yeah, it's just the here. Do y'all know how to use the private chat? Because I think you can use a private chat on your thing. But my email address is just take it to trial. We got a second L at the end at gmail.com. Yeah, and I'll probably find what we're gonna do next week. I know that what is it, the prep, I know they probably like on 7 or 8 the day of trial, like 7 or 8 for that preppy school trial. I don't know. Have any of y'all been following any of the information on that trial? I watched like I did watch like a couple days of some testimony on that one. Okay, Benny. Yeah, I tried to I watched a couple days of that trial, but then when I think that this trial kind of came in between it, and I was like, okay, well, I'll do this one. And then we had that the Christopher Davis trial, the note where we don't have a body, right? And that one was like it ended pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I didn't think that was gonna end the way it did. I've been surprised all week. Okay, Benny, okay. Do you see on your right-hand side of your screen, it may say private chat? Benny? Pouton, do you have one on the side of yours? I'm not sure. I don't think it's just for me being an administrator. Yes, I saw that. That was quick too. Okay. Are you talking about the Christopher one? The one that we watched, Benny? Let me see. Oh, y'all have to be like actually in the studio. So let me see what I can do. Okay, so let me see what I can do. Okay, you want me to bring you up? I can bring you guys up. Y'all want me to bring you up? And then that way y'all can go on the back chat? I mean, you don't have to. Oh yeah, I did watch Monica Cemetery trial. Oh, whoa. That dog, what was his name? Her lover. Oh gosh. I can't even think of his name. What was her lover's name? Yeah, that Monica Cimatelli, I don't know what he thought. That was the stupidest stuff that they could have did. And they almost got away with it because if they wouldn't have found the guy that was in Robert, I thought it was Robert, but then I said no, no, no. Yep, Robert Baker. I was like, I don't know why he think that anybody gonna let him take the fall for this and not put her up under the jail with him when they all texting and freaking off in a jail cell. Oh gosh, like she was outright disgusting. Like she ain't even try to play it off. Like they shouldn't have had contact for about 5-6 years. If he was gonna take the fall for everything, they should have been out kicking. They shouldn't even have no contact. She shouldn't even act like she ain't know him. And then they got that poor guy Austin all involved in that crap. And I believe he was definitely played when they went to that house. I think that first night when he went there, he was scared. And he didn't want to shoot him in the parking lot or hurt him in the parking lot. So they decided, and Robert Baker then convinced him in some type of slick way to get to that house. I'm telling you, talking about a stupid story. Yeah. Yeah, that was just too close for comfort for me. Like, if for her to be sitting up there looking just as silly. Yeah, the girls. Yeah, the girls. Yeah, and to know that your mom killed your dad and that old nosy neighbor. Y'all remember the nosy neighbor best friend? She up there doing her own investigation. I was like, oh God, she up here investigating. She my friend, but I want to investigate her. She my friend, but I want to investigate her. I think Monica's having an affair. She's going to the gym too much. Like, oh my gosh, like, are you a friend or foe? And then get on the stand trying to switch things up. Yeah, Benny, I definitely feel for them girls. Definitely. And then, with their dad's side of the family, like they got into it with them just trying to support their mom. Like crazy. Like I don't understand that at all. Yep. Yeah, but yeah, I think that I'll look and see. So make sure that y'all watch y'all notifications. I definitely I think I'm gonna get ready to head off too. Benny. I know it's what 1, 2 in the morning where you at? You been up all day? Yeah, and I'm gonna look and see what we have coming up next. And I think that what we could do is okay. Okay. All right, pal. And I will send out a notification. Email me and we'll put something together. Even if we just kind of like live stream and look at the badge trial, I wouldn't mind doing that. We can do it as a rerun. And we can toss around some other ideas because I wouldn't mind doing some stuff on the Adelsons only because we know the mom is going to be on trial very, very soon. And I wouldn't mind refreshing my memory on all the other testimony because I'm pretty sure all of them going to testify in the next case. And that should be pretty interesting. Yeah. I kind of figured, Benny. I'm so glad you stayed though, because I'm so glad that you were able to see the verdict. Because yesterday, when you left, I still watched it, Christopher. Okay, Paula. When yesterday when you left, I stayed and of course I was watching the Christopher thing and I was like, oh my gosh, like, and I was about to end the live stream, right? And then I kind of went a little forward and I was like, oh my gosh, they're back with a verdict. I was like, Benny left too soon. Oh gosh, they back with a verdict. I didn't think they were going to come back with a verdict on that one, but they sure came back with a verdict on that one for that case. So he was definitely found guilty. And there you have that one. Yeah, that was pretty quick. Remember, that trial started on Monday afternoon. And the jury wasn't even back there long. They were not back there. I think they were back there like 45 minutes. I don't even think they picked a foreperson. I just think they just said, anybody say it. Just write the stuff on the form. I don't think they did anything but come back with guilty for that one. Like, it happened so fast. It was like amazing to me. Because I was really shocked. I was like, oh, they about to send the jury home. Nope. It kind of like today, thinking that they were going to send the jury home. Right? Okay, Benny. Well, I am going to get ready to hop off here. Did you get the email? If not, it's on my YouTube page. Yeah, he didn't show any emotion. He knew he was done when he was over there shaking. Yeah, they did. They did come back very, very quick. Yeah, he was nervous when he was shaking, had his hand in his face at different. He definitely didn't have a poker face on for any parts of that trial. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you. I appreciate all my chat people. I appreciate y'all hanging out and joining me for these trials that we've been currently covering. Keep your notification bell on. Make sure that you share and like the videos. I will get us set up for some stuff next week. Okay, Benny. I will get us set up for some things next week. In order for us to discuss, even if it's just some reruns, if you want to just watch a nice, interesting trial that I come up with, please join me. I can stop screaming at my TV all along and I can chat with you guys. And we can talk about it and we can be the judge on some of these cases, right? If you have any ideas for any cases that you would like for a rerun, send me an email and let me know. My contact information is right there in the banner. It's also on my YouTube page. I appreciate everybody's time. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. This was so much fun. I've been having so much fun these last couple of weeks. And I truly, truly appreciate all of you. You were in the right place, right? What's our motto? No filters, no fluff, just facts. So you can be the judge. Have a great weekend, guys. I appreciate all of you guys.